Time.
All right. All right, starting her up. Hello, everyone. I'm joined today with Bashfluff, a critic of the GamerGate movement and also one of the founders of the GGDiscussion subreddit, where people from both sides came together to debate the issues. How are you doing today, Bashfluff?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Hey, not too bad, not too bad. I heard you were making some mean brisket earlier.
Yeah. I'm still at it. I might go in an hour and check in on that, but otherwise, I'm doing not a whole lot.
Oh, I think we could spare 5 minutes out of a 7-hour stream. Think we'll go that long?
Oh, we could. I look at all these questions and it's possible.
All right. Well, hey, do you want to tell me about your GamerGate experience?
When I look back at it, what defines my experience is kind of just being there. When the Not Your Shield hashtag came out, I was like the first person other than the founder to use that. I remember like that morning when the first time someone was going to interview a gamergator, it was an institution in the UK, and that's no one else lived over there who was around the boards at that time. So Sargon, that he did that interview and he used that to launch his career. Um, so I'm kind of an ex gamergator, and that experience isn't really reflected in either side really. And that's sort of what I think is unique about it.
So you initially supported GamerGate, but later became more oppositional with it. Is that right?
Yeah,
Well, what drew
yeah,
you
that's
to
right.
support the movement in the first place?
Um, the I think that if you ask like 10 people that, you're gonna get 10 different answers because I think what characterizes the start of Gamergate is just a complete lack of information. There was a news story about Zoe Quinn, and people were talking about it, and then all of a sudden, the lights go out, and no one knows what's going on, and people are trying to figure out what's going on, but then you can't go here, you can't go there. All these platforms across the gaming spaces and just general other spaces were shutting it down. If you made a Gamergate subreddit, the admins would immediately ban it, and no one knew that this was even possible. That you could just shut down the internet when it comes to like talking about a specific thing. And so when you have people who are kind of were supportive of Gamergate at the start, it was sort of less people who were I'm part of this thing and more I'm, someone who wants to figure out what's going on. If people don't want me to hear about this, if people don't want me to talk about this, I want to know why.
So when did you get involved?
Um the initial discussion thread on Reddit about Zoe Quinn, I think, yeah, I posted in that.
The massive thread from Total Biscuit that got nuked?
Yeah, it was like something like 14,000 comments. It was on like the one of the big gaming subreddits.
Yeah, R Gaming, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you what was your comment? Were you harassing people?
No, no. I left a comment, and then like right after that, that's when everything started getting deleted. I will remember that. I remember people like posting the Twitter link to it's like, oh, Zoe Quinn asked us to come down, and people were posting in it, and their comments were getting kind of deleted in real time. Where it's like, no one's doing anything, and that's when I started looking around to okay, well, what's going on with this? And basically the only places you could discuss it on at first were like places like YouTube, and people weren't going to make videos about it yet, and like Twitter.
We actually have Scarlet IT from the GGDiscussion subreddit. I've interviewed him as well. He actually founded GGDiscussion with you, I believe.
Yeah. What happened with that is um, there was another subreddit called Against Gamergate, and basically it was run by a bunch of people who were not popular with their community. They didn't have a good community relationship between them and the the mod team and the user base. And I was kind of one of the more popular users there because I was just hanging out and talking about whatever people were posting, and people liked what I was posting. But I also, was noticing that a lot of people were, getting dunked on, people being smug and dismissive towards particularly the Gamergate side, right? And I'm like, that's not what I really want to see. And eventually they asked me to join the mod team as part of the, initiative to have a more friendly relationship, with their user base. And almost immediately it went to shit because you had this one particular moderator. Their name was Hoax One, I think. And they were like, "Oh, I want to be top mod," and all the other people who don't like me, they're not allowed to vote. Only like 3 people can vote, and one of them's me. And people shouldn't be allowed to discuss this, so I'm just going to delete it from the mod queue. And it was a rogue mod, and part of what I was really frustrated by was like the over enforcement on one side and then the lack of enforcement on the other. And so eventually I just was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm spending hours arguing, um, you know, why this person shouldn't be allowed to do this thing that clearly goes against the rules, clearly goes against what we agreed to as like part of the moderation staff. And if I can't like, do right by them, then I can't do anything. And the people who were in charge was like, "Oh, Hoax was a founder. There were agreements made, blah 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 blah," and they never got away with too terribly much. It wasn't as bad as it could be, but they were basically on a pretty long leash, and it was kind of up to me to be as like the only one who really cared, to call them out. It's like, "Hey, you can't be doing this. Hey, you shouldn't have deleted that." And that was the only time when things got turned back. But it was only when I raised the issue that it ever happened. And ultimately, this kind of when I left, I just like it's like, "Hey, I can't do this. This isn't working. This isn't working. You've used the board over the last few months. It hasn't gotten better." Um, and eventually, I got shit talked by some of the other mods, and I just came out with full leaks of like stuff in the Slack, and eventually I just was like, "Hey, I'm starting a new subreddit. This clearly needs to be burned to the ground." Um, and the way that I did it was I'm like, I'm not like the internet moderator type really. When I was with against Gamergate, I was more gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna make sure that you guys are doing right by your user base. I'm not really into the whole deleting comments and who should talk about this, who shouldn't, be able to talk about that. What's the focus of our discussion? I don't really want to lead the conversation. I just kind of want to be a part of it. So I gathered together a team of people from the subreddit, and I said, look, I because I have all of the attention and all the credibility. I'm just going to be over here. I'm going to announce that we're founding the subreddit. I'm going to agree with you guys with a list of rules so that generally speaking, we know how we are to conduct ourselves. And then if you need me, you can message me. And that's how this is going to go. I'm just going to be fucking out. And I more or less kept to that, although there were a couple of situations where, you know, I needed to step in.
Yeah.
That's basically how that worked. That was
Well,
basically my moderator experience.
I don't want to shit too much on one person. Hoax One has been discussed at length throughout this
Of
series.
course.
Um, he obviously look. He obviously. It seemed like, from my perspective, again, I wasn't an insider like you guys were. I wasn't a moderator, but it seemed like he basically just wanted to shit on GamerGate people and like not contribute in like actual discussion. That's what it felt like.
I don't know if that's true. They were in the mod, like they would mod mail us constantly. I don't know what was up with them. If they were just like a big troll, then I would get it because, I think we've all had a little bit of that in us at some point, whether we've expressed it or not. What I don't understand is when you seem to have a personal grudge, but you act like a troll. That I don't get.
As a user of Against GamerGate, I thought there were issues for sure, but I got as a pro GamerGate person posting there. The moderators probably did have like a slight anti-GamerGate bias, but I feel like Saint and them they tried to keep it balanced.
Yeah, Saint and Mud Bunny, I think,
Yeah.
were the two great mods, and Saint left pretty quickly after I joined. They were stepping down, which is why they're like, oh, who's going to be the next top moderator? It was more, my problem to me was more, there was a pretty sizable, like, Gamer Gazi, against Gamergate type people who would just be absolutely horrendous to the Gamergate people, and the mods would basically never do anything about it until it got really bad. And it was creating a pretty toxic experience, and no one was having fun, and nothing productive was really happening. And there was a lot of animosity because of that.
And then of course after GGDiscussion happened, there were sort of two breakaway communities from that: the After Dark subreddit and Discord channel, which I sadly report I am not welcome in, and the GamerGate free for all debate subreddit.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if I could find some old mod mails literally just now, and apparently I'm a mod there. I wonder if it was a joke.
Open it back up because it's been privated since they protested the Reddit decision to close down their APIs.
Yeah, GG After Dark. Apparently I'm a moderator over there. I've no idea.
So you're a free for all moderator?
No, GG After Dark.
Oh, okay, never mind. Do you remember free for all?
No, I didn't participate in it, which is hilarious. Well, the only thing I know about free for all is that it was just like, okay, everyone's disagreeing with how like everything should be moderated. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a space with no moderation where anyone can do whatever they want, basically, as long as it doesn't go against the rules
That's
of
pretty much
Reddit.
right. That's pretty much accurate. They could do anything they wanted. And
That's not what I wanted.
yeah, it ended up being you thought Against GamerGate was bad with people being snarky against the GamerGaters. Holy shit, free for all took it to a whole other level.
Yeah, I didn't want that space. I wanted a space, right, where it feels like primarily GamerGate's concern was people didn't take them seriously. It wasn't even like ethics in gaming journalism, I get. But like it didn't feel like anyone really cared about gaming journalists to begin with. It was more like these people did something wrong. We pointed it out. They tried to cover it up, and now we're gonna get them. And a whole lot of GamerGate is we're gonna get them, we're gonna get them. And the only thing that really changed was who are we going to get and why were we going to go get them? And so I wanted a space where constructive, discussion could happen, where people could think about, okay, well, all right, well, let's think through the implications. What should gaming journalism look like? If this isn't it for you, if you think that it's rife with unethical behavior, um, and that it's mostly PR for the games industry, which it is, what would you like it to look like? Why do you think this person did, why do you think this person is wrong? Why do you think this, person did a bad thing? I at least wanted a space for people who wanted to have that discussion could have it. The problem with something like GamerGate Free for All is it's just like a bunch of people defined not by, their opinions, but by just the abnormal amount of sexual tension that has been building between them and whoever it is they usually would argue with on one of the other subreddits. It's just like, come on, close off. Close off. Let's go in deep. Let's go in hard. We're gonna hate fuck each other until Reddit dies inevitably.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anybody like that.
Do you feel like the discussions on Against GamerGate and GGDiscussion were productive?
Yeah, I feel that to the extent that to the extent that any of them could have been productive at that point. Because when I got involved with Against Gamergate, we're talking somewhere between 3 and 6 months after Gamergate proper started. And so at that point, I don't think anything was dying down. If anything, it was about to reach the peak. But the amount of people on Against Gamergate, the amount of people on GD discussions, it was always going to be less than Kotaku in Action, 8chan, maybe more than the Escapist. At least hope for that.
Yeah, they were
you
pretty
know?
active communities. I mean, I remember every day on break at work, 15 minute, you get a 15-minute break, and
Yeah.
I'd be jumping on there, and there'd be tons of new posts all the time. It was a very, very active place, and I was a very active poster there.
Yeah, I remember. So I GG Free for All was like not good for me the same reason that Gamergate discussion against Gamergate was, because there were people who were genuinely out there. It's like, I know what the truth is, or I have a certain perspective, and I want to reach something further to the truth. You don't want to debate people unless you want to convince them, or you want to be convinced, or you want to find out the real like meat of things. And so a bunch of people getting together to, basically Socratic method their way to solving Gamergate, those are people after my own heart. And I think even if it doesn't change like the broader course of like how Gamergate, unfolded, the amount of people who wanted to who were truth seekers, I wanted to give those people a place, because even if just like 5 people, even just like a couple of people came away from that with a deeper understanding of what went on and the state of the world, then I'm very happy.
Well, I feel like we did get that. I feel like there were a lot of very, very good conversations, and also some like not great ones too. But that's
Yeah.
the nature of the internet, I guess. The nature of Reddit, especially. So you supported GamerGate in the beginning. What made you want to support this? What made you passionate about this issue?
What made me passionate about it is genuinely everything going dark, because it was sort of oh, they don't want us to look into this. We're gonna look into it anyway. Rain, sleet, snow, or hail, the postman is going to deliver his mail. We're going to figure it out. We're going to uncover the secret plot. We're going to figure out exactly what's going on and why, and we're going to bust this thing wide open. And even if you weren't for Gamergate, I think a lot of people who were who were against it, or who, were kind of fence sitters, especially the type of fence sitters who later came out to be against Gamergate, were at least on board for the beginning, if only like in an observational role. Like, they wanted to see what was going on, because this was very unusual.
Did you find
Uh,
out the truth about GamerGate
um,
when you
More or
investigated?
less, I think.
All right,
Um,
define it for
it's
us. Or go ahead. Go ahead.
It's unfortunately banal. There was some guy who wrote, it's like, the general tenor of the discussion has been a fair number of gamers hate the journalists who cover them, and the journalists hate them back. And I think no better a single line has been written on Gamergate, perhaps ever, where it became just Gamergate. Like, Gamergate goes, I'm just going to uncover this. I'm going to uncover the reason behind the controversy. And you have these other people. Generally, the people who got hated the most were games journalists or affiliated, who just decided to be like, this is ridiculous, this is harassment, this is like overblown, it's gaming journalism, it's an entertainment press. It's like when Stephen Colbert goes, oh, it's about ethics in gamer journalism, and he can't stop laughing. It's because if you look at most entertainment journalism, it is PR. There is no ethics in it, because why would you need the ethics? Who cares? Uh, Games journalists occupy like a really weird mental space, I think, where it's like they really care about video games, but also they don't, and like they really care about their job, like they like having it, but also they really don't think much of their job.
Right,
Which,
the rock band guy who said all video games are stupid, of course, and then he also talks about how he'd rather be writing about Filipino politics.
oh, who was that?
Oh gosh,
Was that Sam
it was a
Biddle? Maybe.
Hang on, I can pull it up. But you changed your view on GamerGate as time went on, though. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, when you have that much energy, when you have a moment in time when a bunch of people have come together and they have like I want to get stuff done. I'm like fired up, I'm passionate, and I'm ready to do action. Um the only things that really matter are what are you going to do and who are you going to do it to? As opposed to the movie Bob, kind of there are no bad actions, only bad targets. Who are you gonna do it to, and why? And Gamergate tended even just the existence of Gamergate, not even like people were beating down the doors of IGN, not even people beating down the doors of GameSpot, but just the existence of the conversation and the fervor, the fever pitch to which it reached. Like all these people introduced ethics policies. A lot of the people who refused to adopt ethics policies or who had some perceived ethical violations, you had a lot of Gamergate people go into like their comment section, email people, bosses, advertisers, that kind of thing, to try and get them, to adopt these policies, but more it seemed like kind of revenge against not taking it seriously, revenge against doing things that we don't agree with, maybe for reasons other than ethics, um, just kind of in general. It seemed like at the very beginning, a lot of people thought it was a culture war. It was kind of an extension of the predominant mindset on the internet at the time, which is just like, oh, we're anti SJW. May God strike me dead for saying that seriously. Uh, but much like with that term, it meant like clinically, if you were to ask somebody to define, it's like, oh, it's these, pseudo progressives. It's these, you know, they are to the left wing what Trump is to the right wing. But in practice, when someone calls someone else an SJW, it just basically means what woke means now, which is anything that the left does, basically. So you had a lot of these people being attacked. Like I remember specifically. I remember the moment I'm like, it's just over. It's just over. It was when there was an article written um, that led to the Mozilla CEO stepping down because he donated to Proposition 8 in California to ban same-sex marriage. And people were saying that was like not like that was an ethics concern. 'Cause it's just like, oh, that led to him losing his job. It's just like when they, call your boss. This was like, the CEO equivalent. This journalist which it was public information. These donations were public information. This journalist exposed this guy's political beliefs with the intent of getting him fired. And that runs completely contrary to what journalistic ethics is, which is that, the public needs to know these things. You have an obligation to tell people about these things. They have a right to know who represents them. They have a right to it is a matter in the public interest. They have a right to know who is involved in these sorts of things.
So
And it
good.
Go ahead.
So some GamerGate people disagreed with you on the Mozilla firing and the
It,
attempt to get him fired.
not
And this
not disagree with me. It's like we didn't have a discussion about it. It was just like I will remember being on Kotaku in action, and I was watching this discussion unfold. I normally didn't participate in there because I didn't really like the place. If I'm honest, an opinion that has only been justified the longer that place exists. Uh,
Oh damn. Going hard, huh?
yeah. Well, I mean, who's gonna be upset by that really? Except for them, who I don't care about. Like I'm not running for anything, so I have to paraphrase Christopher Hitchens. So I don't have to pretend I like anyone I don't. Um, I didn't like Kotaku in action. It felt very reactionary from the beginning, but then it just kind of moved to against progressivism, against like whatever we're against, that is unethical. It's not ethical to say that boob sliders with like triple D triple, quadruple J knockers are a little bit off-putting to female gamers. It's not okay to say that. It's not okay to complain that the trans character was changed into a cis character in the localization, or rather, yeah. Because that when they localized some Japanese game, they turned some character to a trans character instead of like a laughingstock, because the Japanese attitude towards trans people and gay people is complicated, depending on what you're talking about.
So wait,
And
I don't remember this controversy. What was the
it's
game?
hard to remember any individual one. I don't remember the game specifically. It's hard to remember any individual one, because most of what was being talked about was fairly inconsequential, I would say. Like, I don't think, characters localized in the English version as a trans character, when in the Japanese version they weren't. They were like a Tononoko or whatever it is, before. I don't think most people would remember that story. And I only remember it in the context of people saying that it was unethical, that people were doing it to appease the game journalists and, the SJWs, and this shouldn't be happening to video games. And it's just like,
Well,
really?
I'm very much opposed to. I'm very much opposed to censoring things when they localize them. I think that we should get the original product
I don't
as close to it as we
mind.
can.
I don't mind, mostly, because a lot of times I view like translation as partially adaptation, where a lot of things get changed because you have to, like, you're removing the original product from a cultural context, and you're putting it, like, you're transforming it into something that makes sense for American audiences. My go-to example is like Phoenix Wright. The people who localize Phoenix Wright deserve like a medal, because there are so many Western pop cultural references in that game. And if you look back to the actual Japanese version, they're more Japan-centric references. Or Resident Evil 4, right? Leon had a catchphrase, which was basically "good grief." But in the US version, when he says, "Oh, women," or "story of my life," or "what else could go wrong," that was translated from that catchphrase, because in America we don't really do that. So I don't mind if things are changed in adaptation. I don't even mind necessarily if things are changed for sensitivity reasons.
See, I guess we
Some
just
things are okay.
I guess we just disagree there. I think we should get the artistic vision of the creator in the West, and not like a watered down version or changed version. Like if it's something extremely minor, it doesn't like bother me too much. But a lot of times they'll go completely ham with it, and they'll take out like half the
Yeah.
game, like we saw with Ace Combat 3. And that's an extreme example. But even then, like
What
even when
happened?
they're
What
changing.
happened with Ace Combat 3?
They basically just released. They took out the entire story, and they took out all of the, I think all the cutscenes too, and like half the missions.
Good lord.
Yeah,
Why
look
would
up
they do
Ace
that?
Combat 3 US release.
Let's see.
And they never even released like the full version in the US ever. There's a fan version that people came out with a couple years ago, but it requires you
Unofficial.
to have the actual game or to use an emulator.
I see. I see. It was because it had to be altered to fit in a single disc, because they believed that since the game didn't sell well in Japan, they were hoping to save a little money when they release it in America. I see. Okay. That's very interesting.
Scarlet asks
Well,
if
I
you're talking
definitely don't
about.
want that to happen.
Scarlet says that was the controversy you're referring to the one with poison from Final Fight?
I don't think so. It was some the phrase that I have adopted is creepy anime bullshit. Like, there's a certain range of games where it's just like, yep, a lot of video games are from Japan. Mario's from Japan, but they're not necessarily as Japanese as Xenoblade Chronicles, where the cultural signifiers are more present in some games more than others. It was one of those low rent AA anime games that come out like a dozen of them, or a couple, like by the dozen every generation, and I couldn't remember the title for the life of me.
Yeah, Do you think there's an issue with? What do you think the problem is? Like that we need to like change the games to make them culturally sensitive to the West? Because I don't think most Westerners are like some super prudish people. I think that's basically a tiny minority of people, and they go fuck themselves. Those games aren't for them anyway.
Not prudish, but there are certain things that may not play well to certain audiences. Like, a good example. I have two examples. One is Persona, where they were pretty mean spirited, and I think Persona 4 towards a character that was clearly trying to pass as a woman. And I think that scene got heavily altered for American audiences because we have a very different attitude toward that here. Um, where it's just like that would be a little bit too mean spirited and it might leave people with a bad taste in their mouth. It might make the protagonist less likable. Whereas in Japan, it probably wasn't seen as mean spirited, but because it's more of a hot topic here in the States, it doesn't have the same impact. And just
Yeah,
from a writing perspective, I do agree with the change because if for the writing perspective, you want to have a lighthearted joke here, and it's not a lighthearted joke when you localize it, well, then there's a problem because then you aren't fulfilling the original designer's vision either. So sometimes in localization, it feels as though even like when you're trying to curate things to sensitivity, you are in some sense trying to preserve something about the original.
yeah. I guess I just have a very different idea of that. I think we should have the original. I think video games are art, and as art, we should get the artistic vision that the creator intended. And there might be like edge cases where we can discuss, but I think that by and large, absolutely we should get the original artistic vision of the creator. And people can evaluate that artistic work however they want. They could be extremely critical of this particular character and their interactions with this other character. I think that's fine to criticize that, but I want to
Maybe,
see the original artwork.
maybe, but I'm doubtful that you'd get like the level of purity I think that you want because when you look at like the way games are made and the amount of concessions that are made, not just from the gameplay side of things, but from the writing side of things, it's really hard to be like this is the vision. And I'm sure that there are plenty of designers who are just like, well, I want games translated in such a way that they have the experience more or less that the Japanese people did. And I don't know anything about America, so I can't do that. But if someone else can do that, I'm all for it. All right, quick. But one thing I will say is I'm not opposed. And if they've said for like preservation purposes, I want a preservation of like the original scripts in all languages, just a direct translation even though there is some small problems with Japanese because of how literal, you are with what you translate. But let's just say, like, the platonic ideal of just a one-to-one translation. I would think that would be interesting for like game preservation purposes, but I think that's a little bit different from like a commercial release.
Well,
I have to be back. Go ahead,
okay,
go
go ahead.
ahead, and then I'll have to take a quick break for 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say that with anime, a lot of people prefer the subs because they are the original context, and it seems like that's fine. It doesn't seem like there's like a major issue with like people misinterpreting things because they're making Japanese references in the sub.
Sometimes, but whenever the subtitles are still partially a translation because of the way that Japanese works, like you are kind of having to interpret certain things, how certain people should be addressed, how like I said before, like how literal your interpretation is. It's just a matter of fact that with the dubs, these are more because they're the ones that are most consumed by American casual American anime viewing audiences. They're going to be even more adapted. And I would mostly prefer the subs as well because there is a little bit more like care to try and translate more or less the meaning of what's happening in English. But whenever anyone adds subtitles, it's it it's it is in some sense interpreting in the same way as someone who is adapting a script for like a dub. It's just that because there are different purposes, but different intentions between the people who are adapting for dubbing and people who are adapting for subbing. That's why you get two different results.
All right, I'll let you do your thing real quick, and we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Excellent.
All right, see you in 5. Hello,
Don't shit
chat.
talk me too bad while I'm gone.
I'll try not to. Well, chat, anything you want to talk about while Bashfluff is away? Wednesday, I'm interviewing Mark, the top moderator of V. Thursday, I'm interviewing Thydrin, the owner of Burgers and Fries. Controversial, I know, but that's part of the story too. Excited to watch the Mark interview. Glad to hear that. I'm sure it'll be great. I actually haven't talked with him before, ever, aside from briefly in DMs. I'm gonna go ahead and schedule that now on YouTube, so the Mark interview. I just made a thumbnail for it. Oh my gosh, Halloween's coming up, people. Tomorrow. What do you think about your points? There's a dissonance because it's extracted from another culture, not fine to dilute if it's context. I want something with all of its blemishes. Yeah, I agree 1,000%. Japanese is very difficult to translate into Western languages, one-to-one, Scarlett says. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Lana, about wanting the full experience. The only real exception I would make is if it's, well, one, if it's illegal, like Japan, like Germany used to have laws against swastikas and things like that. So if they have to change it because the law says to, I think it's a stupid law. But like I understand if you want to like still release it in the German market, you got to do what you got to do. And the other exception I would make is if it's like an artistic reason for the localization. Like if they like I think the Avengers did this where they purposely had like one line in the film that was going to be different in each language. And that was like an artistic choice that they made to do that. I think that's fine if that's the case. Well, if he's going to step away for a minute, I'm going to step away for a second too then. Oh, hang on, we got another chat message. Yeah, they had Captain America's Notebook having cultural points from everywhere. They dubbed it, which is nice. Yeah, I think that's totally cool if it's like an artistic thing like that. But if it's just like we're gonna change it because we think Americans are gonna be offended, like no.
All right, here I am. Need to make sure the fire doesn't go out. All right. Oh, he's not here. I have run of the. I have the run now. Shout outs
Oh, you're back?
to Talos Principle 2 available in fine game retailers everywhere. Please feel free to continue.
You're about to do like a whole like Raid Shadow Legends commercial in my fucking stream.
I thought it would be funny, yeah. There's only one lingering thought I had about the translation thing, which is the perspective I'm coming at this is like I'm an editor by trade. And when you're a writer, just like when you communicate with everyone, there's like two parties, the speaker and the listener, and the writer and the reader. And when the writer's purpose is to communicate an idea so that the listener or the reader feels the way that the writer needs them to feel for it to work, whatever purpose they're trying to do. So whenever I'm working with someone, there's going to be a lot of times where, people are going to read what they're writing and they're not going to have the reaction that the writer wants, or they're going to misinterpret something and be like, well, why did they think this? Why do they think I meant that? Why do they think, this, that, or the other? And I just go, well, what you intended was different from what you've written. And so I'm a lot more amenable to changing what's on the page, as it were, to match with the intentions of the writer, because that's the field that I work in. And that to me is the goal, is to, like, you have an idea in your head, you want to beam it into the audience's head. And anything physical, any words on the page, any, bytes on the disc is just a way to communicate that.
Well,
And if you want,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Most of these controversies aren't about like, oh, well, we had to use this word instead of that word because the context, it just doesn't make sense from a one-to-one direct translation. Like, most of it's because they want to take stuff out because they think, oh, well, Westerners aren't going to like this. Westerners are too prudish. Westerners uh, don't understand Japanese culture. We're going to take this out. And it's usually stuff like that, especially stuff involving sex.
I don't know which ones in particular, so I won't say on that. But the one example I use about Persona is the one I would use as my go-to, because in Japanese that wasn't meant to be offensive. It was supposed to be lighthearted, and it can be because trans issues aren't a hot button issues there. But when it's localized to, like, take some things out to preserve that tone, so the audience sees that it's like a lighthearted comedic scene, is staying more true to the intentions, and those sorts of edits I think are fine.
Okay.
But other ones are maybe different. All right, what next?
All right. So you changed your mind on GamerGate, and you consider yourself an opponent of it. I think you flared yourself anti-GG then, right?
Yeah.
What made you want to oppose this movement then, after that you already supported?
Like I was kind of getting at before, when you have a bunch of people with a bunch of pent up energy and a willingness to use that energy to do something, it's hard enough to get people who want to do something together in a room. When you have thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of people together in a room, and it's like, I want to do something, I am motivated, I am driven. The real questions are, what are you going to do, and who are you going to do it to? And it seemed as GamerGate went on, the more vague that got, the more it was, progressive things are happening because of SJWs. They're coming for our games, and we have to stop them. This is a cultural battle. This isn't just an ethics battle. We have to fight them here, or they're going to be everywhere. And that was never what I was a part of. That wasn't me. And especially because the word progressive, as more and more people kind of dropped out, started meaning, gay people in video games. Oh, they're trying to, attack our traditional values. And just, I remember recently-ish, when Spider-Man, when that mod came out, when Spider-Man got localized to PC, about they replaced all the LGBT flags with American flags, and the Kotaku in Action discussion on that. I hadn't been there in years, but it was some of the most awful shit. Like, completely transphobic, in not just like in a casual way, but there was just this ugly ugly hatred. And I just was floored because even back then it wasn't that bad, but it just continued to radicalize. And I think most people who stopped being a part of GG either was just like, okay, we got the ethics concerns we want, fine. That's one group. But I think there's another group when I talk to people, which is just, where along the radicalization train did you fall off? What was too much for you? When did you stop going, wait a minute? When did you start going, wait a minute? This isn't about ethics at all. I don't think I like what you guys are saying. It tends to be different for each person.
There's like 4 groups, I think. Well, I guess 5 groups. 5 groups with GamerGate. You have people who only care about ethics.
Mhm.
Then you have people who are like ethics and creative freedom, which is like me. And then you have like ethics and creative freedom and like generalized dislike of like the social justice warrior stuff.
Mhm.
Or actually, those people don't even believe in creative freedom. A lot of them don't. They just don't like social
No.
justice warriors. But like I think that's fine. I think there's like a lot of like legitimate criticisms of what the social justice warriors were and what they did. I think that you can criticize a lot of that stuff. And a lot of the people who did criticize them were liberal, like myself. And then there's like another group. Like this group didn't really exist in the beginning, but they sort of like joined later on. And those are like the people who came into like Kotaku in action as it blew up into this massive subreddit. And they were very much
Yeah.
more like they were basically social conservatives almost. Like that's basically what that group was. And then there's like a 5th group, which is overlapped with the ethics people, and that was like I want the people who wanted to make GamerGate take on things like loot boxes, microtransactions, things like that. This were like 5th camp, but that camp never really got off the ground too much.
No. Thankfully not.
Wait, thankfully
I
not. You good?
I think we should get more of it in like the politics part of things, but I will say there's a difference between someone who considers themselves like a liberal and someone who like has liberal beliefs, because I think a lot of people, especially Americans, especially at that particular time around 2014, where you had a lot of like Democratic control and Republicans losing bad on like these social issues, you had a lot of received identity where in the same way as you had like libertarians who are just like, yeah, I just want to smoke weed and and that's as far as they thought about it. There's a lot of people with this received identity of, I'm a liberal because I don't hate gay people, and I don't think that the government should get involved in people's personal private business. And where that was sort of the defining issues when they were growing up. So that's the identity that they think that they belong to. But when it comes to issues that they're not familiar with, a lot of them did seem to, even the leftist ones, and I don't deny that, they ran a lot of polls. It's like, no, I consider myself leftist, and I don't really have any reason not to believe them. A lot of people, when confronted with issues where like people who maybe more were liberals in a more considered way would have went one way, they didn't really seem to go that same way. So it's a
To
little bit
clarify though,
murky.
when GamerGate was happening, gay marriage was still illegal in most of the United States. Obergefell was in 2015.
Yeah. Well, it was in July 2015, and GamerGate was around in August, and so midway
August
through the
2014,
first year.
like a whole year almost.
Yeah. Yeah. So like right before the year end, it was legalized everywhere. But it was clear, even at the time, it was kind of a question of when, because the political force, it was just like around that time was the first time that you had a majority of people in the United States pro legalization of gay marriage was around 2014. So it was clear that like Republicans were on the losing issue, and most of the people who didn't agree with gay marriage being legalized, right, were like very old, a lot more religiously conservative, which is a strong minority of the population. But it is not in any sense a plurality. So except for the sizable, like really old kind of boomer population and the hardcore religious population, most sections of America had long been won over by this point. They lost the culture war, and they knew it. at least insofar as gay marriage by that time. Which is, why the Supreme Court, comes out in July, and Justice Scalia writes, it's like the pageantry of this all. You're just kind of, trying to validate gay marriage. You're coming out for a victory lap, with your winning the culture war. And there's a little bit of truth in that, where it seemed to be like, this is the decision I'm going to be remembered for. I'm going to be on the right side of history. I'm going to write, this beautiful, flowery, this is the time that love won kind of Supreme Court, opinion. But that's. Go ahead.
There might be some people who they didn't care about politics that much, and they're like, well, I like weed, I'm friends with gay
Yeah.
people, maybe I'm gay myself, and like I don't really care about abortion. Like, yeah, sure, pro life or pro choice or whatever, and like I also support universal health care because like it seems
Sure.
like a good idea. And they didn't like have super strong. I mean, actually, that's it sounds like those are like some pretty strong opinions, but they didn't like care about like whatever like the weird Tumblr stuff was, and they didn't like a lot of that. And I think a lot of that stuff was like legitimate. Like there's a difference between like liberal and where you believe in like classical liberal values like egalitarianism and equality of opportunity and free speech, and like those are like that's a set of values that's different from like this weird progressive ideology that we have now.
A little bit. What I'm saying is, you can have like strong political beliefs, but when you have only like a couple of those ones, and they're the result of like kind of the political environment you grew up on, like you don't really have like a strongly formed held political identity. And that's why, like, when people from Gamergate be like, "Oh, we're all liberals, we're all liberals." If you want an explanation why sometimes they didn't really act like liberals, it's because they didn't really have a strongly formed political identity. They had strong beliefs, but the identity doesn't necessarily match up with what people would think of as liberalism, because it's most of them didn't even take a political compass test. You know what I mean?
Well, I think most of them like were liberal. They weren't mostly far left people. And like that's the difference. Like the far left on social issues, that is, wanted to move into the gaming space, which is like fine. They're able to like play games just like anybody else. But in doing so, they brought like this totalitarian ideology with them. That's partly why the mass censorship happened, because they couldn't tolerate any dissent.
I think that this is where I'm gonna kind of show my hand a little bit as far as what I believe. There's a particular group of liberals, like college children of rich kids with guilt. And I think a lot of those people are the craziest people you ever did see. And I think a lot of like the more objectionable lines of rhetoric is out of touch rich people who, found progressivism the same way a drug addict finds religion. Like, I don't think that you could properly characterize like what started happening socially around the 2010s with people trying to make gaming like a more like accepting environment to multiple people, with like this big far left push. If anything, it was a capitalist push. But thankfully, I think we can find some common ground in that. Here's how I would say it. Like, Anita Sarkeesian 50% of the time says basic feminism 101 stuff. And then the other 50% of the time, she says some of the craziest things I've heard, I think. Especially when she uses specific examples. Like, in this game,
Yes.
this is what's wrong. In this game, this is what's wrong. A lot of people seem to go off of the Anita train there. But, fast forward 5-10 years, and you have, that 50%, the not crazy 50% being used, and the not and the crazy 50%, you don't really see many signs of that. So unfortunately, we have what I think is the funniest outcome, which is that Anita Sarkeesian, despite being everything that gamers were afraid she was, wound up having a net positive, because now we have the sane 50%, and the crazy 50% got ignored, which like I said, is the most hilarious outcome. There was somebody, I would have to ask my husband who it is, and he's gonna kill me because he's his favorite writer about games journalism, though he didn't work for a publication. Um, I think his name was Shane something. He tragically died a few years ago in his late 50s. But just when he was just doing just getting into video content, and he was doing a video with some friends of his, just analyzing a game. He said, "Hey, I don't think I could make a top 10 list of the best female characters in gaming." And I think that's a problem. I think that does need to change. And I went ahead, when Harry, my husband, told me about this, I went ahead and looked up a lot of like things on Reddit, a lot of things that are published by game outlets. Just I took about 30, 45 minutes to look at who people thought who people would populate the top 10 women in gaming with. And a lot of the spots are things that have come out in the last 10 years or so. And so that's sort of the
Well, I
barometer
I
for
don't
success, I
know
think.
if like I'm fine with there being more diversity in games. Like I'm not opposed to that. But like I don't I also it's sort of this weird erasure of the fact that like there were tons of female characters in games. Like I don't know like why he couldn't do a top 10 list himself, but like I could easily think of 10 characters, 10 female characters who were like great female characters or from the 90s, 2000s.
I I could name like 10 female characters, but like if I were to make a list of those characters from 10 years ago, I don't think that the list would be comparable. If I were to try and make a top 10 list of video game characters, we'll say, very few women would have been on it. Like I don't think there were equal in that sense. Like
Well, there were definitely more games with male protagonists. That's definitely
not not
true.
not just games with male protagonists, but like that there were better characters mostly. Like you had a little bit of something for everyone. Like I wouldn't call Mario, for example, a pretty like emotionally like anyone who was attached to. But you at least had like you at least had Solid Snake, you had Kratos, you had Dante. You could name like a good 10, 15 characters right at the bat. It's like those are the greatest characters. And then you go to like female video game characters and you could name some, and some of them are pretty all right. Like if you want to ignore the absolutely dog shit writing of like Resident Evil, you could be like, I liked Jill Valentine and Ada Wong. I liked Samus when she started getting more of a character. I liked Alex Vance. I liked the lady from Silent Hill 3, whatever her name is, or
Basically the same
Aerith.
list I probably would have given. Well, yeah, Aerith and Tifa, of course, and Yuffie.
Yeah. Um, but it's you're definitely have a lot more slim pickings by quite a lot. And the female characters back then, if you were to put them on a list like with the male characters, I don't think many people would pick many of the female characters over most of the male characters. I think you might have like one or two slots with the female characters, probably near the top of the list, with the exception of Samus, who was like clearly like the most well thought out at that time. I think most well considered um, back, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean maybe that's the case. I mean, I again like I think I don't think GamerGate was like opposed to that though.
Well, here's what wound up happening. It was just like when you had people was like, oh, this is a game with like a female protagonist, or it's like, oh, we're gonna have like female characters in Battlefield, or we're gonna have this, that, and the other. It's just like, oh no, we can't have that. This is just progressives engaging in tokenism. I think the turning point was I think so when Apex Legends came out, and when people are like, "Oh, that character being gay was tokenism." It's like, well, what makes it tokenism? Because you only know that they're gay because of like a bio on someone's website. And I think a lot of
Oh,
people,
Tracer. No, you're about Overwatch.
no. I was thinking Apex. I think Soldier 76. I don't want to bring up Overwatch specifically because a lot of people were thinking of that as like LGBT pandering in the sense of like it was exploitative of LGBT people to avoid criticism, where it's just like, oh no, they hate what we're doing. Come out with another comic where some gay stuff happens. And I don't think anyone liked that. But I think it really was Apex Legend when that was coming out, and there was a minor controversy over some of the characters being LGBT, that a lot of people started going, these guys aren't actually being opposed to tokenism. They're just thinking that these people putting in an LGBT character is part of like liberal San Francisco culture.
Well,
And there were definitely elements of that, enough of that in Gamergate where I'm just like, this isn't going the right way.
right. I guess but there's sort of like two things. There's like GamerGate, like specifically, and then there's like the general anti-SJW sentiment that existed like throughout the internet and on gaming too. That was like separate from GamerGate as a thing. And there were definitely a lot of like socially conservative people
When
who were very much like opposed to like Mass Effect Andromeda, for instance. And some of those people were in
yeah,
GamerGate too, which is I agree that was
when
a problem.
yeah, here's the difference to me. When I like to go kind of back to received like identities. Like for a long time, what dominated a lot of internet culture and YouTube in particular was like atheism and atheist culture. And that sort of moved, kind of graduated uh, in response to like Atheism Plus and things like that, to being a more, and BuzzFeed and things like that, to be a more anti SJW kind of thing. And so anti SJW kind of culture kind of was internet culture for a little bit. And they're like, oh no, and the kind of the dominant line of thinking was not that, oh, we're socially conservative, we don't like this. It's like, no, we're the real liberals. We're the sane leftists. And these people, they're fucking crazy. So, and I think there was a lot of that in Gamergate. I saw a lot at the very beginning of just people posting on Twitter about Gamergate and posting their screenshots to 4chan or Kotaku in action as blowing out the SJWs. That was like 90% of what happened. Is like people would post about blowing the fuck out of SJWs, and whenever someone dropped a new news article, and whenever someone was doing a live stream, that was basically 99% of what was being posted
Yeah, I don't
around
know if
the
that's
day to
true
day.
because I did contemporaneously actually during GamerGate. I did a
Yeah.
video. Unfortunately, it did not survive, but it was a video that looked at like the breakdown of Kotaku in action. And it depends on like what week it was. There were some weeks that were slow and some weeks that weren't. Um, but like generally, most of it was gaming related stuff.
Oh, it's all gaming related, I guess technically. But there's like a difference between Gamergate related and gaming related. Where a lot of Gamergate kind of seemed to be focused on like people criticizing it and making its status as like a valid kind of thing. Um, evident in the ideology. It's like Operation Disrespectful Nod, right? A lot of the organizations that were targeted were not necessarily unethical organizations, but organizations that were painted as unethical for being against Gamergate, being collaborators.
Well, hang on.
And
I don't think that's true at all, actually. Go ahead. You can make your point. And I do think that
I
lying about Gamergate is unethical.
lying about Gamergate is unethical. Let's see. Poor Sam Biddle. Sorry, I was just looking up some of these. Um, the point being that it seemed like Gamergate was more kind of focused on its own PR than a lot of other things. And if you were like against Gamergate, then they were you know, they were going to come at you. And whether that's justified or not, like you could definitely make the arguments like these people who are opposed to us, we're gonna come out against them, and we're gonna come out swinging, and we're gonna take them down. There is something admirable in that, but it feels like tied up in like the ethics conversation is not like a separate and distinct group of people who is like, I'm just here for this. It all was kind of a mismatch where there was a general sentiment of like anti SJW kind of received internet culture, and a general sentiment of people are not they're not covering us fairly. Or if they are covering us at all, and we want to get back at them for that. We want to prove ourselves, and a general kind of sentiment of games journalism is a joke. And just there were people who were more into certain parts of that than others, but just generally speaking, the atmosphere was very not like one thing in particular, at least from what I was seeing.
Well, do you think there's something wrong with opposing the quote unquote social justice warriors?
It kind of depends on who. Um, because sometimes I think that there is, like I said, the rich children of rich people who go to college and find progressivism in the same way you find religion. A lot of people who don't particularly tend to come off as authentic, who are kind of the male feminists of progressivism, if you will, where where they're kind of mouthing along, they're saying the right words, but nothing behind the eyes. And a lot of those people, they tend to say some very odd things. But the general topics in conversation, at least around that time, were like people who were freaking out over like the concept of microaggressions existing, or like I said with the Mozilla article was posted on Kotaku in Action. That was like a pretty big turning point for me, where people were being like, it's unethical to expose this person who donated to keep gay marriage illegal in the state of
Well,
California.
like that's like they trying to write an article just so you can get like some guy fired from his job is pretty crazy.
Um,
Like, isn't he
I don't.
entitled to like, have his political views even if you disagree with them?
Well, no one's saying he's not entitled to his views, but
He
it's
just
just
shouldn't be
like,
able to work and have those views. So he shouldn't be able to like, exist within a capitalist framework.
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, like, if you donated to the Klan and that came out, well, a lot of people may not want to be associated with you. Like,
I I don't
and
think that's the same thing though.
I mean, nowadays it's kind of seen as, Proposition 8 organized by a hate movement.
I mean,
So, like,
I'm pro.
I,
I'm
I know it. I
pro.
know it's not like a one-to-one analogy, but no one's saying this guy's not allowed to work. And he was the CEO, and he agreed to step down, regardless of what went down behind the scenes. He has enough money to live without working forever if he wants to. But I think that no one's gonna look at Mozilla Firefox if he wants to get a fucking job at McDonald's, or he wants to stock groceries, or even if he wants to do IT. They're not going to be like, oh, you one time you donated to Proposition 8 and there was a controversy, so we're not going to hire you. I think that in and of itself is overblown. But no, I think if you're a known part of a hate movement, if you're like a Nazi and people are like, hey, this guy is a Nazi, and then the employer doesn't want to be associated because it's bad PR to have a Nazi working with you, or for you. I think that that's fine, and I think that that is kind of how journalism should work. If that person in particular is in enough of a position of power and authority.
I mean, he
Is
ran
that
like a non-profit group, Mozilla, where they created like, free software for everyone to use. Like this isn't like Exxon Mobil we're talking about here.
sure? But that's like ExxonMobil was corrupt, like the whole organization. That's why people got perked. So it's not exactly the same thing. But and nor were they taken down because they had disagreeable political opinions. Although I'm sure that they did, considering that they were morally bankrupt. But if I think, like, if you're a public official, right, and you're a Nazi, whether you're Republican or Democrat, if you're secretly a Nazi and a reporter uncovers that, it's like, hey, this person is a Nazi, and then there's a scandal, and the political party who you're a part of, like, doesn't agree to fund you anymore. They don't want to fund you anymore. They don't want you to run. You can choose to run. They don't want you to run, and people don't want to vote for you. I don't think anything unethical has occurred. And it's the same thing if, like, someone owns a business and they donate to hate groups or a hateful movement, and that's exposed by a journalist, and people say, oh, I don't want to use Mozilla Firefox. I don't want to financially support hateful people or an organ. I don't want my money going towards that. I don't want my that's not that doesn't match up with my beliefs. And if that's the way that happens, I don't think anything unethical has occurred. really, on anyone's part.
So according to Gallup, in May 6, 2015, they did polling, a lot of polling on gay marriage, but 55% in 2014, 55% of Americans supported gay marriage compared to
Yeah,
45% who opposed. I don't think that living in a world where people who have a 45% minority position should be outside of the Overton window of like what we allow in society. Like you can disagree with the guy, but he's not a Nazi, right? He has a 45% opinion poll position that a huge portion of Americans holds. And like that's a bad position. I disagree with him on this position. But like I wouldn't want to like try to destroy his life because he has this viewpoint that is shared by almost half the country.
here's the thing. Two things. One is it's not unethical journalistically. That's what journalism is about. Like if you go
I
to the
never heard people
SBJ,
say it was unethical. Like maybe some
yeah,
person said that, but like I think people are like kind of rightly criticizing the fact that people are trying to get this guy fired over an
and
opinion that's held by 45% of the country.
and there's a distinct difference between someone who holds an opinion and someone who does an action, right? If you are against, homosexuality, against gay marriage, and make that evident, and say nah, to to gay people, or supporters, it's a little bit different than someone who kicks their kid out, or someone who talks about it at work, or indeed someone who donates to a movement to keep it illegal. Those are very distinct things. I think most people are kind of content with, well, you don't support gay marriage. I think that makes you a shithead, but I don't think that you should be fired and stones should be cast on you in the street. Most people, there wasn't really a movement to, we need to figure out all those people who don't support gay marriage, and we need to get them all fired. It's specific actions. It's not beliefs
Well,
necessarily that
to
are
be
getting
clear though,
punished.
like this
The
action,
actions.
the action is him donating
Yeah.
to a referendum to support a referendum that some people don't like. Like that's democracy, right? He's donating to support a cause and advertising for the no campaign on this proposition that all of society is going to be voting for.
Sure.
And like that should be publicly disclosed. Like yes, like it is. It's
Yeah.
but like trying to get him fired for it, like I don't think that's like the right approach.
Well, it's just like, I don't understand how this isn't like also like you're explaining like this in this natural terms. Like this is how democracy works. Where a person believes a thing, they support a thing, and then they vote, or they caucus, or they have money, they donate towards this cause to get that cause put into action. But then you kind of stop there. But then if you keep going, it's just like, and then if people are caucusing, or otherwise volunteering or donating, or doing other actions that are in favor of a cause that people find objectionable, well, then some people don't want to be associated with them. And that's the freedom of association. This is all like part of the system. This is a part and parcel component that makes everything work. Is that no one has to be associated with anything that they don't want, and people are free to be associated with the things that they do. Like if it was a different sort of proposition, if it was just like, I want to put the Asians back in internment camps, like, you go, well, it was just a proposition, I think depending on the proposition, we might even get a different answer out of you as to, is it okay for people to like expose that, to say the people need to know who this person is,
I think
or
exposing it is fine because it's public information. What I don't think is fine is this campaign to get him fired. Which
it
is like
wasn't that
which is what you said. It was like that was like the intent behind all of this to get this
um
guy shit canned.
the person who exposed it may have been intending that. But I don't particularly care about that. But what was causing the reaction was people being like, I don't want to be associated with this anymore. If you don't get rid of them, I don't want to be associated with Firefox anymore. I don't want to give my time, money, and recommendations to an organization that traffics in that sort of thing. and that's just kind of that is free association in that sense too. Um, it's every bit as part of democracy and part of our political environment as supporting a cause.
Yeah, I mean, people can freely associate with whoever they want to, or not associate with whoever they want to. They can donate to whatever organization they want to. If they don't want to donate to Firefox because of this, that's like their choice. Like that's fine. It just seems like this extremely vindictive thing, especially over something that half the country was still undecided on.
Yeah, but it's like on one side you go, well, why are people upset about this? This is just how democracy works. People support things and this and that. And I could turn on you. It's like, well, why do you not view it the same way? Why do you not just go, well, people are not going to want to be a part of, anything that this guy is associated with. That's also just part of the process. Why is one labeled vindictive and the other labeled normal? Because I think they're both equally normal. And I would say that donating to stop people from being able to be married is pretty vindictive myself. Like just in general.
Like
Like it
I don't agree with those people. Like I'm I'm probably more in agreement with you here actually.
yeah.
I just don't like if somebody has like these traditional religious views, like I don't think that like they should be fired from their jobs because of it, even if they donated to a campaign to make gay marriage illegal or keep it illegal in California.
I I would say certain actions are a fireable offense. It isn't just that people believe. That's the important thing. It isn't just that they fire people with these beliefs. It's just certain actions.
The action
Um,
being that he
sure,
donated because he has these beliefs. That's the that it's not like he went out and like beat up a gay person. Okay.
yeah. I don't believe that's the only fireable offense. In the same way, it's just like you don't have to like grab someone's ass to sexually harass them. There's a gradient. There are some actions that people are willing to tolerate as part of living in a free society, and certain actions that aren't. And when a rich person tries to put a bunch of money towards a cause, people understand what that means. That they are using their not insignificant amount of political power and influence to further the oppression of a minority, and certain people don't want to be associated with that. And more than that, especially the demographic that's associated with the tech sector in particular.
He donated $1,000. I just looked it up. This is from The Verge.
He donated as much as was legally allowable.
So so I mean he didn't violate any laws. It doesn't seem like he did like anything like
No,
that bad. He donated $1,000 to stop gay marriage from passing in California.
no, no, no. As far as we know, there are other organizations that he might have donated to. That direct individual donations are capped at a certain amount, but political finance laws are such that certain organizations don't have to disclose their funding. Political action committees, in particular, other kind of LLCs, shell companies, whatever,
Do you
whatever
have
you
any
might
reason to
want to
think
do.
that he donated to those companies even? Or and even if he did, I don't know if that's like that's bad. I don't think it's illegal or should be like
No,
viewed
I
wrong to donate to a super PAC.
but I don't think like legality is where morality begins or ends. I'm not accusing him of doing anything illegal. No, no, no one is. They're just saying it was a bad thing to do. A pretty bad thing to do. And when, people think you have done a bad thing, if it's bad enough, people will go, well, I don't want to be associated with you. I don't want to be in the same country as you. I don't want to be, let alone the same room. I don't want to associate any projects that you're a part of. I don't want to make you successful is ultimately it. I don't want to be a part of making you successful because you want to do something that I find abhorrent. And
Well,
I think that's a fairly normal thing. It's as much a part of democracy as supporting anything, any sort of efforts, political campaign, political project. Some people are going to like the project you support, some people aren't. And it's just all part of the game.
yeah, I guess I just don't view $1,000 donation to this cause that he supports because of his religious views as being like as being something that should get you kicked out of society or kicked out of
Not
your
out of
position or your job, out
society.
of your job, even if it's like this specific job.
Um, I I think that whether you think morally it's a good reason, at the very least economically, Mozilla was forever tainted when that came out. If they didn't kick that guy to the curb, it would
Well, I
not have
think
been great for them.
that's like a valid way to that's a valid criticism of the social justice warriors, like the culture they're trying to create, this anti-pluralistic culture, where if you
Oh,
hold a
it's not an
position,
anti-pluralistic culture.
well, it's
It's
just if you're in the 55%, you're okay in society. If you're in the 45%, you're not. Like that seems pretty anti-pluralistic.
well, no, it's not. We're not talking about numbers. It's like, okay, this 55% of people versus this 45% of people. It's a set of clear beliefs and values, regardless of who believes in it and who doesn't. And like I said, no one was arguing that anyone who has these beliefs should be fired. Just people who are in positions of power who not just hold these beliefs but do these certain actions in support of them. So that is very different. If it was just like, okay, we're gonna pick this section of the population and we're all in favor of them, but this 45% of population we're not in favor of them. It's very different. Every society has sets of beliefs that are permissible, disencouraged, incentivized, prohibited, and lauded, right? On the sliding scale, where permissible is in the middle, and you have prohibited on one side and lauded on the other side.
I guess where we disagree, and this might be why we ended up on different sides of GamerGate,
Hmm.
is that I think that the Overton window of what is permissible and what like I and what I think like should be allowed to exist in society, like if and that you shouldn't be fired for, is a very broad category. And like
Yeah,
some
and
people think it should be a very small category of things that should be allowed or permissible.
I to me, the permissible is always like the biggest category. Like for like the laudable actions, which is like, going and volunteering at a soup kitchen, and disincentivize is something like smoking cigarettes. Like we disincentivize that as a society through taxation and limiting the places can be done. Um, I think it was just that a certain set of behaviors were moved from the permissible category into the disincentivized kind of category. And this is why I like having these conversations, because before it's just like, oh, I don't think, people should be fired over this, that, and the other. We've kind of moved to, like, culturally, certain things should be considered permissible and certain things are no longer considered permissible. And I think, like, ideologically, I don't agree with that. I like the increase in precision that we're able to arrive at.
Well, and it might be probably shouldn't spend too much time on like the Mozilla case specifically,
Sure.
but it seems like at this time period, a lot of people were taking this shrinking of the Overton window and applying it to like a large number of people who probably didn't deserve to be fired. Like even if you put aside like the Brendan Ike guy, like the kids hit Jimmy John's. Do you remember this?
Oh, no, no. Tell me all about it.
All right, Jimmy John's employees. I have to Google it. Um, fired over noose. Basically, these Jimmy John's employees became like social media's pariahs over basically something that was taken out of context. I'll show you. Here's an article about it. And it was a social media campaign to destroy their jobs basically when this went viral.
Mhm.
They made a noose. I think this is the story. Well, actually, this is from 2020, so
Oh, 2020.
maybe this isn't the exact same story. Did this happen twice?
It
Or
would be
maybe
incredible. Same restaurant and everything.
yeah,
Maybe it's part of the training.
maybe it was in 2020, but like I still viewed it as being like this really bad thing that happened. So it was like after GamerGate, really, um, or when I would consider GamerGate to have ended. But like a lot of stuff like this was happening during GamerGate too, like Justine Sacco getting fired over a tweet, and then these kids were fired because they were joking around with each other, and they made a noose and said, "Oh, we're gonna hang you." And it was all white people in the video. Or I don't know. It was basically just them joking around, and it wasn't even over. It
It's
wasn't even
interesting.
over race. It wasn't a lynching thing. But
Yeah.
the social media people said that they're doing a lynch. They're doing a black lynching when it was all white kids, like just teenagers fucking around with dough, with the dough. They made a noose out of the dough, and they were making a joke about, I believe, like the work. Like they were they were making a joke about like how they're gonna hang him because um because like he was doing a bad job or whatever. It was like stupid shit. It
Yeah.
wasn't race at all, but everyone made it a racial thing.
And this is what's really interesting now, and part of how the way that we view canceling and or accountability culture, as some people call it, differently now. Um, Justine Sacco, it's really interesting that you bring them up because this later happened to one Sam Biddle, who has come up twice tonight, who was the one who was tweeting about, like, bring back bullying and things like that. And a lot of other tweets that were made, like, facetiously as just jokes, maybe mean spirited jokes, but Gamergate didn't react positively to it and then, had a lot of uh, stuff levied their way. And I don't know if they were fired, but but this is to say that the idea of someone saying something that people find unacceptable and those people being, getting people coming after them, it's not like an SJW thing, I think. Both sides do it. It just kind of it's just what it is that seems to change. And sometimes I agree with the why, and sometimes I don't. And I think as time has gone on, what's been seen as acceptable to do to hold people accountable has changed, and some of it really hasn't. Um, but either way, it now seems that there's a greater awareness of, like, oh, what if we get it wrong? What are the consequences going to be if I call somebody out? Like when Lindsay Ellis, I don't know if you remember her. She was an anti-GamerGate person, who was also a famous internet person, who said, "Look, I've been in some Me Too situations involving some other people online, but they aren't serious enough to where I would bother name dropping them because I don't want what happened to me to happen to them when I got canceled because no one should go through that."
Well, I don't know who Lindsay Ellis is, but like Sam Biddle, like that specific example,
Yeah,
like I don't think anybody, I don't know if people called for him to be fired. People definitely used his comments, which I don't know if they were even jokes if you look at the full context of like the two different tweets he made on this. Um, they were using it to cost Gawker money, which I think is like probably fair game to cost Gawker money. Um, and I like bullying, like what he's specifically advocated for, like probably should be like permissible maybe, but like
they
very on the outside edge of that.
they absolutely did, and this is why when I called like people who are against Gamergate getting slapped more than people who are doing things that are unethical. This is the reason why Gawker was included as part of like disrespectful nod, and this was like when Adobe, stopped advertising with them, this, that, and the other. Yeah, they basically they tried to get him fired. They went after the advertisers. They went after everybody they could get a hold of to try and get this guy out.
Who's Sam
And
Biddle?
yeah,
Well, we went after the advertisers to cost Gawker millions of dollars, which we did.
yeah. But I think you can put together like A and B. Like Sam Biddle does this, and it's not that it's unethical.
I mean, it
Like, because
probably
you
is
can have an
unethical,
opinion,
actually.
right? You can have an opinion.
It
You
probably
can.
is unethical, actually.
It's just like you can have an opinion on GamerGate if you want. Like, unless you believe that
Well,
like
it's not
people who
just no, it's
are
not just his opinion on GamerGate. Like I linked the tweets.
yeah.
Ultimately, GamerGate is reaffirming what we've known to be true for decades. Nerds should be constantly shamed and degraded into submission. Bring back bullying.
Yeah, and like I said, this was like a Justine Sacco situation where it was, not necessarily meant to be taken seriously. It was just kind of, something that people said on Twitter as like a thing, and then it got taken, this other way, and
And Gawker loses money as a result. That's like fine. I'm cool with that outcome.
wait. So Mozilla CEO against gays donates to cause to get gay marriage illegal. People expose that and he gets fired, and that's not okay. But someone, and in the Justine Sacco situation, that's not okay. But GamerGate going after advertisers for this, which isn't unethical behavior at all. It's just an opinion that they don't find, it's an opinion they find distasteful. It's not unethical. And like you said, you don't want people to be fired for having the wrong opinions. How do you square that? How do you square this guy being fired and GamerGate going
Well,
after
he
these
wasn't fired, though.
advertisers? Well, no. But he left and they went after Gawker
Did he even
and cost
leave?
Gawker's. Yes, he did.
Wait, when did he leave like a year and a half later? He left in 2016, right?
I would have to see, but I remember that he stepped down from a position. He might have had some other one in the meanwhile.
This is
Let's see.
Gawker's article. I'll link it to you. But it says it's an article about him leaving the company, but that was in 2016. That was like what 2 years almost after the.
I know that he was at Gawker in a different capacity and kind of left for a while and yeah. He was the editor of a news website owned by Gawker Media, and then after receiving the hate, he was still working for Gawker, but he took, it says, a sabbatical, and then he got a reporting position at Gawker later because of all of the hate directed at him and his coworkers that he said took most of his energy, and that Gawker maybe had wanted him to step away because GamerGate went after the advertising. Which is interesting because I particularly don't find him saying, that silly fucking bring back bullying tweet. I don't find that to be unethical. I find it to be distasteful. I don't find it to be unethical. I find going after someone's advertisers in response to that, to literally go after the people who employ them and to go after their coworkers and to
No one's
I
going
can
after their
only
coworkers,
assume
right? We're going after not me specifically. I push back on the Operation Disrespectful Nod stuff when I interview people who are pro it, and I use like the same arguments you make on this.
This is the thing.
So
You said you didn't have a problem with the outcome. You don't have a problem with what happened here. But like this is what I was talking about before, where this is not a question of ethics. This was part of GamerGate emailing advertisers just because he was against GamerGate.
well, no,
And
the reason they emailed the advertisers is because Gawker is like one of the most corrupt and unethical websites out there, which is why they don't exist anymore.
One of the reasons they don't exist is because of GamerGate. The other reason is Hulk Hogan, and God bless him for that.
And that, I mean, Gawker deserved to die, essentially.
Oh yeah.
This is a website that doxes people on a regular basis, that publishes completely unverified, salacious stories about individuals, targeting them.
This kind of goes back to the SPJ, where it was just like, I didn't think much of the SPJ. I thought it was very noble that they were trying to give these people interviews, but it's when like, oh, what's an example of like bad journalism? And someone, I think it was Milo, brought up Gawker, and it's just, and the guy was like confused, like, what do you mean? Do you think Gawker? Like,
no, this was the morning panel of Airplay where they talked about Gawker.
Yeah.
They might have talked about it the afternoon panel too, but
yeah.
I know I just watched a documentary about the Airplay event. Did you see that yet?
Oh no, I haven't. But I will at some point. I've just been busy all day today. Oh no, racist about Asians. Oh, I'm not surprised. But no, that was a central reason, because this was early days in GamerGate, why they put Gawker on the list. They were bringing up his name like crazy. Is like, this guy, he is unethical. He wants to bring back bullying, this, that, and the other, and he needs to not be on the payroll. This is entirely my recollection, is that he was like a centerpiece, because what better of a soundbite could you get? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're pro GamerGate and you want to be like, against these journalists that hate you, what better soundbite could you ask for than these guys being like,
well, it's not about the journalists, it's about the system that employs them mostly, which is why Gawker was the target and not Sam Biddle personally.
I'm gonna disagree, because my recollection is that Gawker was added to the list not because they were getting together a list of unethical publications, but because they wanted to get Sam Biddle, and the things that have come out afterwards, at least from what I'm looking at least seems to point at him being targeted by GamerGate for having said these things, and that Gawker being emailed in relation to these things to demand his firing.
Well, it looks like
So that lines
his
up.
tweet was
That
like
line.
way into GamerGate though. Well, October 16, 2014. GamerGate was going for months, and Gawker owned Kotaku, and Gawker had also written very, very crazy stuff lying about GamerGate prior to this too. I'm sure.
All I can do is say
So I don't think
that
that Gawker was on our list because Sam Biddle's tweets.
he was what people were talking about for a while, and to my recollection, he is why it was on the list, and they very openly and publicly demanded his firing and used the advertiser boycott to get that. But we might have to move on from that, because I don't think that should happen. For example, I don't think that if you're a movement that you want journalistic ethics, you should be like, this guy said something we don't like, so we're going to try and get him fired. I don't think that should be happening. So we might be at least in some agreement there.
Well, I don't think people should like try to get him fired, though. Like advocating that people be beat up and that bullying be brought back, like that's probably like beyond the pale of like what you should be writing as a journalist on your journalist Twitter account. Like that probably should be at the very least a conversation that his boss has with him about that.
Yeah. I was just like imagining in my head, it's like, I know how the conversation went, which is just like, they corner him in the office. What did you do? And it's just like, I was trying to Twitter. I was trying to, make something pithy and funny, and it's just like, you're living your penance. You're living your penance, Sam. Because I don't think anyone was under any illusions at his workplace that he meant that. I do think that at the very least, I will say that for GamerGate is like, at the very least, when they wanted to get him fired, they think that he meant that, which is at least more defensible than just like the shit that happened to like James Gunn, where it was just like where it was just like a bunch of conservatives. Well, he's done a lot of things that liberals don't like in the past, and we don't like that people have been getting fired for things that they've done in the past. So let's uncover some controversial things about James Gunn and then demand that he be fired.
Right, obviously, I
Um,
don't support that at all either.
yeah. So it was at least more like, at least they believed. At least they believed that he should be fired and that he did something objectionable, rather than it being like a tit for tat kind of thing. Um, which is good. Oh God, where even are we? Where even are we in this?
Well, we're in the beginning still. Uh,
Uh,
do you consider yourself a gamer? What does that mean to you?
um, why not? I love games. To me, like, I don't like when people go, "Oh, if you play phone games, you're a gamer," uh, because there is no other word for like the equivalent of a film buff. Like, before, we had like moviegoer as someone who goes to see movies. Before that became out of fashion because everyone was watching movies, right? Gamer, to me, means someone who loves games, not just someone who plays games, someone who loves games. Now we don't have moviegoer, but we do have film buff, and I think gamer is sort of right now functioning as the definition of both things, both as as someone who just plays games and someone who like loves games. And I think that from the outside, like, people who don't play games consider gamer to be just someone who plays games, and for like the enthusiasts, they consider gamer as someone who loves games. And there's a lot of accusations of gatekeeping for saying like, these people aren't gamers, we're gamers, because they don't have a word that represents their identity in contrast to theirs. But I'm 100% on the camp of gamer as meaning someone who loves games, and I definitely consider myself a part of that group.
Is the term gendered to you?
Um, No, no, not in of itself. Like culturally, there's certainly an idea. Like when you think of gamer, like there's certainly a couple ideas that you can think of. Something pops into your head very distinctly, and I think woman or other is not really on there. Uh, I think I think it's mostly stay up late, box of
Wait,
bunch of pizza boxes by
you
your
don't think
chair.
that you don't think that gamer is a you think gamer is a gendered term?
I don't think it's a gender term in and of itself. I think culturally, when we think of gamer, I think of all the stereotypes of gamer or all the ideas, like the shorthand. It's like when you think of jocks, you have a very specific idea in your head of what a jock is, even though a jock could theoretically be a woman, of course. Um, you don't tend to think of one when you think of jock. I think gamer is somewhat similar, where it's just like it seems to be culturally considered through a very male lens, but anyone can be a gamer, and I think that is at least less gendered culturally than jock, at least nowadays. Where I think girls can be considered a gamer, and you wouldn't like if you called a girl a jock, I think you would get some confused looks. If you called a girl a gamer, I don't think you would get any or very many confused looks at all. So I think that's positive at least.
Do you have any thoughts on what people call the gamers are dead articles?
Games journalists are writing on what is an extension of their blogs. You know what I mean? Like the community is very insular. They're all very buddy buddy with each other. They all I don't want to say they all hang out together, but it is a pretty tight knit community. And so when they write about the same thing, I don't consider it to be collusion per se, as much as it as like when something gets popular on Twitter and a bunch of people tweet about it. Like in the circles where these journalists were in, they even a lot of them responded to, "Oh, this is in response to this blog post," or "This was in response of this other article." I just think, and also GamerGate was like really in full force at that point. Um, of course, it got even bigger once the Gamers of Dead articles came out. At least to me, it seemed to really stir the hornet's nest. But I think I don't say that they're collusion. I don't want to go that far. I just think that it is a natural consequence of like I'm going to open up the front page of Kotaku right now. And I am going to read some of the things that have been posted to make a point. Oh, 30 million people have played the best Assassin's Creed ever. This is under the news section, by the way. Ubisoft shutting down online servers for old Assassin's Creed games. Despite negative reviews, Five Nights at Freddy's film killing it at the box office. People love this new FPS except for the cheaters and AI voice acting. This is not news. I think charitably, Ubisoft shutting down online servers for some games is kind of news. Basically none of the rest of this is really gaming news per se. Video game news has the same problem as like the 24-hour news networks, where there's just not enough news to fill the time. There just isn't. And so what they fill it with is a lot of opinion content, a lot of editorials, a lot of like general cultural stuff, a lot of more casual articles. And so that's why I don't tend to see things like the Gamers Are Dead articles as collusion, as just an extension of a bunch of reporters sitting in a room with nothing to do, and then Gamergate happens. And then people start talking about Gamergate in their circles, and of course they're going to write stuff on it. They barely have anything to write about.
Well, so you don't think that they're collusion, but what do you think of the articles themselves?
There were a couple of them that I thought were more interesting than others. One of them actually goes into the thing I was talking about earlier about like why do we have gamer when we retired moviegoer? Why do we have gamer and things like that? Some of them take the kind of misogyny angle. Some of them are very like more in sort of interrogating the ideas behind Gamergate and what what is thought with them. Um, And then, you know, on some of the more enthusiast press, like Leigh Alexander, I think got the most backlash for gamers don't have to be your audience, right?
Gamers are
And
over, yeah.
gamers are over. Um, and when it comes to articles like that, I definitely don't like articles like that. And it's definitely like the epitome of game journalists love their jobs but don't think very much of their jobs. Um, it's that attitude is just encapsulated perfectly in this article. They are embarrassed to be games journalists, and it shows. And that comes out at games cultural in general. It comes out of people who play games in general. It's a response to an industry that has a bad relationship with its audience, and that's why I don't know if it's dying out as much as it once was, because they've adapted quite a bit. At least the biggest ones have adapted. But once YouTubers started coming along and fucking eating their lunch because they did have a good relationship with their audience, and video game developers and publishers could work directly with them as opposed to having to go through an organization. There were some real changes that need to be made, because if you don't have a good relationship with your audience, you have to have something else. You have to have a something that gets people over to your site, some reason as to justify your own existence. And when it comes to things like those articles, it's definitely a great example of what was alienating its audience at the time, and also a pretty poor example of journalism in general. Because there's a sort of leftist kind of counterpoint to, like, when you know some people on the Gamergate side looked at, like, oh, there's a gay trans character in this game. It's SJW propaganda. Don't give them an inch. Maybe it's not objectionable to have a gay trans character, but it is objectionable to partner, or in some sense accept, the narrative, the attempted infiltration of the SJW. So we're gonna stand against this too,
Well,
or or at least
I don't
that's why I
view
said
that as
some.
being a GamerGate thing, but like, if you do, I guess that's fine. If you do,
Um, That's why I said some. I think rarely did most people go that far. Although I do think like I said, there was definitely an anti-SJW bent in general. There now, like if you go to Kotaku in action, it's a different
well,
story.
Kotaku in Action today is a very different kind
Oh,
of website.
but populated by many of the same people as when I went back there. I
Not,
saw very many of
not
the same people.
really, not really.
I don't think all the same people because it's much smaller, but I saw quite a few familiar faces. Um, but that's what I think, is that most of the articles were not in the style of Leigh Alexander gamers are over. They're just kind of talking about Gamergate. And this was like the Dan Golding article, The End of the Gamer, right?
Well, most of these articles did use the "gamers are dead" kind of language, which is why they.
Insofar as they were response to, like, that article, or sorry, I guess blog post written by Dan, I think that language snuck in there. But I also think that in general, it wasn't necessarily collusion. It was just, like I said, people who didn't have much to write about, and the biggest story was dropped onto the internet's lap, and how you got to cover it. And you look at how it's been covered, and the things that have been written about it in your circle, and it kind of colors how you write. But most of them um don't necessarily have as like directly negative as gamers are awful kind of thing. Most of it is just like, okay, it's just the idea of gamer as an identity is being left behind partially because it represents a demographic of people who gaming is bigger than, partially because it represents a kind of stereotype that shouldn't be like the ambassador to gaming for the wider, public audience. It's just kind of a relic of an older time. Some of them were very like, oh, gamers are toxic, game this, that, and the other, right? But
Well, I
to
mean,
me,
that was sort of a through line. Like, especially we're talking about Alexander's article and Devin Wilson's article. I mean, we
yeah.
can read. Why don't we just read the articles if you'd like? The Alexander's article.
Oh, her article, like I said, is completely awful. But I have a list right now, or at least I have some lists. I think you linked it, the article analysis of the Gamers Are Dead articles,
I
and
don't think did I link it.
someone did. The Gamers Are Dead article analysis by someone who runs a WordPress blog, which is absolutely wonderful that exists. I love that there are people who are cataloging this sort of thing. But let's see. Yeah, Devin Wilson's is pretty bad. I don't think when I look at Kotaku's article, when he quotes Dan Golding and Leigh Alexander, I don't think that's necessarily the same kind of thing.
Well, I'm not talking about the Kotaku article in particular, but like again, we're talking about like, this huge wave of articles that all come out on the same day. They're variety, some of them are more moderate than others, but they
Yeah.
all are basically saying that the gamer identity needs to end. And the biggest of these articles are extraordinarily controversial, and for like good reason, I'd say.
When you say that some are more moderate than others, I think it's really important not just to I don't think it's splitting hairs to say some of them are very clearly um gamers are dead, the gaming identity needs to end. Some of it is just examining like, you know, game like they're examining that because it's part of the discussion now because these articles have come out. And some of them like quote Leigh Alexander after the article is published. Some of them have quotes from her. Some of them like it's now part of the discourse, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
when
it depends on what you're
I
talking
think
about. Like,
there
it
needs to be
depends.
a distinction made between articles that are meant to like push this idea that gaming is an identity that should be over and articles that are talking about the discourse instead of necessarily trying to push that idea.
I mean,
And I think
we
that,
can split hairs all day about the 19 different articles and like which ones are like really bad versus just kind of bad. But like, I don't really care to split those hairs,
yeah, what I'm
and I don't
saying
think
is
it's like
it's not
especially
really hair
relevant
splitting
to like what
because
happened.
I
Do
don't really think that it's hair splitting because I'm not separating between really bad and kind of bad. I'm saying there are definitely articles that it's just like gamers are bad, gamers are over, that identity should go away, all this harassment, blah, 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 toxic male gamers. There are definitely articles like that. But I definitely think some other articles were kind of grouped under that label that weren't necessarily appropriately grouped in that label because it looks better like for a conspiracy if that happens. And that's not necessarily the worst crime. But I think that a lot of people on the internet in particular are kind of inclined to see things that maybe aren't entirely there. Not that I can really blame too many people for that because it's really hard in this day and age where people are hypersensitive to deception and being advertised
Well,
to
it's not like a
or being in.
deception, right? They wrote 19 articles, 10 of them on the same day, 9 additional ones additional days. Whether you think that these articles were done because of collusion, which like there's good reason to think might have been the case, especially with Game Journal Pros, or you think that it was just like all a coincidence and like, oh well, we were inspired to write this because we saw Leigh Alexander's article, and like Leigh Alexander's article really inspired us to write about this. Like whether it's one or the other, and there's like such a group think in the games industry, that games journalism industry, that this happens. Like either way, it's a problem, and they shouldn't have gone about it in this way. And like we could say like, oh well, what about this one article here that was just talking about the article but didn't side with the article. Like again, like what are you trying to say specifically? That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Well, what I said is like some articles were grouped under the same heading that weren't necessarily trying to push that narrative the gamers were dead, in the same way that a couple of those articles were. And I think that that was for the purpose of like people seeing conspiracy where they weren't there, because it does look good to see like the 19 articles that were about how gamer needs to die. The word gamer needs to die, and it's because they're all toxic shitlords. It looks better and it sounds more damning. I don't really think that it's exactly true. Um, Regardless, I think a good many of those articles are not great, but I don't think most games journalists are that great. I think it's basically Jason Schreier, and I don't even really know where I'd go from there. I did tend to like Polygon though, because at the very least of all the people, they seem to understand what they are. I remember going to Polygon to be like, okay, well, let's look at the front page of Polygon now. And it's like in the header, there's like, hey, here's a Spider-Man 2 guide. Like they just put that under their toolbar. And, they have these big sections where it's like, oh, what do you want to, what to watch, what to play, with the recommendation articles. They at the very least have reckoned with their identity as games journalists and come to the conclusion that they are going to embrace the complete frivolity of it, and they're going to give people what they want, in a certain extent, to a certain degree. And in that they are more respectable than Kotaku, I think, which is trying to pretend to be a legitimate news website,
So
and isn't.
so Sam Biddle, you said that GamerGate went after Gawker because of his tweet, but GamerGate was going after Gawker well before this. I linked. I've been trying to find the original ODN threads. That's what I spent like the past like 15 minutes trying to do. But
Oh, that's good.
they're very very lost. But I do have the GamerGate boycott list from V um, on October 11th, 2014, and I just linked that in the chat. And as you can see, all Gawker properties, including Kotaku, were already being targeted for ODN well before the tweet from Sam Biddle.
Well, if that's the case, then I stand corrected. Although I am seeing this other thread you linked where some people were linking, here's the organizations you can report them to for this, and saying, oh, this guy needs to be fired. But
Yeah, some people might have held that view, to be clear.
well, not just
But we were already
yeah.
going after Gawker, and
The
ODN was.
I
They were
I
already
would
on
I
the
would
blacklist.
I would moderate my statement with like, oh, okay, that's not the reason they went after Gawker, but the fact that people did go after Gawker and Sam Biddle for that, is for that reason, even if it's just another reason. I don't consider that to be a valid reason, honestly, because that doesn't really have anything to do with ethics at all. And I don't think that people should be doing that sort of thing. And it isn't a good look, as the kids say, for your movement if it's like you're going after your personal enemies and you're an ethics movement. I don't think that's a good look. I just don't. Um,
I mean, I'm sure the way people looked at it. This was before I got involved with GamerGate, of course.
yeah,
But I'm sure the way people looked at it was, we're trying to bring down Gawker, or at least bring them to the negotiating table.
yeah.
one of their one of their writers is literally calling for people to bully us and to bring back bullying more generally.
Hmm.
We're already contacting the advertisers of them. Let's go ahead and include this in there, especially since
Absolutely.
I believe it happened during like bullying awareness month or something. So like it was like especially well timed to like make them lose a lot of money. So like I feel like it's fine to jump on that opportunity.
Strategically, it's great, but I just say that like if you're an ethics movement and then you go, well, this is a great coincidence. Let's take advantage of this to against our enemies who are unethical, but we'll be able to use this to get at them. This will be great. I feel that if an outsider looks at that and it's just like, oh, you're using you're using this that isn't an ethics violation against your enemy to try and put pressure on them to capitulate to your demands. That's a little questionable. I think people would be quite right to consider that at least more than a little questionable. But it is good strategically. I'll give them that. Like it's a bad tweet. It is on the same level as what was her name, Justine Sacco. But like I don't think people, like, if Justine Sacco was part of Polygon or part of Gawker, and Gamergate looked at that and was like, oh, that's great, we can get her, we can get Polygon now. I think that would leave a bad taste in more than a few people's mouths.
I don't think what Justine Secco did was like even like was was even that bad. Like even like it was literally just I'm flying to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Oh wait, I'm white. Like okay, like
Oh yeah, no.
poor taste maybe, but like who cares? It's a Twitter joke. She's like a private person. Like who gives a shit?
No, no, but it is a bad look. And to be clear, Sam Biddle, what he said was also like a bad joke that wasn't considered a bad joke, and he apologized for his role in what happened to Justine Sacco as a result of it, which I found particularly funny. Uh, but this is to say, it's sort of a similar sort of situation, and it's just like if you like, that's a bad look, and she works for somebody that we're already after. So we can fold this in, and now we can associate them with this thing that looks bad, to try and get at them. We're stepping away from ethics a little bit too much for my taste, I think. Although I'm not against specifically if you're trying to bring down someone in particular, playing dirty to a certain degree. Um, I think it just kind of depends on the cause, and it depends on who you're trying to bring down and what you're trying to do. Because there are some rules, some restrictions that I would at least consider.
Do you think that the Biddle thing, that using Biddle's tweets about bullying to hurt Gawker was crossing a line?
Um, I think that once you do, I don't really care that much about it, considering like he didn't make very clear. I don't think in the immediate aftermath that it was a joke. He did, I think, after like the first week or so, but initially he was just shit posting for a weekend on Twitter and making fun of the people who were getting upset at that, like, kind of troll behavior. But I don't think it's crossing a line necessarily, except for, you know, if you don't agree with, like, there was a real possibility that he could get fired for that. Um, and if you think that, like, if you do believe that people shouldn't get fired for things like that, I think it is a little bit going too far, because you are very real, in a real sense, risking that to try and get at their employer. You are trying to say this guy did this awful thing. He works for Gawker, so you should disentangle yourselves from Gawker advertisers. You are, in a real sense, making it very, very easy for Gawker to think that firing him is what gets them out of hot water. I think in that sense, you are crossing a line if ethically you believe that people shouldn't just be fired from their jobs, for having, for that sort of thing. But insofar as, like, some moral event horizon, no, not really. Um, I don't really consider it that. I don't think it's too far over the line just in a general moral sense. I do think that if you are a movement that's like, "Oh, yeah, we're about ethics, we're gonna take these guys down because they're unethical," and then you start doing shit like that, I think people have a right to question you at that point and what you're doing. Because if you're now making enemies of the people who are after you, or making enemies of people who work for, or trying to just find any reason to, get Gawker taken down. You're going after any journalist that makes them look bad. You're going after anything that you could potentially twist to make them look unpalatable to advertisers. Um, you are, in some sense, not as morally clean as you might otherwise be. And I think it's truly one of the more questionable things that you could do.
Okay. So, do you think that if these Gamers Are Dead articles didn't come out, that we still would have seen GamerGate happen, or seen like anything as large as it blew up into being?
100%. Because GamerGate is, I don't characterize it as a movement. It's not like coherent enough to be a movement. It's like a consumer revolt is really the most accurate term to me. You had all of these terrible like issues where the biggest ingredient I think is that games journalists had a terrible relationship with their audience, a very adversarial relationship. The second thing is that you had a lot of scandals. You had what happened to Jeff Gertzman. You have, like Dorito Gate. You have a whole bunch of things like that where gaming journalists are clearly in bed with publishers, are clearly up to, at the very least, some ethically questionable behavior. A lot of rules about disclosure and advertisements, like the FTC regulations, were just coming down when GamerGate was started.
Well, actually, the FTC thing was partly it came during GamerGate, and that was partly us.
Yeah,
Like
that's
we're
why I was
reaching
saying it
newbie,
was just coming down.
yeah, because we contacted the FTC to change the rules on this. So obviously,
Yeah,
like tons of people supported these rules being changed, not just GamerGate people. So it's like not
yeah.
just us who did this.
Yeah, there were a bunch of articles that were written where things were not disclosed when things should have been disclosed. And a lot of times they weren't major, but it was clear like the idea of disclosure, the idea of people need to know who I am and what perspective I have when I'm covering something, when I'm covering a subject, when I'm covering like a person or a game, what relationship I have with that game, what relationship I have with that person. Like, the people are entitled to know that, and especially if there's an advertisement involved. And in a lot of cases, you had sponsored content that it's just like you had one tiny little ad in the description, and this is all to say that it was just a clusterfuck. Gaming journalism and the gaming culture around, like, whatever you wanna call, like, YouTubers covering games or, like, people who had blogs or whatever you wanna call, like, I don't know, like Ben Croshaw before he got picked up by the Escapists. Just formally and informal games journalists, I guess you'd say, had it coming for a while. Nobody liked them. They weren't doing a good job. They were in bed with their subjects. They didn't pay much of a mind to journalistic ethics in particular. And eventually, they went a step too far. Like I don't think most people have any real love for games journalism or games journalists, except for now, I think in the modern day. Now, like almost 10 years after this is all, came and went, I think now you do have a lot more of a gaming press, informally and formally, that cares a lot more about the real issues. Like Jason Schreier, who was not particularly well thought of at the time, is now going in and writing like that beautiful article about Anthem. He's going in and he leaked the Destiny 2 layoffs just today and the delays to final shape. And talking about how Sony had well, it was Sony who was responsible for ordering a lot of layoffs at Sony owned, or Sony associated companies or properties because of the financial year that they had had. And so you get to see something of legitimate, like journalistic interest coming out of these sites pretty often now. And you certainly have more disclosures. I see it all the time. I see, oh, by the way, like I wrote for this game, or by the way, I backed this on Kickstarter. I see it all the time. And I don't know if that would have happened without Gamergate, but it was, or sorry, I don't know if like there wouldn't have been of like a big giant movement if Gamergate didn't happen, but it was clear that people were getting fed up and that shit needed to change.
We can move off the Gamers Are Dead articles in a second, but you say that only some of the articles were especially egregious. Some of the others were just talking about the
Yeah.
articles. Do you think that all of the articles that were egregious, that the people had legitimate reason to criticize them?
Yeah, I think that this is the problem when you say These guys are awful, and I don't think that you should really care what they say or what they think. I know they're seen as your primary audience, but I think that you should not really see them as such. That you shouldn't, you know, take into account their preferences, their views, what they want. It it's just as a bad look, especially, especially when at the time the dominant argument against feminists in the gaming space was they're coming for your games, they're coming for you, they're taking over. And in a real sense that they haven't. The gaming space is, like I said, it's gotten a lot more diverse, it's gotten a lot more interesting. There's a lot more diversity in the stories being told, there's a lot more diversity in general, and I think that's great. And I think that's just maybe the funniest possible outcome, uh, because of all the crazy shit that they were saying, for them to be at least partially vindicated. I think that, you know, the universe has a sense of humor. Um, but of course you have reasons to be critical about it, and I think it was incredibly tone deaf to write articles like that. The articles that I'm critical of are the ones that come out that's there's I am mad and I'm talking to you companies, gamers should be over. This needs to come to an end. You need to there's a call to action. Even articles where it's just yeah, maybe, gamer does represent the word gamer does represent this outdated idea of what gaming's demographics should be. Maybe we should stop using the word. Maybe there is a lot of toxic masculinity in the gaming spaces, and this is how we disassociate ourselves from it. Even people who see the gamer as a word should be dead, and they go, yeah, maybe they're right. I'm not super critical of them because it's just it's some guy who reads an article and has an opinion and whatever. I do it all the time, and people disagree with me. Um, but it's the people who came out and is just I got a bone to pick with you, and I'm gonna make my thoughts reality, and I'm gonna try and take the fight to you. You better be ready if you start a fight that you can well finish it. And I don't think Clay Alexander wrote that article even kind of really comprehending what was going on, what she was doing. She just got upset and she wrote this article and just made a very awful decision to do that. And it was because I think that she was writing for for Gama Sutra's audience, which is game developers and in a smaller sense game publishers, who which maybe is why GamerGate reacted to that one in particular so negatively, is she is an outsider to them, speaking directly to game developers, saying, you should cast out your traditional audience in favor of who the gaming community considers outsiders. Um, I It's a stupid article to write. And it's a very mean-spirited article, and I'm definitely critical of that, if none of the others. A couple of the others I'm critical of, but that one I think has the most of my ire in articles like it.
Will you say that in relation to feminism and gaming, which there's a whole segment on this kind of in
Mhm.
here, but like we saw that in the Gamers Jet articles that they were coming for the games. You saw Devin Wilson's article where he argues that games need to be less violent, that they need to be less sexy and less competitive.
This is this is the problem with at least to me, it reminded me of when I forget his name came at me and was like, "Oh, you must support Black Lives Matter. That makes you a racist because some of the founders of Black Lives Matter believe this." Which, by the way, I didn't even say if I supported it or not. When in reality, right, Black Lives Matter was a hashtag. Several organizations spawned up as a result of that hashtag, and the hashtag represented this idea that police weren't valuing black lives, they were viewing them as disposable, and there was a pushback against that. There was Eric Gardner, there was all of that. And most people who support Black Lives Matter aren't even aware that the people who support, or who are part of these organizations believe in like reparations, or like, if they even do, I don't even fucking know. Or the idea of like, all the Africans need to have their own separate place. I don't even know. When you have an article, when you have like two guys writing something, or three guys, and you go, feminists are coming for your games. I think that if you wrote that in an article and you said, "Hey, look at these articles that people are writing. Feminists are coming for you for your games." I think you would be doing a disservice. I don't think that would be particularly great journalism, because articles are not representative of like the opinions necessarily of a movement. They're not necessarily representative of, the popular ideas in a community. And for the most part, when I looked at spaces, feminist spaces, gaming feminist spaces, because I didn't post in GamerGazi, but I at least looked in there every once in a while, because you have to know what's going on, what people are thinking, what, in general, what people want and where they're coming from, if you want to, come to some sort of understanding about what's going on. And for the most part, it's just, like that five, like the snippet from the video where it's just like has this absolutely salacious like women breasts pressed up against the cover of the, like, of the case. It's like, I don't blame women for looking at that and thinking this is not for me. They want less of that, the like a little bit less of, or rather for gaming to be a little bit more welcoming for them, to like
Well,
like
there
feminists look at games and they look at something that is not necessarily welcoming to them.
a lot of
And
people. I
I
mean, a lot of women like games like this too. A lot of like, there's a place for games that have sexy, big boobed women in them.
Sure. And I'm not even gonna go like the usual kind of, I think, kind of weaselly route of saying, oh yes, but they have to be sexy in a particular way. I think there's room for absolutely lewd and lascivious and completely without any artistic merit, straight on pornography, weirdo games. That's great. But if you look, I'm just saying, it's just like, if you had the average woman looking at like a football stadium and the shit that goes on there, and goes, I don't think this is really a space that is like women oriented, that like expects to have a lot of women show up. I don't really know if this is for me. I don't know if I really want to get into this. I think I think that's fair enough. And I think now we still have weird sexy games, and we still have weird sex in mainstream games, and we still have a lot of sexy characters, but also on top of that, we have a gaming tends to, I think, have a lot more variety in terms of like protagonists, where it's not like 30s 40s white male military dude. A lot more variety in the storytelling, a lot more variety in the types of games that are being made, to where I feel like the idea of like women looking at gaming communities, seeing a bunch of like women with watermelons for breasts and, on top of a lollipop kind of design, looking at the game community, and that's all they kind of see. I think that's now thankfully outdated. Now it just seems to be a lot more representative in the same way that like the movie industry is, where the top games on Steam are like, oh, it's Cyberpunk and it's Spider-Man and it's a city builder and it's Red Dead, a Western. And it's just like, okay, I think now we've kind of broadened what gaming is and what it means, and
I don't
now
know
we're
if
in
it
a better
wasn't.
place.
I don't know if it wasn't like that 10 years ago. If we look at the top games on Steam 10 years ago, I don't. I think we're probably still going to see like a lot of diversity in there, in terms of the types of games being made, and probably like in the characters too. Probably look this up.
Maybe. I know that Steam.
I got so Steam's only kept track until 2020. Let's see.
No, there was a thing that they released not long ago. See what was popular on Steam 10 years ago.
I got 2014. Does that work?
Not 2013.
September 2014. Let's see.
Dead Island
Steam's
Riptide.
website,
Oh
top
God.
sellers.
Can we just forget Dead Island Riptide exists? Fucking hell. Um, top Steam releases 2013, as decided by the SteamDB rating algorithm. That doesn't. Top games released in 2013 according to gamer reviews. That's still not quite it. I want sales. I want.
I might be able to find it. Hang on. I'm not sure when they kept track of this stuff though.
Oh
'Cause they,
god, it was not a good year for games. Resident Evil 6. Oh no,
well,
DMC
that's a
Devil
pretty
May
diverse.
Cry,
Well, right, isn't Resident Evil
Colonial
6 right there
Marines.
kind of the example, right? Resident Evil 6 is a very niche, in theory, game, right? Survival horror, and what, two of the campaigns feature prominent female characters? Ada's campaign and Helena, I believe, with Leon.
Honestly, I am so proud of you for remembering that. I'm also surprised that you could remember that and don't remember that that it wasn't just Ada's campaign, that you had Sherry Birkin as Jake's partner in that
Oh, right,
game.
true. I never played all the way through 6 because it was so bad, but
How do you know that Ada's campaign was there then? That was secret.
well, because it had a cool theme to it. I never even
Oh
played
yeah,
Ada's campaign though. The
that's
theme
true.
song though was really cool.
Oh god, in Dead Space 3, and oh my god. I'm just looking at a list of the top 25 PC games of 2013, and like these are all on the list. Who hurt you, games industry, that Resident Evil 6 is on your list of best PC games of 2013?
Oh, hang on. There's a Wikipedia article. Best-selling games. Oh, it only shows the number.
Yes.
Oh no. So for the up until 2007, it only shows the top-selling one game. But after that, it shows more
Uh,
diverse. So, 2007, you've got Halo 3, first-person shooter. We
uh,
Play, which is like a casual game.
mhm.
Call of Duty 4, first-person shooter. Guitar Hero, a music game. Super Mario Galaxy, a platformer. Pokemon, which is like its own thing really. A sports game, Madden. Guitar Hero again. Assassin's Creed, which is well, like a stealth action adventure. And then Mario Party 8, which is a party game. Like it seems like that's like a pretty diverse. Now, granted, that's not a lot of diversity in terms of female characters, though. To be fair.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm more referring to is, like I said, I think stories and variety of games. Seeing like, oh, it's Call of Duty and a sports game and Mario and Guitar Hero. It If I were to look at like, if I were to imagine like the ideal like variety in like the top selling games, I don't think that I would have those on there. I like the current one. I like that we have Starfield and Star Wars Jedi Survivor and Mortal Kombat and Resident Evil 4, and there is a Call of Duty game on there. Um, but then there's also Diablo and Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It isn't dominated by Nintendo games. It isn't really dominated by a particular genre. Like MLB The Show, Resident Evil 4, Mortal Kombat, Star Wars, Starfield, Call of Duty, Diablo. Everything except for Madden, I think, is literally not even in the same genre. All of them are like their own distinct things.
It
And
seems
I
like.
like that.
I mean, like again, like it seems like 2007 though it was like pretty diverse too.
I
And we also, I mean, most of those franchises that you listed, they had prior games prior to the current. Like
Sure.
Starfield had was obviously like a spiritual successor to like Fallout and old Elder Scrolls, which are like go back to the 90s.
Sure, sure. But I'm talking about like the general like gaming landscape having a little bit more variety. Where in 2007 it's just like two Guitar Hero games, like three or four different Nintendo games, the sports game that comes out every year, the Call of Duty that comes out every year, and We Play. That's the other Nintendo game, and Halo 3. And then like the next year, it's like We Play, We Fit, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. and Call of Duty again, and the next Madden NFL game, and another Nintendo game, and another Call of Duty game, and granted, Grand Theft Auto 4. And then it's like in 2009, it's more Wii Fit, Wii Sports, Mario, Call of Duty, Halo 3, but another one. And it's just like 2010, Call of Duty again, Madden again, Halo again, Mario again, Wii Fit again. Another Call of Duty. There are two that chart that year. And it's just like, and it's like that for 2011 too.
Well, it's
Oh no.
I do wonder. I'm not sure we do have more diversity in games now. Like I really don't, because like even a lot of the games that I don't think you looking at best-selling lists is like the best way to go about it, because like there used to be tons of niche games that were made in like really weird genres. Like you saw a huge number of like stealth tactical games like Metal Gear Solid, Splinter Cell in the past. Even like
Oh,
Resident
that's
Evil. Like Resident Evil 4 is on this list, the remake, but Resident Evil 4 is like an action adventure game really. They call it survival horror, and it has like some elements of that, but like the games themselves have become much more mainstream, and so they take out a lot of the elements that made it unique to like a specific genre, it seems.
I guess I wouldn't call Resident Evil 4 an action adventure game. I would have a lot more agreement with you if you said action horror, because it's not like a Call of Duty or a Gears of
Action
War
horror,
or
yeah, action horror, but it's not like it's not like Leon's running around with like 12 bullets, right? And trying to like
not
dodge
usually.
the enemies, and like he has like you can usually, from my understanding of having played Resident Evil 4 like several times, not the remake but the original, but you can basically kill everything.
You can, and indeed you're encouraged to, but it's like the environment of tension and the idea that the game has a a dynamically adjusted inventory and difficulty system. It like really heavily controls what you have access to keep the resources low, the tension high. It has the kind of Dark Souls thing where even just like a couple of hits will completely fuck you up. And so there's this entirely weird kind of blend between this very horror-ish tone where it's just this oppressive environment of like tension, and then that's contrasted against being able to shotgun a zombie's head off, which is not usually something that can happen in a horror game. It's a very unique sort of vibe. And then
Yeah.
for that reason, I would call it as like a very kind of niche sort of game as well, and absolutely a success. But I take the point that there were a lot of more experimental indie weird games coming out like 15 years ago, and like the indie double A game, as people called it, has practically disappeared. These mid-budget games that are financed by um, these AAA publishers. There's actually a really interesting email from the Xbox email leaks that goes into this. I have to check on the brisket one more time because it's been
Yeah.
another hour.
Yeah, you're
We'll
fine.
do another 5, and you can collect yourself and maybe grab some resources if you like.
Sorry for the boring dead air, people.
All right.
All right, how's the brisket?
Good, good. It's right at the time it reached 160, so I have to kick up the heat. So in about 10, 15 minutes, I'll pop away for 30 seconds to dump all the big charcoal in. But other than that, it should be pretty hands off.
All right, all right. I think we lost some of our viewers, but that's okay. No worries. It's for the book
Oh, we
anyway.
have those?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I think you put it really well though. With like it seems like every game's either a AAA game when those are usually made for like the lowest common denominator. Like they don't do too much experimental stuff with those. Or there is like an indie market, but the indie market itself, it's usually a lot of smaller projects. There's not a lot of like mid-tier like AA games like you say. I think that's something that's been lost. Though maybe it's not been as lost to the extent that I made it seem, because like we do have like Kickstarter and stuff now where like different projects are getting funded.
There's actually a really interesting article, or not article. This is part of the leaked email by Phil Spencer in the big Xbox email leak, I think a couple months ago, where they talk about why they got into Game Pass to begin with. And he says the creation of digital storefronts like Steam, the Xbox Store, and the PlayStation Store eventually broke the physical retail's lock and game distribution. And because publishers were slow to react to the disruption, they couldn't find a way to leverage, you know, themselves in that same way in the digital space in the way that they had in the physical space. There's a reason why AAA publishers basically controlled everything because they controlled, the physical retail's locked to game distribution. Once they lost that, they lost a large part of the, reason for their dominance. And he talks about how now the AAA publishers have mostly used production scale to keep their top franchises in the top selling games each year. But the issue with that is that it hurts their ability to create new IP. When you make games at that, production scale, that amount of cost, you have these high production levels that lead to a lot of risk aversions because there's a lot of risk when you create a new IP and when you make only these really big budget games, which you have to, because now you're trying to, leverage your advantages being a AAA publisher in the digital space. You do things like use rented IP, like Star Wars with EA, Spider-Man with Sony, right? Um, this is why you see Netflix creating a lot more new IP than Hollywood does in the Hollywood movie studios. This is still paraphrasing Spencer, right? And this is why kind of they use the Xbox Game Pass is to create a new platform for AAA publishers to start from a position of strength. Because AAA publishers, they have their top franchise, but they don't have, new hit franchises. They don't have this big wide portfolio that they used to 10 years ago. Because most AAA publishers are riding the success of franchises created 10 years ago. So this is how they create value for the existing franchises, but cut back on new risk bets because Xbox Game Pass helps, mitigate the investment risk because any piece of content is available to the entire subscriber base, which is, the way Netflix does it. So it's really, really interesting to see why the AA game has sort of disappeared and how they're kind of trying to bring it back and try and encouraging, gaming studios to participate in the Xbox Game Pass as a way to try and move away from the high production cost model.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Like I've used the Games Pass before. It's a pretty useful, and you discover new games on there, which is like part of what they want. That's like their big branding thing. That if it goes on there, it's like, oh well, I have this, might as well check out
Yeah,
whatever the new game is.
I subscribe to Game Pass, even though I pirate most. Um, You can say that on YouTube, probably.
Yeah, you can probably say that. That's fine. Just don't like share the links.
No, of course not. I wouldn't even, oblique. If you don't know how to go and you don't know how to call it, you deserve to subsidize my habit. Uh, I do pay for most of the small indie games. Like I pre-ordered for the first time in forever. I pre-ordered a game weeks ago, which is what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. The Talos Principle. Um, I have become obsessed with the coming release of the Talos Principle in the way that I have been obsessed with no other game, and I hope it's good. There's a demo out. I played the demo. Seems really good. All right, back to the questions, I suppose.
All right, so you've become more of a fan of what games journalism is today than you were a fan back in the day, back during GamerGate.
I think it's better, but I don't know anyone who, because someone's gonna say that they do. Do you know anybody who regularly reads Kotaku or Polygon? It's all in the YouTube space nowadays, where the only people who seem to be in touch with that sort of thing are content creators who bring the attention to the mainstream.
True. It does.
Yeah, I can't tell you that I sit down and read Polygon, because the problem with reporting everything that happens in gaming is there's just a slush pile of stuff that no one could even conceivably give a fuck about, but you have to report about it because it happens. And you've created this model where you're having to put out article after article after article, chasing hits, trying to cover as much as possible. And so your sites are fucking unreadable.
Do you think?
Who want?
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Well, is there anything else you want to say about games journalism before we dive deep into specific questions about it?
Yeah. Like, I'm looking at Polygon again. Who wants to fucking read Games for Gaza bundle has raised over 200K for Palestinian medical aid? Or you can try Resident Evil Village on Apple devices for free. Or uh Cities Skylines 2 does the brain good. It's just this endless output of things that no one is going to read. And this is why YouTubers have taken over, because they're content aggregators, right? And this is the thing, like when Fart got popular and Reddit got popular, is that content aggregation is the new meta. It's like if you can take the most interesting pieces of information and present it to people, they're going to be far more amenable to that than all the information. It isn't like finding the information anymore, it's cataloging it that's the thing. And games journalism simply is not caught up to that.
Do you think the games press was largely open and willing to listen to critics during GamerGate?
In some sense, it's really easy to give either answer here, because individual gaming journalists, and this is the problem with them having Twitter presences and acting like just kind of regular Joe Schmo, right? Rather than someone who writes for the New York Times, is that individual games journalists were not necessarily open to much of anything. But when you look at the sites themselves, they all instituted or updated their ethics policies in the wake of Gamergate. So yeah, there were reforms that people wanted. And a lot of times Gamergate wasn't even really that specific with what reforms they wanted. But they, a lot of people got around the table and they had it out. It's like, okay, well, how do we alter our ethics policies in the wake of the questions raised by Gamergate? And they did update their ethics policies. And so good on them.
Were there any reforms that you would have liked to have seen happen?
Um, if I no, here's the thing. Nobody looks at it holistically and says, "What do I want the gaming press to look like if I got to pick?" It'd look very different the way it than the way it did then or the way it does now if I had my say. There's basically no game design. You don't really have a lot of interviews with developers talking the way that games are made. You don't really have any undercover journalism. You don't really have a lot of game developers in the trenches giving statements about what's happening in their workplaces. You don't you don't have the sort of things that you would see from regular news. And I wanted there to be more pushback with games, with the state of games journalism, with the criticisms that we're seeing before Gamergate happened, which is that games journalism is bad. Like in Gamergate, no one was like, "Oh man, I feel so betrayed by the gaming journalists," because they weren't fans of the gaming journalists, because games journalism is terrible. And it's just like, oh, Gamergate. A lot of the time, it's like, "Oh, games journalism was terrible." Like, you know,
Well, some people were
games
fans,
journalists should
but
do their jobs, which I don't care about.
yeah. I mean, some people were fans, but
Fucking cryptids if they were. There was even less to like about games journalism then than there is now. And honest to God, it's not entirely great. Like games journalism now is like YouTube video essays. Like no one on Polygon writes like editorial pieces about games the way Jacob Geller does, right? They don't write video game analysis the way that someone like Matthew Matosis or even Jacob Anderson does. They don't have like down in the dirt games interviews and game like facts in the way that like Did You Know Gaming does. Like these things are all happening and they could be happening on these websites, but they're not. And that's the reform I wanted to see. The demand for games journalism to become a meaningful term, for there to be more content that is not quote unquote content, not stuff that's there just to be there, not faff, not fucking less chaff, more wheat. That's what I want to see. That's the reform I want to see, because I am as embarrassed by games journalism then as like when Spike TV hosted the Game Awards. Like no one could look at the Spike TV hosted Game Awards and not be a little bit embarrassed. Like just like it's just like sexy women with bikinis and just like dude bros like cracking beers against their heads, and they're like not even taking it seriously. And it's even just thinking about it, I get secondhand embarrassment. Games journalism is kind of like that to me now, but to a lesser extent. More back then, it was more like that than it is now. It is a little better now, but it's even a lot better now. But it's still the watered down version of the Spike TV Game Awards. All right, I'll be right back.
okay. Well, we have some downtime again, people. Arsonist Mage says, I catch headlines off Reddit about game announcements. That's about it. And it's been that way since I quit WoW. The shadier thing they do now is cut and paste the same walkthroughs so they can hit Google when people search how do I get this sword in Baldur's Gate.
Not even time to put the coals in. Let's go for a little while longer.
All right,
Getting blue
we're
balled
still
here.
in the beginning. We can kind of rush through if you're getting pressed. We've been going 3 hours and we're like 7 questions in. No, we're like 9, I guess. We can rush through if you prefer. It's up to you.
No, keep going.
All right, if you were the editor-in-chief of a gaming website and some of your employees, at least in this hypothetical, appeared to be credibly accused of ethical violations, what would you have done?
Um, what? I think the same thing anyone else would do. Like, I think the same thing that ultimately happened, because you think about what happened with Nathan Grayson, and it's like, oh, we went and we interviewed them and we timelines and we looked at the their coverage, and for the most part, whether or not you believe them, right? Whether or not you believe in their timeline, Kotaku's timeline, whether or not you really buy into that what they say happened is what happens. The only question I think that they handled that with aplomb, if I'm honest. Um, that's the type of thing that I would want to do, as far as I know.
So you've already said that you think that there is a still a role for text-based games journalism then?
Um, I think there could be, in theory. Um, I think it's possible. I just don't see it's sort of a video killed the radio star thing, if you know what I mean. Where it's like, I don't really know how you would get that. I think that it would be possible. I think it's possible to leverage their audience and the money that they have and the quote unquote prestige that they have, and to make something out of it that's worthwhile, that's financially stable. And um I think that would require more investment in these websites in general, because a lot of my problems with them kind of stem from trying to chase ad revenue.
Do you have any thoughts on Game Journal Pros?
I think it was a very interesting interesting idea. Um, I don't know why you would do that after the journalist already happened. I actually do believe that for the most part it was exactly what, the journalist was, where for the most part it was more about the appearance of impropriety than any impropriety actually happening. Because people have made statements about it. It's just it's just a way for people to chat shit and talk, vent about their jobs and this, that, and the other. And we wanted a space to do that was private, and that's fairly understandable. But when you're journalists, you kind of don't you have a higher standard to a certain extent. Like, you're not allowed to have the journalist. You're not allowed to have your own version of that, because you're supposed to avoid even the appearance of impropriety. And it didn't really do that. And if it was going to exist, you needed to curate who was allowed on there, so that your email list didn't get, or your whole list didn't get leaked, at least. And or you could have just published that it existed and said, hey, this is just for game journalists to talk about this, that, and the other thing. And maybe had a section of your website where hey, if you pay us a certain amount of money, you can be on game journal, whatever. I don't know, something to legitimize it. I don't think anything nefarious happened with being a little bit blasé about it, but it's just a bad look.
Any thoughts on deep freeze?
What was deep freeze?
The gaming site that we created, or that Bone Golem created, I guess actually, that catalogs ethical violations. I can link it.
Yeah, yeah, by all means. I think I heard something about this when it was coming out, but I didn't really check it.
You were anti-GamerGate when it came out, right?
Almost assuredly.
It was like mid 2015, I think it came out. It first launched.
Yeah.
Maybe it was late 2015.
Ah. Yeah, some of these are interesting. Um, it looks like they stopped posting stuff around it, or otherwise they would. They would
Yeah,
have posted about the. They
they
would have
stopped updating
posted.
it.
Yeah, if they would have posted the Boomstick Gaming scandal at the very least that IGN did. That that made its way around.
All right, now you've already talked about. Well, do you have anything you want to say about deep freeze as you look through it?
Yeah, one thing that I would say, which is at least interesting, is someone who I don't understand why you would catalog people who use GamerGate auto blocker. Like I said, this is like the one thing that I think rubs me the wrong way about GamerGate. I would say more than anything, but not quite. But like, even the people who are in it for the best of intentions, like the way that they group people who are against their movement and how they kind of lump them in with people who do like actual ethical like violations in terms of journalism. I don't like that association is there.
Well,
I
it
don't.
it doesn't count against them, I don't think, for using the auto blocker. It's referenced though that they do, which I think is perfectly fair. If they're using the auto blocker where they're blocking tens of thousands of people just because they don't like criticism, like that's pretty insane, and that should be notated.
There was a sequence of people that said, "Oh, GamerGate auto blocker user." If it is just like in relation to another article, it's not nested in such a way that it shows that it's related. Like if it's like, "Oh, here are the IGN people who were involved in the YouTube video that was plagiarized from GameSpot's YouTube channel." If that was the case, then it should have probably been more closely associated, like like probably by indenting it or something. Um, that's my only thoughts though. It's good. It's good to report. It is good to report ethics violations. Oh, Brash Games. Wow, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. But it is good that that stuff is cataloged, even though it's a pretty incomplete list and it's no longer being updated. I like that at least the effort was made.
Now you've already talked about SPJ AirPlay. Do you have anything else you want to say about that?
Um, just kind of a dud. I liked that they did it. I think it speaks well of them that they agreed to do it. Um, it didn't get a lot of coverage because it didn't really come to anything because the bomb threat. But what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, the whole first panel went through, which is like the more important one, I guess. Especially since Milo was in the second one.
Yeah, at
Yeah.
least it seemed to me that coming out of like the airplay, at least the impression that I got is there wasn't a lot of good takeaways. There wasn't a lot of good, except for the bomb threat, which eclipsed everything. I don't know if there was a lot to really report on, unfortunately. Except for that it happened.
Well, I mean, the Society of Professional Journalists and the president of the SPJ. Well, she wasn't the president at the time. She was just a high level executive with them. But she later became the president. And the Lynn Walsh of the SPJ and Rin Laforme of the Poynter Institute. Um, basically said that GamerGate's ethical concerns about games journalism were valid. They went through
Sure.
individual cases, laid them out, and they agreed that these were conflicts of interest. I think that's like a kind of a big deal. And
I don't I I don't remember all of the conflicts of interest, but I agree that they did exist, but there's a difference between like a conflict of interest and the result of a conflict being meaningful. Like there's like three parts of an argument, right? The claim, the evidence for the claim, and then the impact of like if the claim is true. And even if there's like an ethical violation, if that ethical violation doesn't result in like a substantial consequence, I don't think that it's going to be seen as particularly newsworthy. Like, guy sleeps with his boss,
well, what made it
um,
newsworthy is the fact that the gamer. Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you finish your thing.
like guy sleeps with boss, is not, or you could say, dog bites man, man bites dog. Um, it feels like there would need to be a little bit more substance to the actual ethical violations for it to be really picked up a bunch. And I understand what you're going to say, which is just like, oh, but in the context of Gamergate, Gamergate was vindicated by in some sense, by SPJ Airplay because they said that, there were ethical violations and there were ethical violations. I could come back at you and be like, well, were those ethical violations like really that meaningful? You could come up with the idea, oh, maybe it was an excuse, maybe it was a smokescreen. Well, if these are the violations that were found and those violations are so substantial, why did they really care at all? There's a lot of angles that you could take on it. I don't personally think that it is a smokescreen. I think it is gamers getting too deep in the fucking paint, where it was gamers versus games journalists, and the game journalist industry is by large a cesspool. It is entertainment journalism. It is PR. It is a 24-hour news network of the gaming world that really has no right to exist. But it's hard to present that in front of like the SPJ and have them really understand it. So the things that they did present didn't seem all that newsworthy.
You've already touched upon this a little bit, but why don't think they didn't cover the media didn't cover SPG Airplay largely?
Yeah. I sort of folded it in. It's like the things that make game journalism bad. It is the merging of business with editorial. It is the merging of like entertainment and news and the business of advertising and content creation. It is all those things, and all those things are pretty hard to present to the SPJ in a way that's coherent, and it's hard to present either way. But to like a society that doesn't even really understand, or an organization that doesn't really understand like digital journalism in the same way as people who grew up reading it, I think it's a tough task. And that they largely kind of got stuck in talking about, well, this person, here's the specific instance of this, here's the specific instance of that, did nothing to really help them. I think that you need to build a narrative for why, you know, by and large, gaming journalism is a cesspool. And I don't really think that that was done, at least not to my satisfaction.
Well, why do you think it was successful?
Um, the big reason, there are three big reasons. One is the couple things I already talked about, that games journalism is basically just an extension of like the gaming publisher's PR. The other thing, that they mostly report on things that are insubstantial because they have to come out with a bunch of articles for clips, which makes them basically unusable and makes it hard to justify their own existence. Instead of doing news, they do that. Um, when And the third thing is that because you had to have all these articles, a lot of them are just blogs. On a lot of gaming journalists view their columns as extensions of their blogs, and so it was very insular community, and a lot of people are very buddy buddy with each other. And it does, just like the games journal pros, create the appearance of impropriety in some way. I think it does anyway. So I wasn't surprised. It's like, oh, when GamerGate was like, oh, this guy knew this guy and wrote about this guy's game, and this guy knew this guy, and was living with this guy, and then later wrote about something that they were the sound editor for, and it's like, yeah, because the game's like, but it's not a conspiracy. It's just a very small group of people who make games, a very small group of people who write about games.
What
They're going to brush up against each other, but the fact that there weren't any sort of even a thought paid to who knew who, and what disclosures may have needed to be done just to avoid the appearance of impropriety, made things that much worse.
do you think it is a problem that these people were like all friends with each other and weren't
Uh,
disclosing it?
that they weren't disclosing it. I don't think this is why I think a lot of people have trouble with Gamergate. It's like, do I really think that fucking Nathan Grayson writing like a couple of lines in a general like list of games he recommends about Depression Quest is a huge ethical violation? I don't really think so. He gave a little bit of coverage to their game, just a little bit,
Well, he
which
promoted
he
over
probably would have.
49 others though too. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
just.
All right. Now I'm actually going to put the charcoal in, and we'll move on to I think the email campaigns next.
Okay. Sorry, I should have cut you off.
That's all right.
Charcoal. Yeah, he's making a brisket. He's checked on it like several times so far throughout the stream. I'm about to do like a massive dump of art that I got from an archive of GGHQ. The Discord. I'll link the thread. If you're not in the Discord, or if you are, go check it out. Bunch of art being posted now. Yeah, I can ask about the about his avatar. Stream is kill.
All right, here I am.
All
Someone else
right.
will be tending to it, so we should be good.
Okay. All right. So Lisa asks if your avatar is a pony.
No, it's a horse.
All right. So, sorry, what were you saying
Sorry,
before about?
it's a donkey actually. I thought the art looked cool.
Do you think GamerGate supporters actually cared about games journalism?
In a sense, like I think they cared about the idea that games journalism should be ethical, if you follow. I don't think they gave a fuck about games journalism because who could, but at the idea that something unjust was happening or perceived to be unjust, they were, the first ones to kind of take up arms in that sense. But cared about games journalism, no.
Some
It,
ga-
it, go ahead.
Some GamerGate supporters believe that pressuring advertisers to pull out would be a good way to convince gaming publications to initiate ethical reforms. Now, we talked about the Sam Biddle situation earlier,
Yeah.
but as a more general matter, if it's about contacting advertisers about specific ethical violations, are you
Yeah,
more okay with that or less?
I am okay with that. If it's about like specifically ethics, right? Then fine. If if you're not doing that, if you're folding something else into it because you think it would be a good way of hurting your enemies, even if the reason that you're enemies, if you don't think well of their ethical history, I think you're doing something else at that point. But pressuring advertisers to pull out by saying, "Hey, here's these organizations. There's unethical. Here's how. We're not going to buy your products so long as you support these people." It reminds me a lot about the vitamins issue, right? Um, where in U.S. Congress there were FDA on the supplements industry and a run of uh, commercials and other public outreach about how the FDA was coming to take your vitamins aired on TV around this time. And more people wrote into Congress about, the FDA coming for their vitamins when they weren't. These were very common sense reforms. More people wrote into Congress than wrote in about Vietnam. It is a tremendously successful campaign strategy. Tremendously. Um, as to whether it's ethical or not, it's just like, are you telling the truth? Are you being honest and straightforward? And I think there is a little bit of less that games journalism was unethical, that the reason this was being done, and more that Gamergate supporters hate the games journalists that cover them, and the games journalists hate them back. And this is a way to take the fight to those journalists. But the reason that they think the games journalists were unethical to begin with is in a large part how it is the way it is. So I don't want to split too many hairs on that. That is to say, it's a tremendously successful type of strategy. It's definitely not a new strategy. Um, but when done for the right causes, then sure.
Do you think that by going after the money of allegedly corrupt gaming websites, that GamerGate supporters made it more likely or less likely that publications would be willing to work with them to initiate ethical reforms in the future?
Less likely. As far as I know, the publications initiated ethical reforms on their own, and I don't think GamerGaters presented like, "Hey, come to talk to me about what ethical reforms you should do." It seemed like they painted themselves as hostile and more like, become more ethical or else. And so they got together with the people who, whose responsibility it is to hammer that out, which is mostly themselves and mostly, online reference material. And they worked it out on how to become ethical enough to satisfy the conditions that Gamergate kind of laid out for it. So less likely to work with them, but capitulate, I think, more likely.
Do you think that we kind of already talked about this, but do you think that GamerGate supporters mostly supported email campaigns over ethical breaches, either real or perceived, or for other reasons?
I would honestly say it was mostly over perceived ethical breaches, but it's hard to disentangle like the anger over political views they didn't like, because I think for the most part, ethics in games journalism was a framing in not like and that it was false, but like a lot of the reason that gamergaters were in it was because they were talking about something, right? And then the entire internet basically went dark and you couldn't discuss that subject anymore. And people were fighting against it. It's just like, well, why you must be corrupt to try and control what we say about this, or that. And it's not like they really cared much about gaming journalism in the sense that they were invested in it, but they did hate the game journalists that cover them. They didn't think much of the ethical character or the quality of video games journalism, and so they went after them as a way to show take it and as a way to kind of have some sort of way to fight back. When institutions control the internet, the only control that you really have is the control that you're able to take through collective action. So I think like mostly they were talking about ethical breaches. Like whenever someone came into HN, it's like, oh hey, new ethical breach found. New This person knew this person. They wrote an article about this person. Like that was happening, but on the larger scale, I think ethics in games journalism was in a large part of framing, and a large part of it was just anger over, you know, journalists in part, and probably in pretty large part, at the divide between them ideologically, not necessarily politically, but ideologically. Games journalists and gamers hated each other a lot at that time and place.
Some GamerGate supporters claim that they cared about creative freedom. Do you think that belief was genuine?
Um, Sometimes. I think they've considered that more than the ethics in gaming journalism. I think there is something in us that rebels at this idea of um s- you, I'm going to decide for you what you should be able to read or play or anything. It's just like I should decide for you the content that gets to be presented to you. There's something very antithetical to the human spirit about that. And I think in that sense, the belief was genuine. As far as the greater consequences of creative freedom, like when I was talking to you before about like how translation is in large part adaptation, how you have to keep in mind that when you're changing things, when you localize them, as to you maybe localize them to keep the intention of the artist as opposed to, the integrity of the text. Um, I don't think anyone was really having those conversations. It was just like, oh no, instead of, they took out the hot tub scene because, sexy anime girls, this is SJWs, or, you know, they something similar. I mean, it wasn't all like hot tub anime girls, but for the most part, it was things that were viewed as objectionable in the West. So it's all
Well,
going to be
no,
things
hang
that
on.
sound as frivolous.
Sound objectionable in the West, as in like some tiny, minute, cringe people on the internet got mad.
I don't,
Normal,
I don't,
ordinary people aren't angry about Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball or
I don't
whatever.
think, I don't think it's fair to characterize them as angry. Just more like maybe that they would think that it might be inappropriate, or maybe they might think that in some senses that a little bit much, a little bit like when I think of angry, I think of like the Harry Potter book burnings. I don't think of video essays on they go, this is not welcoming to women in games. Like
Well, we're we're conflating so many different things, though. Right? There was a
I mean,
lot of different censorship that came from multiple angles, right? There's the localization censorship.
yeah.
There's the censorship campaigns like change the cover. Then there's other social media campaigns like Pillars of Eternity, Lionhead Studios, things like that. And then there's also on top of that this broad general sentiment from the games press and from people like Anita Sarkeesian saying that video games cause real life harm.
Um
All at the same time, these things are happening.
if I don't consider game localization changes, like I consider some of them censorship, some of them I don't. I've talked about that. To the extent that it's just like the boob sliders or they changed like a couple lines of text. I Some of those changes I agree with more than others. When it comes to change the cover, I don't think it's on the whole much different than what anyone does, really. When it comes to canceling somebody or whatever you want to talk about, it's just like it's. I don't think it's much different than like when people were complaining about Game of Thrones. Really, it's just like this thing is bad. It shouldn't have been done. Except for in the case of like change the cover, there was something you could actually do, which was pull the cover. I think that in most of the time, when people are upset about some sort of creative anything, most of the time, they are going to express it. They might use hashtags. They might, you know, go about it any number of different ways. But ultimately, they're kind of expressing the same sorts of feelings, which is either this is objectionable or this is low quality or, and they create a big fuss online, um, in the hope that it become changed in some way. I would actually compare it more to like maybe like the Mass Effect 3 ending, something like that.
Well, that's not really directly analogous because, like, one, nobody like directly demanded that they change the ending like they did with the change the cover movement,
Yes, they did.
and two,
Absolutely.
also the developers themselves had said, I believe, that they didn't like the ending either. They wanted to have a more fleshed out ending,
Oh yeah, it was a complete shit show. But
but the
wh-
publisher rushed them. That's why they couldn't do it.
yeah, there was a whole there's a whole mess of things that you could say about Mass Effect 3's development and EA like systemically dismantling BioWare Studios, which was happening around Mass Effect 3. But what I'm saying, the points where these are analogous or were more analogous, is that there was a public outcry against something in a game, right? And that they wanted to be changed. And people were saying that it should be changed. That's what the public outcry is. Not just that it was bad, but no, this was not good enough. that it didn't fulfill the promises that were set by the idea that these choices were supposed to matter. Blah 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 blah. And they wanted it to be changed. Quite a lot of people were calling it for it to be changed, and there were some famously in IGN game journals who said no, the Mass Effect the Mass Effect ending was fine, and gamers are entitled for acting like it should be changed. And then
Well, there were a
eventually it
lot of
was
articles like
changed.
that, but
Yeah, yeah. The main thing is that gamers were saying no, this should be changed. Now, you could say that they were for a little bit, in some sense, for different reasons, and I kind of agree. But I think they're more similar than they are different. The only thing we're haggling about is in what situation should we employ these tactics to try and get people to change their art in some
well,
way.
to be clear, you can't blame GamerGate for the change for the Mass Effect thing because that was years
No,
before GamerGate even happened. Not that you are blaming GamerGate, but it seems like you're trying to like, oh well, people are hypocrites because it's like no,
not
that was
not that
years
they're
earlier.
not that they're hypocrites. I said at the beginning, I think everyone does this. I'm not casting blame on anybody. I'm saying
Oh, except we
that I
didn't
think
though, right? Because we actually were consistent in this.
no, I'm just saying that
And it like,
this
but
kind
here's the
of
thing: like you keep like you're saying like they have objectionable like well people find it objectionable and they want to stop the cover and they change the cover. They have a big mob come get together and do this. It's like yeah, that's the problem, right? That's fundamentally like the issue that I have with this, and like I think that it seems like you're like oh yeah, well that's a thing that happens, and like that's good or like that's fine. It's like no, it's not fine.
I'm like you can personally disagree with this, but I'm saying on the broad scale, people do get together and they demand changes. What changes is the circumstance. And I'm not saying anyone's a hypocrite. I'm saying that where people are disagreeing mostly seems to be the circumstances in which the changes are demanded, and who demands the changes, and who demands the changes and why. Like, there's a lot of to do about these people are demanding that comics change, but they don't even read comics. These are feminist activists, and comics people don't mind and about change the cover specifically. And it's less the action being done, although the potential harm, the potential distress, the potential consequences of the action are certainly part of the discussion. It's more the little details, or not even little details. It's more the details of why it's being done and who is calling for these changes and what the changes are. But I think that's the important thing I think has happened in our discourse, is that the idea of what harassment is, and a lot of the left who kind of dismissed like canceling as like a thing that doesn't really happen has come to reconcile this idea that it does happen. It could be a bad thing. It sometimes is unintentional. It has greater consequences on someone's mental state than perhaps people were able to admit, and that the way that we need to interact with each other online and the way that we interact with like video game companies in general has to change. And I think in the last 5 years, we've seen a lot of changes between how, especially people in the video game space, interact with developers and publishers, and a little bit more care with like who is called for, like who gets canceled and things like that.
Well, there was no Mass Effect 3 movement though. There's no hashtag redo the ending.
Oh,
It's
there
like
wasn't a
it's
move.
just a bunch of loose people who are like, "Wow, I really hate the ending. I wish they changed it."
Yeah, but there's a little bit of a downplaying going on. I'm not saying there were no people say there were no massive people going change Game of Thrones, but there was a mass of people in the predominant spaces where games are being discussed, and not just Mass Effect, but games in general being discussed, where it blew up because became such an issue, caused such negative PR, which was the goal, that something was done about it. There doesn't have to be a formalized conspiracy when interests converge, and people know what they're doing. They're not necessarily part of a movement formally, but they are part of what they see happening. And when there's this big outcry against Mass Effect 3's ending, um, and they join into that and they say, yeah, this isn't right. They should change it. They should have left it in the oven and they should change it now. And ba 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 ba. Right? I think that
Yeah, I
when
don't
you
remember
join
there
in with
being
that,
some. I don't remember there being some sort of movement on this at all. In fact, I recently watched a documentary on this, and people criticized the ending, and they were called entitled by the Games Press. Like that's like most of the story
look,
there.
yeah, that did happen. But I'm saying that you don't need a formalized movement to basically have a situation like that happen. You don't need hashtags. You don't need a bunch of people getting together to agree that we're going to contact these people and we're going to make this happen.
What do
It
you?
is just a bunch of people who have the same opinion, and that opinion is trafficked on websites, and more people join in, and they make their opinions known. And that's how most online kind of dramas seem to go. And however it goes, it's not always consistent, but that is generally the shape of it. Things like Gamergate, where it's more formalized and more of like an organizational, thing, are pretty uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you there. But are games art or not?
Sure.
Like, if they're art, then we probably don't want to live in a world where artists are being attacked and having mobs of people on the internet demanding that they take stuff out of their artistic works, right? Like, that's probably not a world we want to live in if we view them as art.
I don't mind. I don't think like there's always a discussion being had, right? There's a back and forth where art is going to be criticized. And that's kind of part of what makes it art, what makes people take it seriously is that, there's a heritage of people who come together and make art and kind of clashing with the people who evaluate that art. And there's a kind of a dialogue, a discussion. It's what forms kind of art history. It's what forms most of movie history. Criticism where people go, no, I don't like this. I think that this shouldn't have happened. I think this should have been taken out. I don't think this was appropriate. Right? That's art criticism. That's part of art. And people can demand whatever they want. I think people should be able to criticize anything for whatever they want to criticize it for. It doesn't matter if it's art or not. It's a free country. The only thing that I disagree with specifically, I think, is when people are kind of in the firing line for reasons that I wouldn't consider, or at least I don't think most reasonable people would consider worthy of it. Like, let's talk about aliens, colonial marines, and how Randy Pitchford managed to snake his way out of responsibility for that, and it got placed on like Sega, even though he was like embezzling money to make Borderlands 2. Like, I didn't want Sega to have the responsibility placed on them for that. And if people like legally, that's what happened. And if people came after Sega for that in the wake of the court case, I would defend them. And if people were trying to cancel them, I would defend them and I would say, no, this is Randy Pitchford's fault. But I wouldn't say, well, Aliens Colonial Marines is art. What are you criticizing it? What are you doing saying
Well, no
that it's
one's
a buggy
saying. See,
piece of
you're
shit?
conflating these like multiple things. Like people can criticize art. Nobody's saying they can't.
I'm not
We're just saying that you can't. You shouldn't be creating online mobs and creating a moral panic to get games to get artists to change their works of art. That's what we're saying. And you shouldn't be like using this really loosey goosey language about how video games cause real world violence when you have no evidence to back that up or real world harm. Like we have like very simple asks.
I don't the problem to me is that I don't think there's that much of a distinction. I don't think there's that much of a distinction between the type of criticism that regularly happens and the impact of that criticism than the impact of the criticism of like people who get together around a Twitter hashtag. I mean, I genuinely don't. I don't like I can definitely see how it can feel more unwelcome, that it can feel more distressing when you are the focus of a concerted effort to like a backlash. Backlashes are bad, but backlashes are not antithetical to art. I don't think at all.
Well,
If
they
there's a
are when they.
backlash,
Go ahead.
there are a lot of backlashes against specific properties, and the backlashes lead to things getting canceled. Whether the people who led the the backlash wanted people to get canceled or the shows to get canceled or not. The only thing I think you're really disagreeing on at the end of the day is the causes by which the backlash happens. It's like there shouldn't be a backlash over this, but that's
Well,
not incompatible.
I've never once in my life tried to attack an artist to force them to change their creative vision, and I never intend to do that.
No,
And
but I
nobody
don't.
should. You can criticize. I criticize stuff all the time. I criticize the ending of Mass Effect 3. I criticize all sorts of things. But that's not the same
Sure.
thing as me in getting my followers to all demand that the artist change their work and creating a movement to do this, and then also saying crazy shit like, "Oh, video games cause violence, video games cause sexism."
Those are two separate
Those are
things,
two
but
separate things. And I'm also
yeah.
but they are all linked together. Like the reason a lot of these people want to change artwork is because they think that they cause real life harm.
I'm not sure about that, but I'll focus on that like separately, but I don't here's my problem. Let's say episode of a TV show comes out, right? And people hate it. It's part of an established franchise. Let's say pick a random one. The shitty live action Teen Titans TV show. And people go, it's horrible. They disrespected the source material. It's an absolute steaming pile of and then it gets canceled. And then, you know, the people who worked at it are, out of the no more of it is going to get made. I like that's something that happens all the time. Things come
And
out,
that's
they get
fine. That's
harshly criticized.
capitalism.
Right. It's still capitalism when a bunch of people come together and say, I think that you should, change the cover because I don't think it's inappropriate, or I don't think it's appropriate. And then they do, and they continue to stay in business, or they don't, and whatever happens, happens. It's all still
It's
capitalism.
creating this chilling effect on. It's not just that you're attacking the individual artists too. You're creating this chilling effect now where other artists are going to be afraid to make the art that they want to make.
Yeah, but so is any form of criticism. Any form of criticism creates a chilling effect because that's kind of the nature of it. Because the impact of criticism can be stark. Like if you remember the dispute between the Fallout New Vegas developers and Obsidian because they didn't get a high enough Metacritic score. There are real, genuine consequences to any sort of criticism. I just don't see why you need to single the specific type
Well,
of criticism
most
out
people who
because it appears to be more personal, as like this is over the line. All criticism
No,
comes with consequences.
there's so many different there's different types of criticism, like you say. Like there's criticism, like everyone uses the term criticism, and then there's criticism which is not really criticism. It's criticism of you need to take this out. It offends me. It's sexist. It's racist. It causes violence. It hurts people in real life. Like that's not criticism anymore. That's demanding that you change something because you're quote unquote hurting people in the real world,
If someone
or because they're
says
offended, quote unquote.
if someone says I want you to change this, they're not giving a criticism. If someone says, "I want you to change this because this thing is bad to me," they are making a criticism. Now, to you, it might not be a particularly well-founded criticism. Well, it's not racist, it's not sexist, it's not whatever. But it is still a criticism.
It's
I
a
don't.
demand. It's a demand, though, too.
Yeah, but they are demanding, but that's separate. They are demanding. The demand is, I demand that you change this. Why do you demand it? Because I think this is bad. Saying this is bad, that's the criticism part. It's both things. Well, both things are part of the statement. The criticism is separate from the demand. But they are still examples of criticism. It's just that if you are saying, right, I'm okay with the criticism, even shitty criticism, but I'm not okay with the demand, that's consistent. But it seemed to me like you were saying, well, I'm not okay with the criticism or the demand because I don't think the criticism is good. They're just saying things are racist.
Well, no,
And that to me is the only thing that's inconsistent.
sorry to clarify. I have an issue with the demand, but I also have a separate reason. I would have a
Sure.
separate issue with the reason, which is the next question
That
actually.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted to separate out this, like, do games cause harm in the world? Because I knew they were gonna get intertwined. The main thing, I think I can understand why people would find it to be objectionable when, like, there is a direct relationship where it's just like, I am demanding this outcome. I'm demanding this outcome or else this other outcome is gonna happen. Or I don't even really think there's nowhere else most of the time. It's like, I am demanding that this happen. Whereas with most criticisms, it's just like, this shouldn't have happened. This is bad. There's not really a call to action in there. But I definitely think that the consequences of criticism are more or less the same, regardless of whether you have a call to action or not. And that there is a chilling effect with criticism. And I think and this has been a large part of critical discussion, that, you need to criticize in some sense responsibly, that you need to reckon with the fact that if you have a platform and you have an audience, then there are going to be consequences to the things, that you say.
I,
And if you think that, like, it's bad form to demand people change things, um, I can at least understand how you get there. I just my main point is that the consequences of that are very similar to the consequences of other forms of criticism, and that I think it's about as acceptable as each other, and that the only difference is that, like, they're different tactics, different ways of getting to the same thing, and it's just that, it needs to be done responsibly. All criticism needs to be done responsibly.
okay. I don't want to loop on this too long because I know we're going to see that go
Yeah.
back and forth forever. But I do want to ask before we get to the next question. I do want to ask
Uh-huh.
when you look back at history and you see like the people who were making very big claims about like rock and roll or video games in the 90s and 2000s or heavy metal music, rap music, um, the witch hunts of like the 17th century, if you want to go like that back that far, but that's a separate sort of issue, so we could take that part out actually. Let's just focus on like the
Yeah.
modern media, like Dungeons and Dragons, like all these various different like moral panics that have occurred throughout history. And like during the moment, like nobody sees them as a moral panic, or most people don't. But then um, everyone looks back and like, yeah, that was a moral
Um,
panic. Or comic
yeah,
books even.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. So everyone like looks back now and they look at the comic book censorship, the video game moral panic, the music moral panic, the Dungeons and Dragons moral panic, and they all think, "Oh, wow, that was really stupid." But at the time, people believed in that stuff. When
Some
you
of
look
them,
back
yeah.
on when you look back on that, what do you think?
Um, what I think is terrible, and wonderful and terrible, is that humans have a strong sense of justice, and they're very moral creatures. And I think a lot of the same impulse that lead, like, Gamergate to be like, this is, a violation of ethics in gaming journalism, is the same animating force as the people who say, rock and roll is going to get our kids. I'm not going to say that they're as well founded or as well substantiated, or they come about for the same reasons, but I think the human impulse is kind of in all of us to some degree or another. Um, what I will say is it's great that there are people out there who those colors don't really run. People like Stan Lee, who fought against the Comics Code Authority, publishing that. I think it was that comic. Who was like the first guy to be like, no, I'm not getting. I don't care if the CCA doesn't approve this comic. I'm going to publish the comic about Harry Osborn doing heroin. Is going to be a harrowing story about the dangers of drugs. And if you don't think I should be able to write about that, I think you're wrong. I think the children of today need to see that, and I think they need to see it in all its unglorious nature. You know, I think in all moral panics, there is a tendency for people not to recognize what's happening when it's happening, but there are a lot of people who see it for what it is and who fight against it. And I think they are a meaningful opposition to these to these moral panics, and a large reason sometimes why they go away, like in the case of Stan Lee.
Do you have any thoughts on the idea that video games are responsible, or at least in part, for violence or sexism in real life?
No. What I do think is interesting, and what I think the research is still out on, it's just like we know based on a lifetime of consuming media. You were raised by the same television I was raised by, or I guess internet at this point. You know that art can be impactful. It can, shape the way that we view the world in a lot of. And when people talk about causing violence, I think they view that relationship, that accusation, in terms of like like that episode of like South Park, kill John Lennon. They tend to think of it in that way, as this like unconscious programming for people to do violent actions. Whereas I think scientifically, most people are concerned with like what sort of impacts can art have negatively, because we know that it can change our lives for good, and how conscious are these choices. And in terms of violence, I think the latest that I saw was that there might be responsible for some amount of increased aggression, but not enough to be noteworthy. In terms of sexism, I think games not necessarily cause sexism, but like when what you're exposed to in your media kind of changes um how you think in a certain way. Like a great example. Homosexuality, the acceptance of homosexuality went up not in terms of like the arguments made, but mostly when people knew a gay person. And there's studies that have been done that representation in the media, seeing a gay person on TV, has a very similar effect on how people accept people who are different from them. And so I definitely think there can be things like that happening, where maybe the portrayal of women in games contributes to this larger picture in your head of, you know, what women are, and, various amount of subconscious beliefs about uh, their role in society and characteristics. Anita Sarkeesian, I think one of the few good points that she made was talking about how there isn't a lot of diversity in the character models when it comes to League of Legends, where it's like you have all these different male body types, you don't have as many different female body types, and I brought up the not as many good women in video games in, like, 15 years ago as there is like now. I think that definitely kind of has some sort of an impact. I don't know if it's sexism, but it probably wasn't like a great environment to be submerged with, or is at least not as healthy a one as it is now. Which is why I am absolutely with the people who go, I want more, representation in the media. I want more this, that, and the other. But I think what people are concerned with is not necessarily representation on the other side, as much as, I mean, sometimes they're with like the tokenism, but more that they're gonna take things away. And I think like Mario saving the princess is sexist. It's a, some sort of example of this sort of harmful trope, and that shouldn't be done anymore. But, Mario still saves the princess now, so
Yeah. Well,
we're good.
we could loop for like 5 hours on whether or not video games cause sexism, and I feel like I've hashed out those arguments like 10 million times now,
Yeah.
um, including devil's advocate against like the pro GG people.
Yeah. It's my position is more, well, we know that art affects people, and we know that like it affects people in a very deep psychological way. There's no reason that would apply to gender. Gender applies to basically all human social interactions in some form or another. It colors them quite deeply. So how people perceive women, I definitely think games, like any other form of art, like it would definitely affect it. I just like anyone who's saying anything stronger than that, I don't know if I really support them saying anything stronger than
If
that.
if we're adults living in a democracy, well, so I actually have two claims I want to have you
Sure.
address. One, and we can just do one at a time because I don't want to like bombard you. But one is, if you're gonna make the claim that like video games like cause people to have sexist attitudes in real life, shouldn't there be like studies that show that? When like we do have like the German study that shows that that's not the case. The opposite's true. Now that's not looking at every type of game. That's only looking at games, a handful of different games,
Sure.
and it
I
it
think
didn't measure every aspect of sexism, but like it measured like traditional attitudes of sexism, like and like it was like, generally for like seems like it was like probably well done from what I could tell, but I haven't like read the full thing because I haven't
yeah,
really seen like analyses of it. But like shouldn't like if you're gonna make that claim, shouldn't you like back that up with like studies? Like here's like the link that shows that Grand Theft Auto playing
yeah.
this for 12 hours a day or 12 hours a week or something over the course of a 3 month period is going to increase sexist attitudes by 2% or whatever. Like shouldn't that be like shouldn't there be studies that show that if you're gonna make claims like that? Not you
Um,
personally, but
I think it kind of ties into what I was saying. It's like I don't think the evidence supports something as strong, and so I don't support necessarily someone saying stronger than that, saying that strong. But I also think that there are different kinds of things that you can point to other than like say evidence that video games cause more sexism. You can definitely say that video games are sexist. It's just like, in the same way that you can look at something, right, and say, you know, uh Coal Black and the Seven Dwarves is racist. You don't need a study to say that. And you can definitely point at sexist elements in video games and saying, well, if you consume a bunch of sexist media, I don't think that that necessarily is going to leave the best, impression of women on people. I think that's the only kind of line of argument that I can at least follow as substantiated.
but
When you're
shouldn't they
making
prove that though?
legislation, when you're making legislation, right? Um, I think that you need to show real societal harm. There's a different standard there. But when you're saying, I think video games might, cause sexist harm, and I can demonstrate that by showing that a lot of games are sexist, and by relying on kind of truism that people who consume a lot of sexist media maybe not have the healthiest view of women. You know what I mean? So we might want to be more careful with making our games less sexist or more, inclusive. Um, I don't think there's anything too objectionable about that. I don't think you need a scientific study about that. There's definitely room to argue about what's sexist and what's not, and definitely room for like doubt about, well, how sexist does it have to be? How are people really affected by consuming a bunch of sexist media? What type of sexism, right?
Yeah, but like it seems like if you're gonna make claims like that, the burden of proof's on you to like demonstrate that like it's actually true though.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that there are different ways to point to why video games being sexist might impact the minds of other people, other than getting a bunch of people together and doing a study. And I think that as far as like the arguments are concerned, with like maybe there's something to worry about, I think that I think most people are amenable to the idea that maybe people who grow up with uh you know video games as they were like 10, 15 years ago, where they're a lot less of a presence and they tend to be scantily clad very often, and they tend to be um not really active agents in the plots that they're in a lot of the time. Ba, 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 ba. I could go on. That maybe it's not the most holistic representation of women, and might lead to some interesting, and it might shape your mind in some way that not like in a
Well,
big way, but it's like,
that's not.
maybe this should be
It's
changed. Maybe this isn't the healthiest sort of state for the industry to be, and how it relates to women, and maybe the people who consume this media might not have the healthiest idea of women in our culture and in our society, and that sort
But
of thing. I can
10
I can at
years
least
ago,
get how you get there.
10 years ago, we did have a study on this, and it showed that the people who played games were less sexist after a 2 year period. So was the control group too, but
Oh,
um,
sorry.
so like it's like you said, play games 10 years ago might have made them more sexist because of the games that were made coming up back then, but we know that's not true. Like
Not
we
that
have
that
good
made
reason
them
to think
not
that
that
it's true.
it not that I made it more sexist, but that having a video game environment where pretty weak presence, and when they are present, a lot of they are, I guess, as feminists would like to call them, sex objects, or not particularly activated plot, not with a variety of body types, this, that, and the other. That it might not lead to the most healthy that like not having the most healthy representation of women in the medium and having people primarily consume it as their form of entertainment might not make them sexist, but it definitely shapes how they view women to some degree, I think.
Definitely. See, like we're making like these claims, and I feel like we should like back them up with evidence. I really just feel like it's kind of careless. Like definitely, it definitely.
Yeah,
Why do you
I
think it
definitely,
definitely did that?
yeah, in the same way as when I play any sort of shapes what I think and how I feel to some degree. I think that's sort of what art does, and to say, I think, Destiny 2 has changed the way, I think of certain things, is not abnormal, and I don't need a study to back it up. Or the idea that games can have some sort of emotional, intellectual, psychological impact on people. I think that's fairly well demonstrated because it's just an expression of another form of art, which we already know does. It's just a matter of to what degree, in what ways. So I think that, yeah, the video game industry, in whatever way that it appears, whatever games are coming out, whatever people are playing, it is going to change, and it is going to impact in some sense how they think and the things that they feel. Um, and I don't see why that shouldn't apply to gender.
Well,
I don't.
the the the
I think it's go
go ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think it's a pretty basic extrapolation to be like, okay, well, we know that art can affect us, emotionally, and mentally, and in a variety of ways. And kind of a large part of art is that it can be so impactful on us and leave these marks, and we can come away from it, um, in that way. And we know that unconsciously, a lot of, very, very kind of similar-ish effects depending on what you're exposed to. I don't see why that wouldn't apply to gender because it seems like a pretty basic extrapolation of what we already know. In what ways, I wouldn't want to speculate, but I would say that when there's a pretty unhealthy representation of women, and if at a formative age you play a lot of games and there is this kind of representation, this unhealthy representation, that I don't see any reason why it would contribute to a healthy depiction, a mental representation of women in your own head. I just don't see why
Well, we have the ESRB,
that
so
would happen.
we can't even bring children into this. We're talking about the ESRB, but I do want
I
to
mean, we
talk.
can.
Well, that's a whole separate conversation. But I do want to get to the second area here, and you sort of like touched upon it a little bit, which is that in theory we're living in a democracy and we're living in a free society. The fundamental premise of our society is that we trust everyone to make good choices, essentially. That we trust that people are able to make good decisions throughout their lives, to govern themselves, to
Mhm.
govern the society themselves, to play an active role in that government. And yet we don't we don't trust them to like watch a movie and not come away becoming a worse human being and like possibly hurting people in real life from watching that movie or playing that video game or reading that book. We
What
allow people to make these choices and we grant them like the agency to like decide for themselves like maybe if I maybe some people who play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball don't have that sexist attitude towards women and maybe they're not going to get that sexist attitude towards women just because they play Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
so I have a small bone to pick, which is that in a democracy, right? There aren't just things that are permitted. But there are things that are incentivized and disincentivized. And part of those things is kind of health related issues. It's why cigarettes are taxed. It's why, um, there are ostensibly subsidies that are given to different, farmers for growing specific crops, right? A lot of healthy eating initiatives, lots of, in particular, related to health, partially for moral reasons, but partially because, having a healthier society is a society, takes less money to maintain. But so if we want to like map it in the same way, if people wanted to outlaw video games in the same way that some people try to outlaw certain sizes of soda, I would say that's ridiculous. But if they were to say it's like, okay, so I think that video games have an unhealthy depiction of women as a whole. Generally, there are some good examples, there are some really bad examples, but overall, it's just kind of lacking. It's lacking in diversity. It's lacking in strong female characters, whatever. It's like, what's the prescription? Well, the prescription seems to be, or seems to have been, um, well, let's, talk to developers and say, maybe we should encourage people to make fewer Dead or Alive Extreme beach volleyballs and more Metroids, more Samus Aran type characters. And I think that's like really compatible with living in a democracy, and it's pretty in line with generally how these things seem to go. And people in a society say, "I don't think this is terribly healthy, and it should be changed." Mostly, it's not through legislation. Mostly, it's informal and through like a set of like incentives, disincentives, rather than prohibitions. There are exceptions, of course, and there are things like how the ESRB and the Comics Code Authority were both instituted because it was looking like legislation might have been made trying to regulate these things. Um, which I don't agree with, of course. But in terms of like the discussion about sexism in video games, like the idea, oh, we live in a democracy, like that doesn't really play into it because no one was really talking about legislation.
Oh,
They
I
were just saying,
disagree. It seems like, I mean, you say yourself, like you don't trust essentially that the person who buys Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball is going to come away not a worse person, right? you,
not necessarily a worse person. I'm just saying, like in general, as art is art, as our experiences shape us. Your experience playing Dead or Alive beach volleyball does shape you in some way. It's all art does. All
Wait,
experiences
does it
do.
though? I mean, like because like we don't well because you're assuming like, oh my god, someone's gonna play this, like they're gonna become like a worse human being. Well, like
No,
maybe they're gonna play it and they're gonna be like, wow, actually, I had come away with a more full understanding of women, or maybe I just like, hey, look, this is something I do for fun sometimes, and like it's not a big deal, and it doesn't affect the way I view other people in real life. Or like people are adults and they can like come away from a piece of art
sure,
with 20 different things. Like you could come
sure.
away like we talked about this in depth, like not you and me, but like me and other people talked about it in
You're
depth. And it's you could come away with 100
you're
different things, 1,000 different things just from a single piece of art. And like you're assuming, well, they have to be coming away with the bad thing, and they're gonna become worse humans because of it. And
no.
like you do. Okay, go ahead then.
Like you're expecting a little bit more claims, bigger claims that I'm making. It's like on the level of like how gamers who play a lot of FPSs have like 20 millisecond bigger reaction time or something like that. I'm saying the effect is small, but it's like when I was citing how when people see them like a diverse representation, right, it has a similar effect to when someone knows a gay person and that it makes them more accepting. The art that we experience, all of our experiences do shape us in some way, and some in more drastic ways than others. I don't presuppose in what ways. What I do say is that sometimes it's bigger than you think, and in sometimes it's kind of small. But if you look at the environment, if you look at the work itself, and you look at the context in which the work exists with, you can form suspicions. You can form what I would think are reasonable predictions. And I'm not going to say that someone's going to play Dead or Alive beach volleyball and come out a worse person or come out a sexist. What I'm saying is there is some sort of effect. Whether you want to say that it increases, sexual objectification of women, whether you think, I don't know. I don't think that, but I think that in general, the gaming industry's portrayal of like female characters, like you know, 15, 20 years ago, being pretty bad compared to now. I think growing up in that culture, it's invariably going to shape you a little bit as opposed to now. In what ways I wouldn't, like I said, I
I mean,
wouldn't
we're making like
presuppose.
broad claims again, but like we can move on. It's fine. It's whatever. But like, so you think it's good though, right? That there's less Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball is being made, less titty games being made. Right?
I don't think there's less of those. I
Well,
don't censor my.
You said earlier that's what happened, right? That
Well, I think that's
people
what
went to
people
the
were saying, that they want less of that, more representation. I think that we've gotten what's good is that there are plenty of these games that are meant to titillate, but they're mostly coming out of the independent scene now. As opposed to just having a lot of sex in like mainstream AAA games. I think there's a lot less sexiness in mainstream AAA games. I don't know if you've noticed that. So I definitely think that's true. I don't know. Hold on, let me look up Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball and ruin my Google searches forever and see if there's any new ones.
Well, I do want to talk about
2003.
that though, because I was talking with two people recently. Oron Darklord, pro-GamerGate person, he made his comments publicly, and I've been talking privately with a feminist YouTuber who used to be a bit more critical of GamerGate back in the day. Who we used to talk back then. Her and I've been talking in DMs, and she said something very similar to what Oron Darklord said, a pro-GamerGate person, which is that it seems like we've gone too far in the other direction, where like Western game developers are almost like terrified of putting like sexy, scantily clad women in their games ever, under any circumstances.
Yeah, I would say so, a little bit, because I think it is a little bit of a case of fine, we just won't do it at all. Then solves the problem in a really inelegant way. It does, I guess, but you know, game publishers are drones. They don't have thoughts about art. They have thoughts about spreadsheets. But yeah, they did make Dead or Alive Extreme 3 back in 2016, and they released it as Dead or Alive Extreme 3 Fortune on PS4 and Dead or Alive Extreme 3 Venus on the PlayStation Vita, like it's a fucking Pokemon game. But notably, it wasn't released overseas. I can only imagine
notably
why.
it was not released in North America. Yet they have a complete English version that they released in the Southeast Asian market. A complete English translation of the game that they released in the Southeast Asian market. But America, we don't get it. I wonder why. Interesting.
Shushei Yoshida said in a statement, it's due to cultural differences. The West has its own thinking about how to depict women in games media, which is different from Japan. So definitely one of the cases where they're like, we're not going to release this in the West. We don't want the headache. We just know what's going to happen. We know it will happen if we do this. I don't particularly care either way, if it comes out or if it doesn't come out. There's still plenty of sex in video games to be had if you want it. But what I will say, there's definitely less sex, a stigma on presenting games like Dead or Alive Extreme 3, which are just basically exist to give you sexy women to look at while they, play volleyball or whatever it is they fucking do.
I'm going to bed in like an hour.
Sun tanning system? Oh, hell no.
We gotta rush through this.
Mini games called Butt Battle? No, this was never gonna fly. Not even 10 years ago. Oh, no.
Well, we did have
allows you to take pictures of swimsuit malfunctions? No.
We had two previous Dead or Alives. I actually played the second one when I was a kid. Well, teenager, I guess. Like they were released in the West before the previous two games were.
Good lord, I don't know if it was that bad in the previous one. Only you would know that. But that sounds like they maybe were pushing the envelope in terms of sleaze.
I think they amped it up a little bit. I think it has gone a little bit further, but I'm fine with that. Hey, I'm all types of games should be able to exist. I keep saying that. Gone Home, Sunset, fucking Dead or Alive, Grand Theft Auto.
I think what's great, what they noted was like, we're not going to release this, but there is an English version. It's completely English, and all our copies are region free. If you want it, you can get it. Wink, 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 wink,
Yeah.
nudge, nudge. So that's at least good. All right. Let's keep going.
Okay. All right. Um, we're gonna. Um, we've already talked about this, but I'll let you get the final word here. Some political
Uh,
activists believe that using social media campaigns to demand artists change artistic elements of their work was a good thing, such as change the cover. What do you think of this tactic?
um, it depends on the change. Like I said, we have become more knowledgeable on what constitutes like harassment and who should be canceled and why. I think Change the Cover was mostly fine. The guy himself was just like, hey, in the context of the current Batgirl comics, that cover didn't make sense and felt a little exploitative. It might have been a good cover for a comic, but not for that comic. So was a little tasteless. People said that's a little tasteless, and then it got pulled. That's fine. Some other examples I agree with a little less. Um, it just depends. I think it should be done with care, like all criticism should. Next.
Did you support the campaign at the time, or like the Obsidian Pillars of Eternity thing, or anything like that? Lionhead Studios.
No, I didn't. I didn't support the Pillars of Eternity thing, and I still don't. I didn't support Change the Cover at a time because I'm very reticent to get involved in such a campaign. Very seldom would I actually participate in such a campaign, and often the morality of them only kind of really becomes evident in hindsight. So personally, I think that I probably won't get involved in one unless I start one. Like it's just like a little bit too uncertain for me. Um, let's go next one.
Where do you think the lines are between criticism and advocacy of censorship?
I think it's sort of like WoW's rest experience versus their fatigue system, right? Where I don't know if you know about this, but WoW, much like its contemporaries in like Korea, was mindful of video game addiction, fearful of laws cracking down on MMO playtime in the West, introduced a fatigue system where you gained less XP the longer that you played, and people hated it. Then they basically rebranded it as a rest XP system where you got bonus XP for a certain amount of time each day, and people loved it. The values were completely the same, by the way. This was the exact same system. It was just marketed differently, and brilliantly so. I don't think there's much of a difference between criticism and a censorship campaign, except for I think some of the bells and whistles, where it's just like criticism often leads to censorship and calls for saying a specific thing is bad or inappropriate or shouldn't have existed can lead to knock-on effects. I think maybe a censorship campaign can be more direct and more like clear in its goals in that sense. And so I'm a little bit more wary of that than other types of criticism, but they're more similar than they are different, I think.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts on the removal of, we've already talked about this a little bit too, but do you have any thoughts on localization when they take content out or change it?
Like I said, I support it in when they're trying to kind of realize the original intention, because that's what art is about, is the intention of the artist. And if you need to change content or remove content that is viewed differently in other places where games are localized, I think generally speaking that's a good thing insofar as it preserves the game as the game director, game developer meant it to be played. um there are some exceptions to that. I think when Disney removes like gay kissing scenes, I think they're cowards. Although those are really more about governments than the attitudes of the people. Um, but yeah, I think I already spoke on this enough.
God,
Let's do.
I was kind of a dick when I. Well, I want to try and push back, but I feel like I maybe pushed back a little too hard.
No, it's good. It's good. Let's go through like the easy ones, and then we can have a
Okay. Okay. Well,
some of the more spicy ones, and you can
chat.
like tag in whenever.
Arsenis Mage in chat says that there was butt battle in Dead or Alive 2, Extreme 2, which I think he's right. I think there was a butt battle in there. Just for clarification for the book.
It is always Dead or Alive. It really is, because
Do you
they're they're the most shameless. Although some of the games that get published for the Switch nowadays, Nintendo is seeing the sleeves market and they want to go into the softcore market. They really do. Sony's just like, we don't want any part of this, but Nintendo is like, you can come over here. We're happy to take all of your money. We've made the Wii U. We know what happens when we turn too many people off. Let's try turning them on instead. Why not?
Do you think the GamerGate supporters who did care about creative freedom were consistent in their application of that?
Um, more or less. I don't think there were many campaigns where like it was against someone doing something they don't like. I think that they were like, ah man, Gone Home shouldn't be on Steam. It's not a real video game. But I think most people grew out of that.
Yeah, I think that people like me and like some of the other people I interact with a lot who were like more on the creative freedom side did really care and
Yeah.
were consistent. Now, like the people who had like generalized anti-SJW sentiments, but like
It's a
I think
matter of
that they were
degree.
they didn't give a shit about creative freedom at all, or they were hypocrites. Those like, there
Yeah.
were a lot of hypocrites too, like William Usher and the people who were mad about Mass Effect Andromeda maybe. So though I don't think they demanded they change it, they just got really mad about the game, which like is fine, I guess. But like we anyway, some critics argue that GamerGate was mostly or entirely right wing. Do you think this is accurate?
Um, it depends on like what when you consider it. Like, does Gamergate still exist now? I would say no. Like, but people are still people still use the hashtag. People still, talking to the Gamergate subreddits about, things that they consider to be ethical violations, no matter how ill-founded that I find them. I say the longer it went on, the more right wing it got. Unfortunately. Partly because a lot of people were jumping ship, and you had a lot of those 4chan types. Partially because I think there was a little bit there's a significant amount of like political radicalization that came from like the alienation from left wing establishment, and people becoming disenfranchised with left wing media when they viewed it as not covering them well, and when you know people started shutting down Gamergate discussions on websites, and it feels like there were a lot of right wing provocateurs and opportunists who kind of leaned in to try and snipe a few people off, and definitely change the environment of the discussion. But mostly they're entirely right wing. No, not until quite a ways in. Um, Although I do make the distinction because just because you grew up as a Democrat because your parents were Democrats, and you have a couple of strong Democrat beliefs that were formed because of like the debates that were happening as you were growing up, it doesn't mean that you're going to be consistently left wing either. And I think that some beliefs that Gamergate held, and mostly the kind of general anti-SJW sentiment, could verge into right wing social politics at times and in certain ways. But generally speaking, kind of like politically not right wing. Um, so I will agree with you on that.
Well,
That's all I had.
yeah, I don't think we disagree. Like what Kia became, um,
Oh man,
uh,
it's something to see. Now every couple weeks, I do sometimes look in there and I go, wow,
well, you should.
this really. I'm so glad that I shot like so long ago.
Oh, dude, there is. You should see. I don't really know what they're like too much. I've not really spent time with her, but like Kotaku, and there's a Kotaku in Action 2 because they broke off. And then there's a Kotaku in Action 2 website that's separate from Kotaku in Action 2, the Reddit. And then there's 8chan V is still active. They still have a GamerGate mega thread
Oh boy.
on the new 8chan. Um, I it's, it seems like they actually some of those people might even think GamerGate's still going on, but they're all anons. So I don't know. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna interview them. Plus, I've got
Yeah.
so many people. Sorry, I've been a little bit distracted during this. But I've got 47 people or 48 now maybe confirmed. It's kind of insane.
Damn.
Yeah, I just it's I'm putting a hard cap at 50. I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good. I think that's a good decision. Although it depends on how much you can personally handle.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about your political views or philosophy?
Oh, that's not entirely that important, but I'll mention kind of more of an anarcho-communist bent. The idea that power structures, like the idea of like political states, tend to be corrupt, and that we want to dismantle power structures and kind of spread power amongst the people, and private property ownership good, bad personal property ownership good, um, that sort of thing. And where resources are distributed, how what best suits society rather than that best suits profit motives. We don't want you know millions of homes, millions of empty homes, and far fewer homeless people. We don't want piles of meat rotting in plants because they didn't think that that it would tank the price if they put it out to market, or on a smaller scale, like when restaurants throw out their food at the end of the day because like, oh well, we won't be making any money if we just gave it away. Things like that, I absolutely abhor. I think society needs to be restructured. Um, but I think that's less interesting than Gamergate, probably.
All right. Have your political views changed because of Gamergate or since Gamergate?
um, Not because of Gamergate. I think I think that I had a pretty firm political view, although it wasn't so strictly like as far as what form of communism, what form of far leftism it was. Uh, like I didn't have that when I opposed Gamergate, but it was because I saw the way the tide was going and that it was politically like against my goals and my values that I just fucking dipped.
Yeah, I didn't know you were this anti. You were that involved with the pro GG side to begin with, really. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I would have. I know you mentioned it, but I thought you were more just like sympathetic. I didn't know that you were actually involved on the pro GG side. Otherwise, I'd change the thumbnail and make it say ex Gamergator or something. But we're all ex Gamergators because I view it as a historical
Yeah, yeah.
phenomenon. But except
It's,
maybe the people at 8chanV,
yeah,
because they
when
actually have an operation going on to try and get people back in. Apparently,
oh good lord, like
I know.
Sargon's being like, I think that we can start Gamergate too.
Well, for so many
Uh
people, this was like the highlight of their lives, myself included, probably. And
oh,
so, like,
that's
they
very
want to
sad.
relive it. They want to. I don't
That
know.
is very um for them, for people who are like so desperate for it that they want to like start another one. It's like people who wanted to do Woodstock too.
Some people say that Gamergate was the first battle of the culture war. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I think I introduced like one of the first questions with yes, that absolutely was it. It was certainly part of a culture war, and there were people, a pretty large amount of people at the very beginning saying this is what's important. And I think there was a generalized, not as much, but as those people, but a generalized anti-SJW framing in Gamergate that intensified the longer it went, which is, it is what it is.
What do you think of the framing of Gamergate as a battle between those who believe in small L liberal values and those who don't?
Listen, I don't think most people who were involved in Gamergate knew the difference. Fucking Sargon said to read Loki. I don't think they knew what their values really were. I think that they weren't particularly hardened. I think that it wasn't necessarily a battle of the left, within the left. It was a battle of people who were not particularly politically engaged and people who were very politically engaged. And when you're politically engaged, I think to a large degree, you sound completely fucking crazy a lot of the time to people who haven't really thought about it. Like imagine like I remember when people are getting crazy around that time over like the idea of microaggressions, which is far more accepted now as a thing that happens, not as like a major, thing that really matters, but just like that it happens and that it isn't like something incredibly trivial, like when you call a black guy, oh, you're so articulate, that kind of thing. people were like denying that it exists and making fun of it and calling people extremist progressives, like SJWs, for even acknowledging the existence of such a thing. And now it's quite different because I think more that people online are more politically active, and I think GamerGate is a large portion of that.
Yeah. Obviously, like some of the stuff though hasn't aged. Some of the stuff, like the trigger warning stuff, though, I think the evidence came out that trigger warnings actually don't work, and that they actually possibly cause more stress in the person who reads that there's a trigger warning coming up.
If by what you mean is like if you're reading something and say trigger warning, this is about
Well, there've been
um
there've been studies on this, and they seem to point one way, which is like the trigger warning thing actually like that never should have became a thing probably.
if if that's what they mean by trigger warning. If what they mean is like a content warning, where it's just like before you open something, like you used to see it on TV all the time. Content warning: hey, viewer discretion is advised. There, you're gonna see people. You're gonna see a lot of blood, and you're gonna see a lot of shit and vomit. So if you don't want to see that, leave now. I think that's effective.
I'm not
Um,
sure. I'd have to look at like the study again. It's been like 6 months since I looked at it, but like there a lot of the I know that a lot of the analysis that come out of the other studies that have come out about this have shown that like that what the left was pushing this hardcore, if you remember, like 10 years ago. And then like now it turns out that it doesn't actually work.
I think I think the general idea is like of like, hey, if you don't want to see rape, blood, shit, and vomit, leave now. I think just like I don't even need a study to know that has been personally helpful to me. Like, hey, great, I didn't want to see blood, shit, vomit, and rape,
Well,
and
but
now I have been
that's not what people were saying for trigger
yeah,
warnings were though. They were putting it like, oh, if there's going to be something that's going to be distressing, you have to like put a trigger warning in there because someone could get triggered, and then it
yeah.
turns out that the trigger warnings don't do anything. In
To
fact,
to
they
the
might actually be
extent
harmful.
to the extent that a trigger warning resembles like one of the content warnings, I think pretty unambiguously helpful. To the extent that it resembles, I think, whatever you're talking about that study, because it sounds like it's a little bit different than a traditional
I
content
could
warning. I
go
would
pull it up, and but
definitely, I definitely believe that it's like different enough to probably not be great, but definitely content warnings. The concept of warning people about things other than like the classical violence and bodily harm, disturbing content, I think that has been validated ish, but the traditional trigger warning I guess has not. But
yeah, I have to go back and look through the whole study, which I'm not doing, but I'm going to bed in 45 minutes, and
sure,
we have another
we're
20
going, we're
questions.
going fast.
All right.
They're going away.
Did you interact with any pro-GamerGate people?
Yeah, all the time, all the time. Mostly I was just um when I was AGG, I was just watching and I was just like commenting on like the subreddit and things like that, and just giving my perspective. And the people that I had the most bone to pick still were probably anti-GamerGate people, because I felt like they didn't they were kind of very smug and very dismissive and very not taking things seriously. And of course they don't, because they view the whole thing as this big like overreaction at best, or like, oh, over games journalism, ethics in games journalism, what the fuck, or at best, or they thought of it like this big harassment campaign, this big psyop by 4chan to kill women or whatever. So I didn't like uh I definitely got along a lot better with most pro gamergate people, even though a lot of my are incompatible with most of theirs.
Yeah, we got along pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
Did you ever change anyone's mind on GamerGate?
Um, difficult to say. I never engaged with anyone with intention of changing their mind on gamer. So if they did change their mind, it was entirely incidental. I was never like I thought that GamerGate had become like a bad idea, a bad thing, that it was using its energy, it was using its manpower, basically to be an attack dog against things that were mostly against people that mostly criticize them in an attempt to get validation more than to actually do anything productive. And I was just like, it's like the dog you got to put down behind the shed because it's got a broken leg. But for the most part, we talked about what like the issues, right? The individual issues with the Gamergate heading. It's just like, okay, well, what about the Mozilla guy who got fired? What about Disney censoring gay kisses? What about this, that, and the other? Things that were of interest to Gamergate minded people, but that weren't necessarily about Gamergate itself. It wouldn't be in like a mega thread or anything. And I think that was for the better. Um, I think that is very much for the better.
All
But
right.
to the
We still
extent
have
that
like
I ever
40
change
questions to
anyone's,
go.
yeah, yeah, to the extent I change anyone's mind, it was accidental.
All right. Are you friends with anyone on the other side?
I had a lot of them on my friends list. We didn't talk too much though. I think Razor Beams is still on my friends list.
Oh, don't do it. I'm a bad actor though. He condemned me. Okay. Don't let him know
Oh,
you
did
talked
he?
to me.
Mud Bunny is still on my friends list, though we've talked exactly 0 times. Let's see. There's a couple of them on my friends list. I think someone mentioned me not long ago. It's like, yeah, you need to head up to Oklahoma and we can have a good time and hang out like it's the good old days. You know, that's fun. I have more, good memories with the Gamergate people than the anti-Gamergate people, just for the sole reason that I was just like, if we want to discuss the issues, we have to take things somewhat seriously, and not a lot of people really liked that.
Well, I do appreciate it, and there's a bunch of other anti-GG people. Maybe you'll make some friends with them in my Discord, or maybe you have been. I know you've been posting a lot in there too, debating people and stuff.
For the most part, like I was responding to your questions, and then someone would like, "Rrr, rrr."
How could the GamerGate conversation have been more productive?
um, yeah, I am biased, but I think that you need to take things seriously. I think for the anti-GamerGate people, I think needed to take it more seriously, and I think in some circumstances it might have defanged it. It's just like, okay, you don't like this because there were potential ethical issues. Like if let's just pretend that the internet did not get shut down over this. It dies out after a week because the actual ethical violations that were proposed weren't even incredibly severe. It's that they were potentially severe and being covered up that was the animating force. It wasn't that we knew that something bad was going on and they were trying to hide. It was that something bad could have been going on, or we didn't know exactly what was going on, but we knew that it was bad. And we just didn't know how much. But that they stopped us from investigating it. Right? That was mostly of it. So if they're if they didn't like make such a big thing of it, nothing would have really happened, I think, and for better and for worse. So I would say that shouldn't be done anymore. You shouldn't try and scrub a topic from the internet. It's shown to be ineffective, and it's shown to um, be not particularly effective at changing minds either. All right, next one.
Do you have any thoughts on Not Your Shield?
I was the first one other than the creator to post it on Not Your Shield. I think it was a great idea because a lot of times when people were saying, "Oh, you're just a white guy," this, that, and the other, and people were posting, pictures of themselves to disprove that accusation. I think that was a great way to force people to talk about the issues or to show that they were not really interested in that. I think that it was a good idea. I think it was an effective strategy.
Some websites ban discussion of GamerGate. You've talked about this a lot. Why do you think they did that?
Um, a lot of reasons. We know that personally, some people were reached out to by Zoe Quinn or those associated, and they got pulled down. But I think as things got, I think there was a lot of that. I also think that there was a lot of, um, it's really controversial, and we hear that it's this big harassment campaign, and we're gonna kind of nip this in the bud. But a lot of people like kind of eased up on it as time went on. Like think about Reddit where they were banning subreddit discussing Gamergate in the beginning, but then gave it a week and you could again. And there were a lot of stories like that in a lot of other places where it was just like at the very beginning, people thought it was just, like a weird, almost like a neo-Nazi kind of thing. Neo-Nazi incel thing, and they didn't want any part of it. I don't think we'll ever know exactly how everything shook out, but there seemed to be a pretty strong concerted effort, at least to kind of get rid of the conversation in a lot of places. It was too widespread, I think, for that to be wholly the case.
Do you think that there was a quote unquote anti-GamerGate, which is to say, a sort of semi or fully coordinated effort by some people to oppose GamerGate?
Um, in a way, but I don't think it was entirely organized. Um, and sometimes it was just like people talking past each other, like the extra credits guys, right? What James Partnow said about Total Biscuit and how he took money to advertise, like I think it was Guns of Icarus, because he was like a GamerGate leader. That shit was fairly indefensible, and I think more discussion needs to be had about how Total Biscuit, how John Bain was treated by his contemporaries, and I think is the thing that upsets me the most is how he was treated, pretty carelessly and pretty poorly, for no good reason. But then you have the other side where it's just like, oh, the extra credits guy posts on Twitter. Let's have a conversation about games ethics, but the GamerGate movement is too toxic. Let's use this hashtag instead. And then GamerGate interpreted it as like, oh, they're trying to, distract from GamerGate. They're trying to. This is a false flag. This is a Trojan horse, right? Whether or not it was, isn't the point. At that point, I think discussion became impossible because it was just taken as like we have our sides, and if you're trying to do anything to try and meet in the middle, it's an attempt to defang us. It's an attempt to lessen our profile, so to speak.
Did you consider yourself part of an anti-GamerGate community?
Against Gamergate wasn't really an anti-Gamergate community, really. It was a discussion forum that started as one. When I joined, it wasn't that. As far as an anti-Gamergate community, I don't really think so. Most places didn't want to discuss it where I hung around. Other than AGG and Gamergate discussion. So they were pretty a Gamergate, just apathetic, or they agreed not to discuss it. There weren't a lot of anti Gamergate communities. No. Um. Next one, I guess.
Why do you think so hang on, let me rephrase this. Do you think GamerGate was about harassment and or hating women?
Not about hating women. I think harassment wasn't part of it, but a harassment in the sense of like someone writes an article that maybe you don't like, and then Gamergate comes over to mob them, and some people harass them and this, that, and the other. This is why I say that criticism has to be done with care. A large portion of Gamergate, at least near the middle part when things kind of died down, is just like go get them. They did the bad thing. Go overwhelm their comment section and make them acknowledge us. They and I'm sure they didn't think of that as harassment at the time. I'm sure at the time they thought it was criticism and holding people to account. Just like a lot of people think that these sorts of things are on the left are thinking, "Oh, this is about holding these people to account. This is about not letting them run away and to make them take accountability for their actions." But a lot of people from the outside, rightfully or not, do view that as harassment, and to some extent, it is some of it, and not done with the care that it should have been doing, and definitely didn't help its reputation. Um, Next, I guess.
Do you think the GamerGate community put a high or low emphasis on condemning bad actors?
There was a subset of Gamergate that went around trying to tone police, and most people said, "Look, that's just going to completely muddy the waters kind of a little bit. Let's not do a lot of infighting." Um, they're both right. Probably they weren't going to get anything done with it. Probably they were just, in actuality, they wound up fighting each other for like not being nice enough instead of actually having like this concerted effort to change the way people talk to each other. And I think that if that was ever going to happen, it had So I would say kind of low in general, but I don't necessarily think it was for bad reasons.
Do you have any thoughts on the studies done on GamerGate and harassment, such as by Women Action Media or Brandwatch?
Um, I remember those studies when they came out, and I didn't think much of them at the time. I don't know if I would now if I looked back at them, but I don't think that any study that's being done about Gamergate has really focused on the things that I find would be interesting to do a study about.
All right. Any thoughts on the? I know you've kind of already talked about this, but the anti-harassment patrol.
Hall monitors of the worst kind. And I say that as someone who is against harassment. What they did was largely ineffective and just annoying to everybody.
Do you think most GamerGate people did a good job condemning harassment?
Um, no, but I think I do give them a little bit of a pass. Considering I think most people didn't have a great attitude on harassment at the time. They were just sort of there was just this sort of pervasive attitude on the internet of it's like, okay, there's a large enough movement, you're gonna get harassed, you're gonna get death threats, you're gonna this, that, and the other. Um, and I think that this sort of this absolving yourself of any responsibility for harassment was pretty common on the internet at the time, even though there are ways to, try to mitigate that and be more responsible that no one really took. I don't really blame him too much for that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying not to skip questions because I was told by somebody that even if we talked about it a bit before, they might have the person I'm interviewing might have something they want to add that
Yeah,
wasn't brought up
if
earlier.
there's something else, I can just say skip it.
Okay.
If there's nothing else.
Oh, there's a lot more. Uh, do you? How do you think the average GamerGate support? Oh, you mean about harassment stuff?
Yeah, yeah. If there's something that I've already responded to that I don't have anything,
Okay.
skip it.
What do you think of the harassment that pro-GamerGate people received?
Um, I don't think it was taken seriously by a lot of prominent anti-gamer figures, movie bomb among them. Um, I definitely saw that sort of "you lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas" attitude kind of spread around on that side of things, and that I found very distasteful.
Do you have any thoughts on Zack Attack?
It it just kind of proved what I said before, which is that people will engage in harassment under the guise of holding people accountable. And the difference between harassment and holding people accountable used to kind of just be who was doing it, whether you thought it was right or wrong, whether you thought you were holding them to account for good reason or you weren't. That's just a demonstration of that.
You don't have to answer or talk about it, but did you receive any harassment during GamerGate from either side or from third-party trolls?
Oh, I have two amazing stories.
Hey, let's do
One
it.
one of the former mods I wanna say block something, it could be different guy, I don't want to. He said, that he looked forward to me becoming part of the 42%. He had, like, an Ace Attorney meltdown, and, like, a couple of months ago, he was like, he's like, "I can't wait for you," like, at the time, he said, "I can't wait for you to commit suicide, it's only a matter of time, 42%, 42%." And, I I think it was because I was just like, "Hey, we need to talk about some of the moderating you're doing." And obviously someone like that is not particularly a great moderator, right? But we had been on good terms. And even like just a couple months ago, actually a couple months ago, he sent me a Reddit message just saying TikTok. What a fucking weirdo.
Wow.
Um
With 42, is that like a trans thing?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't know you were trans.
I used to be. I don't I mentioned it offhandedly that I detransitioned. Not because like I wasn't trans to begin with, but just, I think some things just changed over time and I became more comfortable presenting this way. And so he he doesn't know that though. So he's just going with it. And to an extent I applaud the tenacity. What a terrible person though. Um and there was another one where one of our moderators quit. What a sweetheart. Who was sent a picture of their own child. outside of school.
Oh my god, I think I remember this. This was like a big controversy on the forum at the time.
Yeah, yeah. And I had to fill out like a form with the FBI and everything.
That's insane. I remember that happening vaguely, but yeah, holy cow.
Yeah, it was one of the most heinous things I've ever seen, and it it was just like so targeted at someone who did basically nothing. Not when I said they didn't do anything wrong. Obviously they didn't, but I just mean they didn't even really do a lot of modding. They didn't really do a lot of talking. It just seems so out of left field that they in particular were targeted. And it just it just changed the way I think about like internet moderating and the harassment people receive forever, because that was one of the most insane things I'd seen online.
Some
Uh,
individuals, like two individuals that I'm interviewing. Actually, no, I'm just gonna not read the script because it's too long. Um, I'm interviewing two people. One of them is Pterodax, who I'm sure you probably know. Um,
Oh, that's a blast from the past. I guess all of this is really.
yeah, and then I'm also interviewing Avius. Avius, they're both third-party trolls. Pterodax, obviously, he fucked with pro and anti-GG.
Yeah,
Avius, though, he went after anti-GamerGate. Well, he went after social justice warriors. He didn't even know what GamerGate was.
yeah,
He was 14 years old, he said, and him and his friend group, they thought it'd be funny to fuck with social justice warriors online, so they
yeah.
purposely trolled them for the lulz, and because they were mad that they wouldn't let them use the N word. Um, which he says he grew up in a black area, so like his black friends let him say the N word all the time. But when he went on the internet, people got mad when he started using it. So he wanted to take down some social justice warriors and harass them. He doesn't
Would
do
that I
this
could
anymore.
have such a wonderful life that I was concerned of such
Yeah. To be clear, he doesn't do this anymore. He thinks that it was bad. But I'm
Oh,
interviewing both of them. What do you think of this aspect of the story?
could you just like put in me laughing? Oh my god, it's just hysterical. I don't think it changes my mind on it, but it is really funny that it happened. Admittedly,
Yeah.
um, I mean, it is objectively comical that someone decided to get mad because people on the internet got mad at them for using the N word, so they were gonna BTFO the social justice warriors. Like, objectively hilarious. As hilarious as it is probably meaningless.
He didn't even know what GG was, he says. Except the Gamergate harassment patrol people got his accounts, some of his accounts banned. So, like, that's like his only interaction with Gamergate is like when the harassment patrol stopped him, I guess. I guess they did some good stuff, huh?
Yeah, yeah. On occasion, I don't doubt that they didn't get people banned, but in terms of like the effectiveness to the movement, GamerGate being a little bit nicer or a little bit more polite, it wasn't going to be enough to really matter to like, to actually not harass people, and it wasn't going to be enough to meaningfully change the reputation. It's just like the horses are already gone. You can close the barn door if you want, but don't waste my time.
All right. Mini Gamergate. Hang on. What do you think of the term sea lining?
It did kind of come into popularity during Gamergate, and I think that it does describe a lot of how Gamergate used to act, where they would find someone and then they would just pepper them with questions like they were like fucking Woodward Bernstein. It's just like, I'm just gonna give you questions and you're never gonna be able to run away with it. Face up to what you've done. And then people noticed that it was kind of cringy and kind of goofy, and then Gamergate got mad at it for a while. But then I think, time has shown that, yeah, that was kind of cringy and people don't really do that anymore, or it's seen as a very kind of almost like an autistic thing to do.
I think the sea lion's right. But that's okay. We can have these disagreements. Any thoughts on GG Revolt?
Oh, it's like our version of the cow board. I don't. It's like they wanted to be like the Diamond Dogs of Gamergate. they're just like, we are fulfilling the true boss's will. I don't think much of them, and I don't think a lot about them either. I like to laugh at them, I think, a little bit.
Oh my gosh. Are we so look, obviously the GG Revolt people were kind of nuts.
Oh yeah.
But and they did like sometimes some of them engaged in like actual harassment, which is like not good. But are
Yeah.
we am I too hard on them?
No.
No. It's like at the time, dude, I went to
like the
fucking war with those
trifecta.
people, dude. I went to war with those people. So did a lot of other people.
They had all 3 pieces of the Triforce of Cringe.
Bro, it's true. They did. They did. I'm sorry, GG, but it's your fault. But I'm not that sorry. It is. You had they were the Triforce of Cringe. It's true.
Evil and stupid and socially awkward.
Well, they weren't even like they weren't even like that stupid. Like some of them were like really smart. They just like put all that intelligence towards like the dumbest shit possible. Well, I mean, honestly, they might have. Some of them might like John Kelly is like not an idiot. Like he could like like him Seattle for Truth, Thydrin. Well, Thydrin was like not really GGR, but like QQ, like they're not like dumb people. They're just they have extremely non-mainstream positions.
Like
and
there's reason some of like they collectively hold the Triforce. They're one of the 3 things, which is socially awkward, evil, or stupid. Just in general. I accept that some of them might be a little bit smarter than the average bear, although if they're using that to do the shit that GamerGate Revolt was doing, they couldn't have been that smart. But
well, it's yeah, it's it's so weird because like Verillo, like I actually like agree with Verillo's critique of Sargon.
oh, Sargon.
Remember when Verillo and Seattle for Truth actually both had that discussion with Sargon about his game?
Oh my god, that
Like
was
Verillo actually he actually makes like really good points in that. But like he went about this all the wrong way. Like that's like a number like there's part of like GG Revolt. It's like sometimes they had like good ideas, but they went about it like the worst way possible. It's like how can we how can we convince people that we're right? I know we'll be massive assholes to everyone.
Yeah, it's absolutely strange. It's although you don't have to do a whole lot to make Sargon depends on the child. God, look too bad.
This is true. This is true.
Anyway. I can't believe he blew up UKIP. It was on the up and up. It was like getting bigger and bigger, and he fucking killed an entire political party.
I want to make sure I'm being fair to the GG Revolt people too, because like I feel like here's like kind of like so the truth is like they did do some like dumb shit. They really did.
Yeah.
And they didn't engage in like some of them in actual harassment. Like that's not good.
Yeah.
And they had like some far right views. A lot of them did. So like this like trifecta of like stuff meant that like
it's
people,
like, you know,
well, it's kind of important because I've talked about this too much before. But like, as a supporter of GamerGate, this trifecta of bad things, the far right politics, the harassment, and the just general unhingedness of their group, I had to condemn them. And like I was right. I thought it was like right to do so at the time. And like but like maybe I was a little bit too unfair because it's like, look, these guys are like the worst fucking optics imaginable, and they're actually doing some bad shit. So like, some of them are, but like, not everybody on the board is like necessarily doing that stuff, right? But it's like just as a representative of the movement, I felt like I had to condemn them, and everybody else was too. Everybody else was like, no, dude, the GG Revolt people, they gotta go now. And,
I love,
but like
that GG. Go ahead.
I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, well, fuck, did I? Like, part of the reason I discarded them so quickly, and I'm sure it was the same for a lot of the other people too, was that was that they were so bad optics.
I love that GamerGate Revolt is like to GamerGaters what GamerGaters are to like normal people. It's great. It's like GamerGate with like you just draw angry eyes over it. That's how you get cheese.
Yeah, it's just yeah, it's but like, am I unfair to the GG Revolt people? Because like, if you look back at like what Verilo said, like a lot of it wasn't so bad, and like he also later had like the weird far right arc himself, but which like, but
Yeah.
before that, but I feel like part of the reason that he and like the GG Revolt people went as far right as they did is that like all of the left wing people in GamerGate said go fuck yourselves, and left them to go to their containment board where they wouldn't, and they got banned from like all the mainstream communities, and so like that probably radicalized them somewhat.
Yeah. But like my opinion is you got to take responsibility for like that. If you're just like, oh no, they banned me, gonna go hate the Jews now. Like, come on now,
Well,
you
it's
got to take some
no,
responsibility.
they do have to take responsibility, but at the same time, like them, like the interactions they had with people like me, who were more like reasonable and like moderate, like we were like to some extent, like because I interacted with them a lot. To some extent, in the beginning, I did. To some extent, like I was like a moderating force in their lives.
Yeah.
And then like once I pulled the plug, and like once everybody else pulled the plug, and they got banned from like all the forums, and everyone was condemning them, and like on mainstream GG communities, like being called a GG autist was considered like a major insult, and like it probably made them understandably become more radical, because they're
um,
like this, they don't have the moderating voices anymore to hold them back, and
the
because they're in an echo chamber.
I I wouldn't feel too bad about it because like there are people who can who are like human snake charmers who can talk to people like that and can interface with them and get through to them and have some sort of good influence on them. But like to rehabilitate that entire movement and those people, you don't need one snake charmer. You need like a society of snake charmers or a significant population of snake charmers. And so you would need like these people with tremendous skill and tremendous like ability, to talk to people and to, be able to filter out the bad and get the good out of them. When in reality, what should happen to people like that is they just fuck it. You're more trouble than you're worth. Um, can't have you doing this. Can't have it.
Yeah, and that's basically what we did, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand because you're like, oh, maybe if we had the right people at the right time in the right place, it could have been better. But it
Well,
just
it's not even that. For sorry, go ahead. I didn't cut you off.
no. It's all right. It's all right. You go on.
I feel like I've gone on too long, but it's just I just I wonder how much like was like because the everyone blames GG or Revolt, um, myself included. But like the reality is, most of the bad shit that happened in the beginning, at least before they got fully cut off, basically from every other place, was that like individuals in that community would like cross the line individually, but there were a lot of
Mhm.
them crossing the line, and they were
Yeah.
all very publicly GGR people, which yeah. So it's like oh well, but like their board it was a pretty small board, but like it had roughly like let's say like 60 or 70 active people on it.
Oh wow.
And so like if like 5 or 6 of them did like really bad public shit, like everybody on that board would basically bear the blunt of it, which I think is like kind of fair to some extent.
Yeah.
Like that's probably like a way higher degree of like bad actors than like
Yeah.
anything like GG. Like say what you will about Gamergate, but like the ratio of like bad actors to like
Yeah.
decent people, I think was like pretty like small number of bad actors, high number of like good people. On GG Revolt, I don't feel that was the case.
No. Like, you could feel guilty if, like, one of them goes and, like, does a mass shooting and then writes, "You did this, Tachyon. It was you."
Oh, don't give them
You can feel
ideas. They're
guilty
gonna do it
then.
now.
Just, you could have stopped this.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah, it's good that they don't know your real name. They can
No,
name
they
drop your
do. I've already
tag.
written a book.
Oh no! Oh no! Keep an eye out on any manifestos.
Well, I don't think even if a crazy person did do something bad, I don't think that I should be like blamed for it.
No,
Just
you
because,
shouldn't. But
yeah,
I think it
to
would
be
be.
clear.
I think it would be really funny. Um,
Okay.
just not if it actually happened, but the idea is very funny.
All right. Do you think that even if it were the case that the vast majority of GamerGate supporters were actually against harassment, that society should probably still view it with that lens because what harassment did occur, whether by them or by third parties, is a more important aspect of the story than a bunch of people who don't like games journalism, a handful of articles declaring gamers are dead, or maybe just two of them, if
yeah.
and what they perceive as censorship of their games?
I think that it should be viewed in the terms of like the kind of old internet style movement. Because if you look at like a lot of these old movements, like against the 4chan opt against Scientology, or like when 4chan like tries to, or not even just 4chan, when people try to uncover the identities of certain people and send them pizzas or whatever it is that they're doing. A lot of times they are engaging in things that we would now consider harassment. And I think GamerGate considered in a lot of things that we would now consider harassment, that a lot of people, some people at the time considered harassment, and Gamergate people didn't. And so I think that the most important aspect of the story is that clash between the media kind of doing a full blackout of the story, and what ultimately was the reaction to that, and the movement that spawned very largely because of it. um the perceived censorship of games, I think, is a much smaller issue. That was like a pet issue of a lot of people. I don't think that's a big part of it. um the Gamers of Dead articles are certainly a big part of it. The idea that they were under attack, and you know that they were trying to be driven out of their own hobby. Games journalists hated them, and the gamers hated them right back. But the game journalists had more institutional power, and so they had to fight back against the games journalists. That was like the defining story of GamerGate to me, and that's basically how it should be remembered. A lot of missteps, a lot of dumb shit that GamerGate did, that a lot of dumb shit that everybody did, and just a clusterfuck all around. But you know but for the underlying conflict, the underlying reasons that were building up long before it, and in some senses kind of a climax that was gonna come with or without Gamergate, although it probably wouldn't been quite so explosive without the media blackout and gamers are dead articles.
Yeah. Oh, to clarify, GGRUIDs were in the dozens, but but the way they look at it on 8chan is over a 3-day period. And in the beginning, when GGR first started, it had I think almost 500 people, and then like within 3 days or within a week, it went down to 200, and then for like most of the rest of its existence, it was about like under 100. Though it did briefly go back up, perhaps when the Sargon drama happened, to about 100 something. But that's over a 3-day period, so it's like
Good
difficult to get a
lord.
snapshot. Yeah, but it wasn't that big of a thing. Like your GG discussion was like 6 times its size for like most of its existence. What do you think about?
Yeah.
Oh God,
Go ahead.
what do you think of how the media covered GamerGate?
Apathetically. I think a lot of this was not necessarily done in coercion, because I don't think anyone gives CNN the time. Like, I don't think CNN gives Kotaku the time of day. But I feel like they didn't do a good job of covering the story. And there's always that old meme. I was like, I thought the news was great, and I thought it gave good, summaries of the current issues, from a layman's perspective, until they started covering something that I knew a lot about. And then I was just like, no, that's just wrong on like a basic level. Oh no. I think the people who were in the movement like came to that realization in real time, which is just like, oh, I'm part of the thing that they're covering badly.
Yeah,
And
very
and
much.
trust in the media got pretty well shaken.
Did anyone in the media reach out to you for an interview to discuss GamerGate?
Um, I think one or two. I didn't do it, but it was actually for not for GamerGate. It was because a couple months before GamerGate, the Fine Young Capitalists had posted on Reddit, and by pure coincidence, it was like during the month that I was posting on Reddit because I was that fucking bored. And they posted, it's like, "Hey, we got called out for our policy being transphobic." It wasn't transphobic. What are people talking about? And I'm like, well, let me get the details. Yeah, I can understand why people think that this, and that is a little bit transphobic. And your response is kind of tone deaf. Maybe, maybe work with some people and this, that, and the other. And it wasn't even like this was months before anything happened. And then well into Gamergate, someone found that conversation. I remember there was one day where like 10 people messaged me. And I never even get like one message a week, let alone a day. And it was all because someone had found and published a blog about this conversation where I had just fucking completely dismantled them before Gamergate even happened. And I still view the Fine Young Capitalists as a little bit stupid, if not evil, if not like malevolent or malicious figures, at the very least too stupid to understand why people were thinking of their uh, policy as potentially transphobic, and just stumbling into like just kind of walking onto the ends of rakes and hitting themselves in the face just repeatedly.
Did the media's coverage of GamerGate increase or decrease your trust in the media?
Um, definitely decrease, although I didn't have a large amount to begin with, so I guess that's saying more significantly than I think I thought at first. No, that you had like 500 people in these comment sections. They'd be like, no, that's not me. That's not us. This is what we care about. This is what we want. And nothing ever really seemed to change except for one or two isolated incidents. Is bad. Is not a good look. Um, Media trust has only gone down, and Gamergate's a big part of that. Um, it's just not a good look. It's not a good look.
How do you think the media should have covered GamerGate?
Um, I think they should have treated it the way that they treat a lot more stories now, where it's sort of, news is being uncovered, where it's like they have a big topic and then it's just like, okay, there's this that happened, this and happened. And it's a lot more like the facts as they happen rather than narrative building, or like it seems like they're a little bit more careful with what they say, at least a little.
What do you think of the GamerGate Wikipedia article?
Oh, 47 pages can't be wrong. Or is it 48 now?
Is it? I don't think it's.
Of the
It's
of the
not that
talk
even.
of the
It's.
talk pages?
Oh. Oh yeah. It's been a never-ending war. Well, I don't know if it's still going on, but for a long time you get like regular updates on this. It was like a huge thing, and like it's crazy too, because like if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong,
Uh,
but it basically seemed like there was like a small number of like Wikipedia editors who were like super users, like Ryu Long, and I think
oh, that's a
was
name I
there
haven't
was
heard in a
another one
while.
too, but I don't know his name 100%. But like they were like basically just like super users on Wikipedia, and they basically just wrote the whole article themselves, like Ryu Long and a couple other people.
It's something crazy like 1% of Wikipedia users are like write like 90% of the content or something. So I believe that. It's just how Wikipedia works. And the problem happens when you have an article that is at risk of becoming partisan. And I think there have been some issues raised before with Wikipedia. The big problem is when it was raised to Jimmy Wales, and he was like, "Oh, well, what about it isn't correct? maybe make your own, and I'll take a look at it. And it's just a terrible looking article for starters, man. And it makes me think of a lot of weird coincidences. I remember um, my watched the horse program, the My Little Pony program, a lot, and sometimes I would post on some of those boards. My friend, one of my very close friends who I was roommates with, owned PonyChan, the website. He was the owner and admin, and so occasionally we would shit post on there sometimes. And we would run into this user called Titanium Dragon, and all throughout my internet life, the dude keeps fucking showing up. He was one of the editors in those Wikipedia scandal. He was as a pro GGer. He was like a part of like this writing project that I was editing for. He like 3 or 4 independent times in completely different sections of the fucking internet. The guy just shows up. I've never said 2 words to the guy, but he has been a more of a commonality in my life than like basically anyone else on the internet. Than I'm not currently fucking. Um, it's it is unreal. But that, I don't think much of the GamerGate
I've got
Wikipedia article.
this is from Encyclopedia Dramatica. Um, Ryu Long was responsible for around 20% of all Reddits to the GamerGate controversy article and made 1,151 edits on the article's talk page. Like,
That's
dude, this
insane.
guy was this guy, dude. Holy cow! Yeah, like he wasn't alone. There were a few other people too, but
Yeah, you get the fucking internet janitors when it's, that sort of content. And it's what's worse is it's just like the defense of it was just like, oh, Wikipedia is not necessarily about accuracy. It's about reliability, reporting, from reliable sources what the facts are. And it's just like, is not the point of the encyclopedia that you get things correct? Not just that you have information that can be verified, but information that can be verified as correct and not just verified that someone important said it. And that really, I think, did not help Wikipedia at all. That is my own personal critique, I guess, where it's just like, why, why is that your defense? It's such a terrible defense.
some GamerGate supporters believe that the negative media narrative about GamerGate has decreased the quality of their conscious experience. Do you have any thoughts on that?
What? Repeat that?
Some GamerGate supporters believe that the negative media narrative about GamerGate has decreased the quality of their conscious experience. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh boy. Like, go outside. If this is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, or if you're thinking of it in those terms, as like you're thinking about it almost in these weird this is like the moment I was when Michael Jackson died, or like when 9/11 happened. It's just like I was never the same after that. Like, no, I think you need to be a little bit more self-aware. That's a little bit too ridiculous even for me to respond to. But in a real sense, because GamerGate itself was so impactful on like internet culture, and it had these knock-on effects, and a lot of people were radicalized due to being isolated from these left-wing spaces, in the same way GGR was radicalized further by being alienated from the regular GamerGate space, and that online radicalization, you know, we're still seeing a lot of the knock-on effects of that. I can understand how people look at it and see it as this big thing and how it's impactful to them in some way, but that's just the weirdest, most pathetic way to word it. Uh, I if they were just like, "Hey, GamerGate happened, and I think GamerGate was like a net negative effect on the internet, and so in a real sense, my internet experience has been made worse forever because GamerGate happened. I can at least kind of walk with that more than GamerGate made me sad in a way I'll never recover. or like the coverage, the response to the coverage. Like,
I mean, oh god.
go ahead.
I mean, in some ways, it has decreased the quality of my conscious experience. I got my panels. I was harassed because of people believed the lies about GamerGate. They got my panel banned from Archon,
Oh, that's
and
sad.
I after college I deleted all my old hundreds of videos of hundreds of hours of work that I did on GamerGate videos and streams. Um, Hundreds of hours of work, thousands of hours of work probably. I deleted it all because I was afraid that they it would hurt my career. And
Oh,
people have got lost their jobs and shit over this. Like people, remember when Tim Saray got attacked by Zoe Quinn and her fans?
I remember. I remember a lot of I forget what game was being headed up by this guy who was like, "Oh, this guy's a hardcore GamerGator." And there was controversy about that. GamerGate, when I think it was the guy whose video you posted, it was I like him a lot, Innuendo Studios. He calls it the August that never ended. And never has someone said had a more accurate tagline for GamerGate. The
But no, like
August
it's
that
a
never
serious
ended.
thing, dude. Like I dedicated a huge portion of my life to this cause,
Yeah.
and like they just fucking lied about us, and now that's all anyone who doesn't know anything about GamerGate believes. And I, it's fucking bullshit that like, all of our hard work and all the stuff that we uncovered and
It,
all of it. And if you talk to about it with somebody, you have to be careful if you even talk about it because if you talk about it to the wrong person, they're gonna think that you're like a crazy neo-Nazi misogynist.
in in a way, I don't think that should have happened. But in a way, there is sort of a silver lining, which is I think a lot like the ethical changes that Gamergate wanted got put into practice. Um, to a greater degree than I think even they at the time expected it would happen. Now like disclosure and what it means to cover things ethically is now part of the conversation more now than it ever has been. It's like Anita Sarkeesian. I imagine that she's not happy really because all the suggestions, all the things that she said about the video game industry, those changes weren't made. But a lot of the changes were. A lot of the most sensible critiques were incorporated and brought on board, and put into practice in game development on a wider scale. And so there was a huge cultural shift, both because of her and because of you guys to a large degree. And so even if it comes at the cost of your reputations in some sense, I also think that in general, oh, thank you. Um, and to a large degree, nothing when you talk to like the average person about Gamergate, I don't think you're gonna get a 99% uh response of the fucking harassment campaign. I think most people who are online ish are fairly in the know that it was a lot more complicated than that.
Maybe you're right. Though that might change as like I get older in life, and
Mhm.
I'm like 60 years old, and now most people who I interact with in the world are gonna be like, Gamergate, that thing from 60 years ago?
Gamergate 2 or 3.
Ah, fuck, dude. Jesus, maybe. All right. Anyway, lightning round. We're approaching my bedtime. We're actually past it, but it's fine. Um, what's your favorite video game?
um, I like narrative adventure games in general. I think my favorite has got to be Resident Evil.
Wait, which Resident Evil?
Resident Evil 4, the original one. I loved it so much.
I like RE4 too. I see. I love Resident Evil. Dude, this is not gonna be a lightning round. I love Resident Evil. It's actually I ran a panel at it at a convention once, and it's always been near and dear to my heart. My favorite video game franchise of all time, I think, actually.
Yeah. I love Resident Evil 1. Taiwanese copy of 2 that runs at 60 FPS. I had to get from some shady Discord. It's great.
Have you ever played
No,
the
I
like the?
like.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask a stupid question. Have you ever played like the 1.5 or like 2.5, like those beta
Oh
builds?
yeah. The beta build between 2. I did play some of that. I haven't finished it because I was streaming it for somebody. Probably my wife, because she's who I stream most of everything for. But no, I didn't. I love narrative adventure games, stuff like Resident Evil 4, where it's like you're going on this journey and there's this story component, but also it's like you're on this kind of epic quest. Also, like Majora's Mask or Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door or Undertale. I would include like Monster Hunter in that. Those are the kind of games I respond to, which is why it's no surprise that I'm really getting into Talos Principle 2. I'm so excited. I have literally been spending most of my time. I don't even know what's gotten into me. Just like on their Discord or looking up news or glitch hunting, um, or testing mods or shit like that. I've become a recluse.
Do you want to talk about the friendships you made during GamerGate?
I dated Paladin Lost for a while.
Really? Holy cow! What?
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I visited him in speaking of cities, St. Louis, and we had a good time together.
Wait, holy fuck,
But
dude! Wait! Paladin Lost and I have been trying to set something up for, well, during GamerGate. This was 10 years ago. We were trying to set something up forever. I'm in St. Louis too. So we were.
goddamn,
I think I might have met him once at a bar, um,
it's
at a
possible.
convention. At a convention, maybe. I don't know. But so sorry, you came to St. Louis and you were dating?
Yeah, it was just for a couple of months, but it was just like if we were to go further with it, there'd need to be like a little bit like more commitment. And I was thinking about going back to college, and I was doing a whole lot of other things, and I just and honestly I wasn't really ready to make that level of commitment. We didn't have that much time for each other, so we didn't so much break up as like stop talking to each other for fuck ever. And then it's just like, hey, how's life? I'm now gonna date other people. And he's like, yeah, I figured. This is like a year and a half later or something like that. I was just like, I should probably tell you, just in case, even though we barely talk. But yeah, I don't really talk to many people who are into Gamergate. My husband definitely was part of it back in the day, and then he was like, well, we got all the ethical on it. I'm leaving now. He was that type. Um, my wife was a little too young, I think, for that, but she
So you
happily
have a
listens to me
husband and a
ramble on.
wife?
Yeah. One's looking after the brisket, and the other one is probably writing downstairs.
Oh, like a polyamorous relationship.
Yeah, yeah. It's quite nice. I wasn't sure at first, but it wound out to be quite nice.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's so wild. I'm not sure I've ever met Paladin Lost, but we tried to set something up for a long time because we both live in St. Louis, and I was hosting all the meetups, but he never came to any of them. Like we had a
I
bunch of
think
other people
he,
who went, like a
I
few other
think
people
he
who went.
might have. I think he might have been trying to ghost you, my man.
I think you're right. I think you might be right.
He was just
But
going.
there was, unless he was the guy at the bar at Archon, because at Archon, um, oh no, it was Natsucon. It was Natsucon because my Archon panel got canceled, but I still went. But Natsucon, there was this guy. I don't know what his view on gamer. He was like, it was a weird interaction.
Uh-huh.
He's like, oh, you're the guy running the GamerGate panel, and I'm like, yeah, it hadn't happened yet, and I was like hungover from like the night before partying or something. I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just not feeling too well, but I'm still on for the panel in like 6 hours. I'm gonna take a nap. And he's like, okay, but so then but like, you know what, we can talk for a minute. So we sat and talked for like 45 minutes about GamerGate. Don't even know the guy's name. So it might have been him. I don't know. I don't even.
Tall, a little bit of a heavyset fellow.
No, this wasn't him. I don't think. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. But it was so weird because I don't know who this guy was. And like
Everyone
he's
has
just
an
like
opinion on.
it's like he's like Rorschach. I don't even know what side he was on or anything. He knew a lot about GG though. And like, yeah. Okay. It was kind of odd. But like it was a fun conversation, you know. He seemed like a interesting person to talk with. But he was like, I didn't know anything about this guy, and I don't even know if I saw him in the panel. I don't even know if he went to it or not. I guess he probably did. I'll give him benefit of the doubt. But it was so many people in the panel that I probably could have easily missed him.
It's probably true.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Now I'm rambling. I'm rambling.
It's okay.
That's so wild though. I can't believe it because Scarlett and Lilith got together.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, they got married. That doesn't surprise me at all either. They're both like the two most moderate people on the other side, like each other's sides.
Building bridges.
Yeah. Were you anti-GamerGate when you dated Paladin?
Yeah.
And he was still pro GG, I think. Well, he's still pro GG now, I think. Like
Paladin,
insofar.
I'm pretty sure he is very much not.
Oh, is he not now? I haven't talked to him in like 7. He deleted his account though, right?
I think so. But no, as far as I remember, he's very upset at GG in general.
Oh, there's a lot of people who are like that for a variety of reasons.
Oh,
some people think they got what they wanted. Some people think, well, it's a mixed bag. I'm moving on. And then a lot of people are like, no, if we did like these 3 things differently, it all would have turned out different. It's like
people who think. It's like people who play those Civil War games. It's like, if only we did this, we could have won. The South will rise again.
Yeah, people have like some people are still like so hooked on this. You have no idea. Like, go watch my Captain Carbine interview.
Oh no!
I'm serious. Go watch the. But you want a good discussion? The Hannah Zamora discussion I feel is really good. So was the Michael Koretsky one. But the Captain Carbine one was a great discussion. But he is very much. He's an important part of the story. He's still like plugged into this like so hard.
How is there even something to be plugged into?
Well, you have to ask him. I can set up that conversation, by the way.
Oh, that would be great.
He won't even talk with people on the other side unless there's a good moderator, quote unquote. And even then, he might not. He might flake out on it. Go watch the interview.
I would love to hear it.
You gotta watch the interview. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's great. It is so good.
I'm not really like the antagonistic type. I just like a lot of what I said is like, oh, it kind of depends on the circumstances. I think people are more similar than they are different. I think the things that people object to are more similar to their own behavior than they might admit. I think, maybe video games don't cause sexism, but there might be some sort of effect, and it was good that they became more, open and varied. Like, I don't tend to be, I tend to be pretty agreeable as far as people go.
Yeah, I think you've been pretty reasonable throughout the whole discussion, and I think if anything, I was a bit unreasonable in the beginning because I was.
Okay.
It's because I was when you said the Gawker thing that we went after Sam Bill because of Gawker, I knew that wasn't true, and so I was spent like 10-15 minutes trying to find like the original like thread on HV.
No, and that's completely fair.
So I was like so distracted that I was a little bit rude.
Yeah, that's completely fair. The only thing that I really wanted to point out with that is just like, if you're gonna go after someone, even if it's not the reason you went after Gawker, if you're gonna go after someone who works for Gawker for reasons other than ethics reasons, it then it's like shag one sheep. If you do a lot of ethics and gamers journalism stuff, that's fine. But the moment you step away from that and you do something a little bit questionable and you go after someone for a reason that's not that, it now becomes a little bit more murky. think
Well, and to be
it might have
clear,
been better avoided.
yeah, I still haven't even found the fucking original ODN thread. Though I do have that source that shows that Gawker was on the blacklist prior, and I'm pretty sure ODN
Yeah, I
originally
I
targeted
would agree
Gawker in
that.
like September. I'm pretty sure it was September, whereas his tweet was like mid-October. So
I would believe that. I like. It's not that I find it unbelievable at all.
yeah.
I just thought that was the reason, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Unless someone else has like another source, but I'm like 95% on that. That it was that ODN, because like ODN was like a huge deal, and September is when it launched, and like the idea that we'd exclude Gawker from Operation Disrespectful Nod is like that would be a shocking if we did.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Gawker is just the worst. Well, it was the worst. Aren't we glad to live in a world where we can say that?
Do you have any? Yes. Do you
I
have
mean,
any
it still
thoughts on?
exists, but now it's. I don't even know what it is now.
Do you have any thoughts on Vivian James or other GamerGate related art projects?
Just fucking weird. People have already done a bit about like her and Piccolo Dick and how 4chan is gonna 4chan and its attempts to be innocent are, betrayed by its attempts to be trolls. Uh, but the design does look good. I'll give it that.
Do you have any favorite or standout moments from GamerGate?
Um, I will admit having someone go on like a Ace Attorney breakdown and living in their head rent free enough to like still like send me messages 10 years later. It's a bit of an ego boost. But my favorite moment is the moment when I posted to against Gamergate, uh, and I exposed everybody, and then the entire subreddit immediately died, and I built a more successful competitor. I have to admit, it may be self-centered of me, but that is some good revenge.
Oh, it was so funny too because I was there. I was one of the people who made the transition, and like
Uh,
I was really worried. I'm like, oh no, there's gonna be like two big subreddits or two small ones rather, and it's gonna kill the debate community. But it said basically everybody said, nah, fuck you, AGG, and got the fuck out, and then they went to GGDiscussion, GGD.
I've never seen anything like it. That place died overnight. No one even made an attempt.
Yeah,
They
it
were
seemed
done
like
with that
for
place,
like
even
three
more than I
days.
thought.
It seemed like Hoax maybe tried to keep it going for like a couple days, and then he was like, nah, fuck it.
I think Hoax eventually became top mod, which is funny.
Yeah. He got what he
Uh,
wanted.
he got what it's in that fucking Twilight punishment kind of way.
Yeah.
Now you have all the time in the world.
The monkey's paw curls.
Uh yeah. I think that was why they went on some breakdown is because like I don't know what they do now, but Hoax like identified as like an NB. And I was respectful of that because I would want people to be respectful of me. And of course, it cost me nothing. But then one of my mods was just ruthless about it. And it's just like, no, it's unnatural. I'm not gonna have this. I'm not gonna do this. And I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? Could you at least not do that in mod mail? Like you don't even need to respond to this guy. And
Non-binary?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, you don't even need to respond to Hoax if you don't want to. I'll respond to them all day. Like if you don't like agree with that, it's like a little bit of a like a weirdo thing. Fine, whatever. There was culture at the time. But if you're gonna be like weird about it to them, to their face, that's just a terrible look for everyone. And yeah, he went on this big breakdown on I think it was some other subreddit where we were talking about it. It might have been like GG free for all I know. Um it was some other place because I didn't I think it just wound up with I was talking on there and he showed up and he was fired, of course. He was turbo fired. Um God, what a freak.
Was with the picture? He sent the picture.
He didn't send the picture, but he was the one who just, like started. He had an Ace Attorney breakdown. Who was like, 42%. I can't wait until you kill your.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah, he was on the mod team, and then I don't know. I guess I got to him. I finally broke him by existing.
Yeah. Oh, DM me who that was off air because I probably know.
I, honest to God, I'm trying to remember, but it was like so long ago, and he emails me, or sorry, he sent me messages from like anonymous account. I could try and I don't want to say it's a block one if it's not him. I think it was a similar name though.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with like Hoax has a problem with me. That's how it's always been. I don't have a problem with Hoax. Hoax has a problem with me.
I kind of have a problem with hoax. I mean, I spent so
I mean, I kind of do
long.
too.
I spent so long having to deal with them.
He got me
I
banned
don't.
on Reddit recently for 3 days. Well, sorry, I sent him a DM 28, and then 28 days later, I get banned for that DM for 3 days because it's spam, quote unquote. Hmm, seems kind
Good
of
lord.
weird. I don't know what. I don't. I don't know. I don't know if it was caught in a filter. I don't know if there was nothing bad in the DM though, or if he reported it. But I would be super shocked if it was a report. But I don't want to say for sure because I don't know 100%.
Yeah, I am looking. Let's see.
I knew he was gonna say no. Like I don't even know why I bothered reaching out to him. Well, I don't know. Like maybe he's mellowed out over the course of the past 8 years. You know, who knows?
No, no,
Anyway, we
no.
got to get this thing wrapped up.
Okay.
Uh, if you could have changed one thing about GamerGate, what would it be?
um, I think what I'd want to change is that it was a little bit less open to opportunists. Like I understand early on, and there were the ESA who kind of lean conservative. Milo Yiannopoulos, Mister had the like 1488 Night of Long Knives password, like a fucking crazy guy, and people didn't hang with like Ethan Ralph and like Breitbart and stuff like that for the most part, but like they were still pretty open to like this kind of co-opting. And I think that if you're going to have a movement like that that's framed around being principled, you should at least be a little bit better at noticing when god damn, you should at least be a little bit better at noticing when you're being taken advantage of and when you're being infiltrated. um Probably. I
Yeah,
think that's the most one. Like other answers, just like, oh, I don't want harassment. I think with a movement like that, it's always going to be destructive. I just wish that it was able to keep its momentum by like maintaining its focus and not being overtaken by forces within and without.
good answer. If you could have, if you could have changed one thing about the way opponents of GamerGate responded to it, what would that be?
Oh, I think everyone's going to give the same answer, which is like, if you can't research it, just don't publish the fucking articles, man. Just don't do it. I I don't the gamers are dead articles I don't so much care about too much, for the most part. I wish there would have been like some sort of prominent pushback, or at least a more critical evaluation of the idea of like gamer as an identity. There was a bit of some of that, but not enough for my taste and not enough like balanced for my taste. Um, I would have liked to be more of a neutral voice, I think, in those sorts of articles.
Yeah, I actually was talking with. See, this is how these things go. Bad. This is why they go 7 hours. I was talking with Hannah Zamora, just a couple days ago. She's a critic at GamerGate too,
Hmm.
and a YouTuber who covered GamerGate at the time. Um, she was saying that she thought that the media did like a pretty good job covering GamerGate, and she said that, well, so her position. I don't want to straw man her. She's probably gonna be watching this video,
Yeah.
and also like I want to be honest, but I think her position is essentially that the first couple of weeks of GamerGate were like kind of bad actually, and because there was harassment by some people, um, and that this was a more important story, and that GamerGate never did anything to try and like distance itself too much from the harassment that Zoe Quinn received, and that like if GamerGate wanted to be taken seriously, they should have like formed a real life organization or something, and not gone about it this weird leaderless hashtag way that they did. And that basically
That's
that that and there's another aspect too, that the media did a fair job covering GamerGate, because the position that this is something that actually was discussed. I'm not straw manning. Um, that the position that we need to have the conversation, even if some people are bad actors or have harassed Zoe Quinn and are talking about it, talking about the drama about this, that August of 2014 was not the right time to have a conversation about ethics or other issues. That the only conversation that should have had was harassment, and that GamerGate was objectively wrong because
oh boy.
GamerGate focused more on talking about the other issues, and even if they did condemn harassment, you can watch the interview. I think the timestamp. I got the timestamp of when she says this. It's when I ask her about. It's when I ask her about.
Here's the thing, right? This would be my response to that. If you're a member of the media, you have accepted a certain level of obligation by having a platform, by saying, "I want this platform, and I'm going to do some good with it." It is your job to report the truth as you see it, and you have certain obligations under the journalistic code of ethics. And I know none of these people have a fucking journalism degree, except for Stephen Totillo, maybe. I think it was either him or Jason Schreier. That are supposed to govern the practice of seeking the truth, right? So that you do adequate investigation. And journalists report on a lot more complicated and, situations than Gamergate, which was fairly simplistic. Even if you were to cover it from all angles, it's still far less complex than most political issues that like people on
I
Vice
don't
cover
know.
all the time.
I don't know if that's true. I'm covering GamerGate as a journalist. I don't know if that's true at all.
You're collating like perspectives, but if someone was to like write an article about, you could get like a good 5-page article that ran through the basics. I think you could do it. I know you could, because I remember.
I did actually.
Yeah, I remember that there were quite a few, and I remember that there were some pretty alright YouTube videos around the some pretty even-handed stuff. And it's just like, it doesn't matter if GamerGate disavowed or, was talking about the right thing at the right time. If you are a journalist, it is your job. It is your obligation to report the truth, and not just, the truth as you want it to be. If these people didn't, if these people want the journalist people don't get to say, well, harassment is the more important story. I'm going to cover the harassment, and I'm going to omit all the other factors that make this a more complicated story.
Yeah,
You can't do that.
what she would say, probably, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she says that from her perspective, most things in life are either objectively right or objectively wrong, and there's not a lot of gray.
Oh
And
no.
that talking about harassment, if harassment is occurring, then that has to be the top priority, and that all other discussions about like ethics in games journalism, like that needs to be postponed until the harassment has stopped, some indeterminate amount of time, essentially. Um,
That's incredibly odd.
well,
It's sort of like
I'm not strawmanning. I swear to God, its
I know.
timestamp is 6 hours. It's six
I don't.
hours. No, hang on. I just want to pull it up. So I'm saying it now, so I have to like finish it. 6 hours, 9 minutes, and 44 seconds is when we start talking about this.
I don't
Well, we
disbelieve you. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's incredibly odd for someone to believe that, because it's just like, oh, there's people starving in Africa. It's like, oh, you're bothered by this thing when there's worse things happening to other people. It's just like, you can talk about more than one thing. Like, how does she think that the Israel-Palestine thing should be covered up? Like, how does she square that circle? I would love to hear her explanation.
What I really want to ask her is,
let's see the objective right and wrong on that. Oh, I'd love it.
what I really want to what I really want to ask her, Bashfluff, is if everything is like objectively right or wrong, or most things are, then how does she feel about objective reviews? Do you remember when that was a thing, when people were talking about objective reviews? People still do, actually.
anyone who says the word objective in the context of reviews, I just want to hit them so hard with a
I know
newspaper.
what they mean when they say that. I know what they
Yeah,
mean, right? What they
and
mean is something way
yeah,
more nuanced than like what it sounds like.
yeah, because the perspective of reviews, it's just like you can make reviews from a number of perspectives, and journalists usually for these publications are writing it from the perspective of the average, video game consumer. And so when they include things that are highly personal and heavily like subjective, you could argue that it's bad practice. And it's not hard for someone to hear objective reviews and then listen to what people think that means and to understand and try and like portray that like even-handedly. But I'm both annoyed by the people who say objective reviews and the people who like pretend as like, what does that even mean? I have no idea. When if you put in like 10 minutes maybe, or even just 5 minutes of like thinking about it, you could figure it out. It's not hard.
Yes. Yeah. Or just like ask them what they mean by that, because like chances are they mean something very different than what you're thinking
Yeah.
at
And then
first
again,
glance.
you have a lot of people who are making those comments on YouTube and they're like, that you don't have SJW stuff in. And then you're just like, ah man, you're making the whole culture look bad.
No, the smart argument is that if they're going to review a game, and they're going to do so by including a political lens through which they analyze the game as well, then that should probably be a separate thing and not count towards
Yeah,
the review score. Like that's what
it's
they mean. But what they
that's what editorials are for.
that's what they mean if they're making the smarter argument.
Yeah, yeah, or yeah, yeah. I just think that this is a pet peeve of mine, and I love talking about it whenever I get the opportunity. Is that video game reviews are awful, and the discussion around them is awful and simplistic. Like, I'm huge into cooking. I'm always cooking something. And I love America's Test Kitchen. And America's Test Kitchen is great because of their bespoke rating system, right? Where if they review, let's say, a blender, right?
Oh God, we're
If
getting way off topic. It's midnight.
uh,
Finish the
just
blender point. Finish the house.
yes, I get it. I get to do it. They give you like the top blenders in each price range, and then they have like highly recommended, recommended with reservations, not recommended. And they have like little 3-star ratings for individual features, like how loud is the blender? How does it make silky smooth smoothies, or are they frothy? Can it make mayonnaise? And each one of these things has a star rating attached. And if you click on any of the blenders, you get to see, oh, recommended with reservations. Why? And you can just see a little paragraph long review for any one of those. I want a system like that for games. Not exactly like that, but one that is designed specifically with the gamer in mind. But we're still on the idea of like reviews are bad, and here's why reviews are bad. And there's no one out there, basically no one out there with a platform that is arguing what reviews should look like.
Yeah. Well, hey, you could be the change you want to see in the world.
I could. I'm tempted. Maybe I will. The only YouTube videos I've made are the couple of days, which is of the Talos Principle 2's like secret demo content, because we found a way to glitch our way into some of the hidden puzzles. But maybe I'll make another one.
You're a
Maybe I'll make
content creator?
um I said the only YouTube videos I've made are past few. When someone requested me to show a video of solving some of the Talos Principle 2's puzzles that are locked off in the demo because we came up with a mod to fix it. Like we decompiled, or rather decrypted the executable, and we're looking at the code, and we're able to set the death flags such that we were able to get in.
Anyway,
Uh
I probably
yeah.
should. Anyway, sorry, I should be more careful when I talk in the book. Uh, I hope I didn't take Hannah Zamora out of context. I feel like I presented her argument like as it was actually made. So if I didn't, please let me know. I'm gonna re-listen to it, I guess, after this to make sure I did. Try to be fair to everybody. But thank you. It's a good discussion, actually. It really was. Um,
Oh,
I,
wonderful.
yes, with her and with you, and we are almost there. Almost there.
You'll get to go to
What would
bed
you
soon, I
What would you
promise.
personally have done differently during GamerGate?
I probably would have explored around more and seen things from perspectives. Given how varied people have like their impressions of the topic, I feel like I don't know if I could have had my fucking third eye open by looking at more communities, but maybe something like that.
You should have said not dated Paladin Lost. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It
Oh
was
my
a
god.
fun like couple 2 months
We could.
ish. It was.
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting. I don't have anything against him at all. Like it was just funny
No, except for
because
that
we
he
all
ghosted
know
you.
each other from like the. Except what?
Except that he ghosted you.
Yeah, except that he ghosted me. Yeah. He probably thought I was a bad actor like Razor Beams does.
Oh yeah, Razor V TP.
Yeah. Should I have been banned from Against Gamergate? Do you remember this?
Oh god, I don't.
Okay, good, good. It's fine. We talked about it in another stream. It's in the book somewhere else.
Oh,
I should have been
you,
banned. I agree. I
uh,
agree. I should have been banned. But I was banned for 1 month, and then they brought me back. So
oh,
yeah,
I come back
they
to you now with the
they
turn of the
couldn't
tide.
they couldn't uh, they couldn't keep me away. Um, do you have any
Oh,
advice for any future online activist movements that might be looking to Gamergate for guidance?
I would say to keep in mind, um, that all criticism has consequences, and when you're, mobbing somebody, it's because they do something that you don't approve of, or they think something that you don't approve of, or they said something that you don't approve of, for whatever reason, to just be mindful because there are very real consequences both for your movement and the person that you're talking to. But most importantly, know going in that the media is going to hate you. Probably, if your movement is worth a shit, and you can't get caught up in the PR campaign. GamerGate was 90% PR campaign for GamerGate, and that was so boring.
And I was kind of guilty of that too a lot, wasn't I?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
but like
But I also
that was
did
just
real
the
shit.
movement after a while. The
Yeah.
the reason why I have no pushback against Gamergate is largely people who identify as leftists is I remember the day when Anita Sarkeesian came onto the Colbert Report, everyone was heartbroken, and there were a bunch of stuff that dropped that day. I think celebrities who spoke out against it, who might have been prominent, like formative figures of people growing up around that time, and it was just like, oh no, my heart is broken, and people are like, you got to be strong and move past it. Gamergate is more important. We're gonna win, and it was in hindsight incredibly funny. It's like when I mentioned, man, Tachyon messaged me and he talked to me like I was like a veteran, Gamergate veteran, like the Gamergate war. That is how it feels sometimes with how people talked about it then and now.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. You gotta watch the Carbine interview. You really do. The Captain Carbine interview is amazing.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I can already tell.
Um, what have you personally learned from Gamergate?
Um, I personally learned that no matter what point of view that someone has, there were, and that old Christopher Hitchens chestnut when he was quoting, I forget, John Milton, when you ban someone from speaking a thought, you aren't just depriving them of the right to speak, but depriving yourself of the right to listen and to hear. And that in some sense is far more important. So I think the thing that I'm most proud of is the fact that I made a space for people who didn't agree with Gamergate and people who did agree with Gamergate to come and talk about it in an environment where no one really had an edge over the other, and people could be the kind of truth seeker that they wanted to be, and have the type of discussions that I think are meaningful, especially in a space where a lot of people still see games as like gimmicky toys.
Yeah, I just want to say, as a super user of the debate subreddits, um, I'm really grateful for GG discussion and for Against GamerGate. I feel like everyone shits on Against GamerGate and the moderators there, mostly because of hoax. But like honestly, most of the other ones really did try to do a good job. And
Yeah,
like even me, like I probably deserved like almost a perma ban, but like they were pretty even lenient. We're like, you know what? We're gonna give you a 30-day ban. They were gonna do 60 days or 90, I think, but then they decided to do 30 because I apologized.
I think that was a good decision. I think for the most part their failings was it felt like Saint felt some obligation to hoax because I like founded the subreddit together or something, and then no one else cared enough to try and take them to task. And for the most part, their moderation failures are letting him run rampant and not being, harsh enough on anti-GG people for just kind of clowning on the pro-GGers when it was supposed to be a discussion forum. But what can you do? I am so glad the place is gone now, and there was a better place made in its ashes, and I was happy to be a part of that. It was so weird. It was so weird to basically be like, "Hey guys, I am going to take advantage of all this momentum I just had for crashing against GamerGate to launch a competing subreddit and burn AGG to the ground. Who wants to actually run the place?" And that was a strategy that worked.
Yeah, no, and it's still like it's still not it's not a super active board like it used to be, of course, but it's still like there was a post on there like what like 2 weeks, like a week and a half ago. Like whenever when there's big gaming news, people still post there occasionally.
That's fun. I eventually stepped
Actually, it
down
might have
because
been
it's
like
just
2 months
like,
ago, but
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah. I stepped down because like sometimes I would show up and then because people would message me personally about something that a mod did that was not so great. And then I'd be like, why aren't you guys on top of this? They're like, what are you doing? You're never here. And it's like, most of the time we're doing fine. And after a couple of times of this where it's just like, you're not even here. And I just, you know what? You're right. For better or for worse, you know, it seems like in general the place is run pretty well. There are gonna be missteps, and you guys can handle without me, and you don't need to use my name for good press anymore. So you guys have fun and you enjoy yourselves.
Was GamerGate successful in your eyes?
Um, I think someone made a comment that you could make a convincing argument that both sides won and both sides lost, and that's a great way to put it. That is the closest I think to my view. Gamergate, their view of ethics, like they brought ethics to gaming journalism in the same way Anita brought feminism to gaming. A lot of them are out there ideas. Rough edges got sanded off in the process, but their impact on gaming culture is undeniable. So in that sense, they won, but they will have forever lost the culture war. Especially the worse internet culture got, the more right wing, the more ties that people were able to find between like Steve Bannon and Gamergate and Milo Yiannopoulos, the more it just poured sand onto the wick of Gamergate's tiny good reputation, whatever reputation it had left.
If you could do it all over again, would you?
Of course, it was a interesting time in my life, but there were a couple of things I would change, but I'm happy with how it went.
What do you what do you think of this interview project?
I like it. I think that's the only real way to go about it when you have a lot of these when you have a movement that was so big and when you have experiences that, range so much. You gotta really get in there and see what people talked about. This is the main thing that I really didn't like. And I can't believe this hadn't come up before now because it was one of the main things I want to talk about. When you look at like videos like from Dan Olson or from He's Folding Ideas or from like Innuendo Studios about Gamergate, a lot of times they assign Gamergate a lot of agency, like as an individual. Like, why does Not Your Shield exist? Well, Dan Olson says it's because it makes Gamergate look good, right? But like GamerGate didn't come up with that idea. Some rando came up with the idea at like 4 a.m. on some no-name board of 8chan, or I think it was even 4chan by that point. And I remember it's like, yeah, I am tired of people just accusing us of being fucking white people, white men. Right? And like the idea of robbing Gamergate of agency, this idea of not being able to represent it because you weren't there, so you didn't really know how it unfolded in the way that you only could know if you understood how it went step by step by step by step, unless you're in the fucking thick of it. It's so frustrating to see conversations about Gamergate or retrospectives about Gamergate. Because they always get things just not quite right, even by people who normally make really good content. Like I said, Folding Ideas, his video is probably the best. But even he gets a lot of things odd or wrong.
Well,
and so projects like this are what we need.
yeah. Thank you. Really, thank you. And the Anyone Knows Studios GamerGate video, I've not seen it in years. But when I responded to it at the time, I made a whole response video like tearing apart like what I thought was wrong. Sadly, that one didn't survive. But so at the time, I thought it was a very biased work that didn't have a lot of fact. That had a lot of things
No.
wrong. I don't know if you remember.
I do. I watched it relatively recently because I was looking up resources and looking at a lot of posts and looking at videos about Gamergate to kind of supplement my knowledge, refresh my memory. And that was my least favorite. And I like him and I like his work. Ian Danskin, who runs the channel. I don't like that work. I don't think it was very good. And it makes me a little bit annoyed when I listen to it. Dan Olson's video is better by far. It's almost good. It's like 90% of the way there.
So how am I doing so far with this?
I think you're good. The in general, like there were a couple of questions I think I suggested about like getting into like what is harassment and things like
Oh
that.
shoot, I
That
forgot. Yeah.
I I feel like a lot
Oh no, I
of
didn't
like
forget. I responded, but sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the compare and contrast between like the change the cover and what Gamergate did to try and get people to to try and change their policies or try to get people fired for being in their view unethical. I think there are a lot of similarities that can be drawn. And there's definitely a big conversation to be had about cancel culture and how our understanding of harassment has changed over time and what parts of that would count as harassment, what parts of that would be okay. um we talked about that a little bit, but I would be interested to get more people's perspective on that.
Oh, what is harassment?
Yeah, like kind of what is harassment, like what do you view like comparing things like change the cover and Gamergate's tactics, and like what do you feel like are the differences between them? What ways are they similar? Would Gamergate, anti-Gamergate, if it were to happen today, would it be viewed differently than it was at the time as so far as harassment?
Yeah, I don't. I think it might be worth hearing what people think about harassment. I don't know if my view on it's really changed.
No,
I might have become more strict on like what I consider harassment and what I don't
yeah,
actually. But because like it.
and
Go ahead.
that even that is a good thing. I want people to at least have the thought in their head of some of this stuff is fairly similar in the impacts that it has on the people who are targets of it, and just to think twice about what you're doing and if it's a good thing to do.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because I don't. When I say more strict, I mean like more narrow even. I
Yeah.
mean it's weird because like in some ways I've broadened the definition. So like the Archon panel when they try to get it shut down. Um, the way I refer to that event now, I think, is different than the way I refer to it. Like, I actually do consider what they did to be harassment, but I don't know if I saw it that way at the time. Like,
Yeah.
people mass contacting the convention that I'm going to and hosting a panel with the full permission of the people running the convention, and you're gonna like get like 30 people on social media to contact them and get it banned. Like, that's pretty harassy. actually.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
I don't
That's
think I
what I
saw it that
mean.
way at the time. But like
That
I don't
yeah.
consider the sea lion stuff to be harassment though. I really don't.
Oh no, 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 it's not. I never said it was harassment. It's just kind of cringy and weird. Uh, in certain contexts, I think certain people can make it work, but like when you're just going up to some random Twitter user who done wrong, and you're just going into all their DMs, going, you must answer my questions. I think history has shown that that has not been a tactic that has been looked on very well.
All right. The last couple of questions here. I do want to ask though, you're anti-GamerGate. Um, am I doing a fair and balanced, or like, am I? I know obviously I have a pro-GamerGate bias. I'm upfront about that.
Sure.
But how am I handling my bias?
I think you're doing pretty great. I think that it's necessary for there to be pushback because the Gamergate was so controversial, and I feel like a lot of the pushback that I got, it led to a lot of like clarity, even if neither one of us like really changed our minds all too much. Like I feel that at the very least, I made for at least a little while made you think of something in a different way than you did, or gave you some cause to think twice about the things that I was saying or that you were saying, and of course vice versa.
Yeah.
And those are the conversations I think that are in some way the most meaningful. If you just gave someone a list of questions and you had them answer them, and then you just didn't really have any talk about why they think that way, it wouldn't be much of an interview. I think most journalists would agree to that.
Yeah. And some people are doing text only, like Acid Man, the GamerGate HQ board owner, and Miss Sonata and Wet Sprocket. But Miss Sonata and I might do a voice to complement the text answers.
Oh, that's
Um,
fun.
but yeah,
Who was Miss Sonata anyway?
uh, a person who disagreed with GamerGate and debated me a lot back then.
Man, did I know them? Maybe I didn't.
They weren't on Reddit, or at least I don't think they were. They might have been, but they were. They debated me over streaming.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. One of our old debates survived, actually. I'm gonna upload it at some point with her permission.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I won the debate, by the way. It wasn't that kind of a. It wasn't that kind of a discussion. It was more like a friendly chat about
that's
GG.
that's fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's great. We have clowned on a couple people together. Bonds forged stronger than steel.
Oh, in my Discord,
Yes.
some.
It's just like I like your Discord. I do. And it was really funny to me when I had someone answering one of your questions and someone came at me as like, well, actually, I was like, oh, that's adorable. It's like it's 2014 all over again.
Some people reading this might hold a positive view of GamerGate. Do you have anything you want to say to these people?
Um, I don't hate you. I don't hate you for having a positive opinion of Gamergate. It's a complicated issue, and of course, I think most people who are pro or anti anything are they are that way for good reasons. And the only thing that matters is that you know you come out of reading or listening, having examined the reasons why you support or don't support a thing, and question yourself. Always question.
Well, you actually you're anti-GamerGate, but I think but you were on the other side too, and you obviously interact with people in a very different capacity
Yeah.
as a moderator. Do you have anything you want to say to the anti-GamerGate people?
You made my job so much harder. You made my job so much harder. So many of the anti-GG people I didn't get on with because they were very smug and dismissive, and they just wanted to the pro-GG people. And the pro-GG people were so hungry for validation that they would like stick around, right? And they would like still try and talk to them. And it was so sad to watch. It was so sad.
They
It's
weren't all
it's
bad faith though. There were some good faith.
there were a couple, but for the most part, like a lot of the regular users were not great, and they were not really great at, like, interrogating, like a news article would come out, and I'd be like, "This is a shitty news article," and then they'd be like, "Well, what's wrong with it?" And then I post, "Well, here's the reason why this is a shitty news article. Go by paragraph," and then they'd eventually agree, "Oh, it is a shitty news article." But then it's just like, why didn't you see that from the get-go? Why didn't you look at this and then immediately know it was trash? Like, it just feels like the Gamergate, like, AGG people, at least in my capacity as a moderator, didn't, like, really care enough to take it seriously, even though it's like Gamergate was, like, this hugely impactful thing. They didn't really care about understanding it or treating it as something to be taken seriously. And I think that more than anything, defined my time as a moderator, is dealing with the consequence of people being like that. For anyone else that was anti-GamerGate who I didn't mod, you're probably better than the people I did.
Well,
It's colored
the
by me
people
being
who
on
worked on the
Reddit.
debate subreddits, like the people on Ghazi, most of those people wouldn't even talk.
Oh,
They
yeah,
talk to
that's
each
right.
other in their circle.
Right.
But some
If
exceptions,
you weren't on
Crocodile
Reddit,
Man,
you're okay.
Crocodile Man. Actually, Hoax One was from Ghazi. He's a Ghazi moderator, and
That's
so
right.
I guess technically he was in the debate sphere too. But
Aw, man, if you weren't on Reddit, I'll say you were probably better than the people, and I envy you.
But I really appreciate the fact that a lot of the anti-GamerGate people were at least willing to talk on Reddit, on the debate subreddits. Whereas like the
Yeah.
Ghazi people, with like only one exception, I probably DM'd tons of Ghazi people. Like I did DM tons of Ghazi people back in the day, and I think only Crocodile Man actually took me up on it and like having a conversation. Maybe one or two. Actually,
Yeah.
I think maybe a couple others. Like Mosimo might have been from Ghazi too. Like there were a few of them who did, but like for the most part. The debate subs though, they were always hungry. They were hungry to attack some gators for one.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Uh,
but like some of the helicopter guy, what do you think of what he did? Stolen Hodor too.
oh, man! That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I think in general, I have a pretty positive impression of him.
It's funny because I have a positive impression of him too, but like almost everybody in GamerGate hates him. It's not true. That's not true. Like, but a lot of people like, because he would debate everybody on Reddit, on
Mhm.
streams. he was he was so prolific in the space, and a lot of people thought he was bad faith. I think he just had like super strong opinions that like,
Yeah.
and he had like a super strong like worldview that was very different from like anything that the GamerGate people like knew about. Like it was a worldview that was different even from like the hardcore like super far left people you see today. Like he was talking about like how his like you have to like fundamentally base like decisions of freedom of speech based upon the Quaker consensus model, and like I was like, what the fuck? You
Oh!
remember this? This was like a whole thing.
Ah, you're bringing back memories now. I don't know if they're good ones, but they sure are unique.
He definitely had a worldview. I'd love to if even if I have to make the exception and make him the 51st person, I'll do it just because he was
Yeah,
such a
yeah.
we got that bond. He
Even
you know
if
he
it's like even if it's an Andy Kaufman-esque performance routine, I'd still want it.
you,
I'd be willing to pretend for him.
you know what's so he wanted to save me. It's true. It's true. Like well we interacted tons back then.
Saving it.
He thought that Gamergate was like legit evil. Or legit bad. He's like, but Netscape, you're one of the good ones. We could get out of this. I can help you. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Just 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 post on NeoGAF just once. You'll see how it's good on the other
He
side.
might have worded it different than that. But like he did say he wanted to save me, that he viewed like part of what he was doing in this space was to try and like pull me specifically, and I guess maybe anyone else too, like away from Gamergate because he thought Gamergate was a bad thing that was going to go to a dark place. Like maybe he wasn't
Um,
so wrong about the latter part, but
no. I now that I think about it, like, I kind of get it. If the guy was just like, Gamergate is becoming more radicalized and becoming like alt-right weirdo in like 5 years, you know, respect, respect.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, it seemed like he viewed me as a kid, actually, which I kind of was, but I didn't like that kind of infantilization at the time, and I don't like it now either. Really,
No.
but I mean, I think his heart was in the right place.
Uh, it's like he traveled back in time to save as many people as he could.
Oh my God,
Gamer 9/11.
I've never told anybody about this, but there's this whole time when Helicopter and I teamed up to investigate this guy to see if he was a doxer or not, and confront him on it. But I don't know if he was or not. I don't know enough about the story. It's a long time ago. But like, we had this whole thing where we were like team up, like pro GG and anti GG get together to like take down this like legit bad actor, to investigate it and determine if he was guilty or not, rather, and then take appropriate steps after that if necessary.
A real hero villain team up situation.
Yeah, that's gonna be in the GamerGate comic book.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I had my heel turn for like. All right. Anything else you want to say about GamerGate?
I'm glad it's over.
It's not over. It's never over.
I think most people, when pressed, are glad it's over. And they don't smile that it happened. Smile because it happened. They're just like,
oh, I don't know.
I like, my experience was not entirely negative, even to gripe about some of the people that I modded. It was a wonderful time for a little while, until it very suddenly wasn't. But I'm happy for the friends I've made. I'm happy, to have been at the ground floor. It is so weird, right? To fucking look at Sargon of Akkad and realize I was there the moment he turned from like an anon to like a somebody. and stuff like that, where it's just like, oh my god.
Dude,
like,
Sargon...
I was there just...
Sorry, I didn't cut your answer off.
Go ahead.
Sargon and I would talk like quite a bit back then, actually. Which is weird because like now he's like...
That's why he wanted to save you.
Oh, well, that's true. That's it. He's like, bro, he's getting a little too close to the Sargon fella. But Sargon was like a pretty like moderate guy back then. During GamerGate, he was like a pretty moderate, chill dude.
Yeah, there are a lot of like tales. I think Blair White was one who came out with it. A lot of these people like are grifters. They don't believe the things that they're saying. They're just pandering to the somewhat libertarian right-wing base and trying to grift that audience, and Sargon definitely applies.
I don't know if he was a grifter in the beginning. It seemed like he did actually give a shit about stuff, but obviously he very much prioritized his content creator stuff over, well, anything else.
He went full grift, and there's nothing more satisfying than watching someone sell and then completely fall flat on their face.
Yeah, but when he was involved with GG, though, I do think he was genuine, because I interacted with him like a fair amount, and he didn't seem like he was just in it for the money.
Yeah.
But I think later on... Later on, he realized I can make the big bucks, and he, I don't know what happened. Or maybe he genuinely believes it all. I don't know, but...
I don't think you could. It's like when Teal Deer got caught like reading an article. It's like, oh, that was a misleading article. Hey, you got it wrong. And TLDR is like, I don't care if it's wrong. This is just for entertainment purposes anyway. In reality, it was like about migrants being rapists or something, or them burning down a church.
Entertainment purposes. Anyway.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh my god, you have to be so intellectually dishonest to say that type of shit about the
allegedly, by the way, because this is in the book. So, anything else you want to say before we wrap it up?
Get the Talos Principle 2 in stores now, November 2nd.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for coming on. Normally I'd talk off air for a little bit, but it's so late. So have a wonderful night, Bashfluff. Keep in touch. Go watch the Carbine interview. Go watch the Hannah Zamora interview. Watch all the interviews if you want to.
I'll at least watch the Carbine interview. I don't know if I'm going to watch all fucking 7 hours of I will try to watch a good
It's
substantial
it's
portion of it.
it's a good discussion. Both of them are. Both of them are great discussions. I really are. I feel.
I might just like take it part by part. Then I'll probably be around in the Discord since there's no reason for me to really leave, and we'll shoot the shit. It'll be fun.
All right, cool. Well, hey, have a good night.
You too.
All right, we're rating Neve, by the way.